They did a little investigation and found out that a lot of the Nazis are rich Nepo babies.
Were added in March and April than previously estimated, and the unemployment rate stayed at 4.3%.
Overall, the labor market appears strong, despite concerns about the war in Iran, rising prices, and artificial intelligence. Kevin Hassett, the director of the White House National Economic Council, celebrated 2 straight months of job growth over 170,000.
What we're seeing is an enormous amount of positive momentum in hiring. Obviously, you're right that a couple of 170s in a row, that's a great couple of months, but then having upward divisions of around 100,000 means that this is a job market that's hitting on all cylinders.
For more, we're joined by Diane Swong. She's chief economist at KPMG. That's a multinational accounting and advisory firm. So, Diane, this was an unexpectedly positive jobs report. How big a deal is this?
Well, one of the biggest upside surprises was in local government hiring, which increased over 50,000. So that was where a lot of the upside surprise was. But of course, we did see those upward revisions as well. Almost all the job gains that we saw were concentrated in the service sector. And I think it's important to look at what's under the hood. Is even as good as those numbers looked, we still saw very elevated numbers of what we call the underemployed, those having to take part-time instead of full-time work, or discouraged workers, and the duration of unemployment continued to rise.
And those
In the beginning, legends of flying men soared. And today, you are on the brink of transforming those legends into a reality. With flight and new forms of communication, you can create a small and
I don't think I've heard him read this.
But at what cost?
Era.
Our competing ideas of how to govern and how to live threaten to bring conflict on a
Yeah, it might be a
global
new one.
scale.
It's not familiar.
You must choose your own path through this rising din of ideological oratory. Embrace the chill winds of the motherland, Tsar Peter. Your fascination with science and culture is a gift, and you will learn much from your grand embassies to foreign lands.
largest gains, as you mentioned, in leisure and hospitality. Help us understand what's fueling that.
Well, what we're seeing is the top third of wage earners are seeing their wages pick up much more than inflation, and they're spending it along with the upcoming World Cup and preparations for that in host cities. That has caused the biggest hiring in that sector since January of 2023 in the month of May. The problem is that's adding heat to already sticky service sector inflation. And the problem is that most Americans, the bottom 2/3 of the income strata, they're seeing their wages erode and fall below the level of inflation. We're expected to see inflation above 4.2% next week when the CPI for May comes out. And that erosion in purchasing power is sort of where you see the disconnect between how consumers feel about the economy, because they feel as though they're losing ground, even though a minority of consumers are carrying spending gains and actually contributing to that service sector inflation.
I want to ask you more about that wage growth in just a moment, too. But again, big picture here, those 172,000 jobs, that beat the prediction of most economists, including yourself. You predicted about 110,000. You described the labor market as frozen or in purgatory. You weren't alone in that assessment. So does all of this say to you there's been an unfreezing here?
There is some thaw, but there still is that undercurrent that I mentioned, and that is something that I worry about. The quit rate at the end of April from the job opening and labor turnover survey, which we watch very carefully, that actually fell to its lowest level since August of 2020 in late April. We just got that data out this week as well. And that tells us that basically workers are worried about quitting their job. And we know that the premium to hop jobs also narrowed in the month of May. So that means their opportunities to leave the job they have are less than they once were and at a very low rate. So we're still in this. We're seeing a higher rate than we have, and that's great. And we're not seeing a big fire rate. That's also important. But there is this sense where those who have a job are clinging on, and those who want a job are still trying to get their foot in the door.
We're gonna have to fight
The kinds of
Brazil.
jobs we're generating are not lowering the unemployment rate for
Brazil?
new college grads, which
Yeah.
is running at levels
He's pushing
that are
over
more
and he's gonna
consistent with the early
block sea
2010s
routes.
than coming out
We're gonna
of
have
the
to fight him
pandemic.
eventually.
So Diane, there's a big question here about what all this means for interest rates, right? We're watching closely as the president's picked to lead the Federal Reserve. That's Kevin Warsh, is in the early weeks at the helm of the Fed. They meet again in about 2 weeks. I mean, Warsh has been under pressure by the president to lower interest rates. Based on all the data and evidence we see now, what do you think will happen when it comes to those interest rates?
Well, we've been arguing for some time that the Fed would have to hike, not lower rates again, and that has now become the consensus within the leadership of the Fed.
Her city's already
before
falling from
Kevin
pressure.
Warsh joined, and I think that's very important. We've heard some presidents even talk about the need for a rate hike
I'm gonna
soon
use
rather than later,
my
and I think
spy
that's important. So
to foment
what we're
unrest.
coming into is financial markets waking up to the fact that inflation is the most regressive of taxes out there. It spurs inequality, and you cannot sustain or attain full employment and have a more healing labor market where all boats rise with the tide unless you derail inflation. That's why it's so critical that the Federal Reserve derails the inflation that has become entrenched and compounded over the course of 5 years, making the level of prices too high for far too many.
And Diane, I have a couple of seconds left, but I have to ask you, there was a lot of concern after President Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics about whether or not numbers could be trusted moving forward. Is there any reason to doubt the data that we've seen today?
The data is as good as it can be at this point in time, and I think that's the important thing. These are bureaucrats. They have worked on this data for a long time. I will note, though, we have the level of employment in the federal sector is now at its lowest level since 1966, and due to the firings and retirements and quits that we saw last year, we've lost 350,000 workers in the federal agencies since October 2024. That has left staffing shortages, which makes it harder to do the quality that we want from the statistical agencies.
That is Diane Swong, Chief Economist at KPMG. Thank you so much, Diane. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
As U.S.-Iran talks show little sign of progress, commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz remains sharply reduced, raising concerns about global energy markets and supply chains. For more on what a prolonged disruption might mean, we're joined now by Daniel Yergin, Vice Chairman of S&P Global and one of the world's leading energy analysts. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
You have said that markets have absorbed this shock better than many expected. What's the biggest reason why?
Well, basically the biggest reason why is inventories. Inventories in the United States. Remember, now the U.S. is the world's largest oil producer. And so we have, and the other surprise has been China, which also has built up huge inventories. And I think those are the reasons that this shock has not been as extreme for the world as might have been expected on March 4th when Iran shut down the Strait of Hormuz.
When those inventories deplete, how quickly could we see prices spike even higher?
Well, right now, I'd say the view is that as we get into July, if there's not some relief, is when you'll start to see the prices reverse from where they are. I should say it's in Asia, it's an energy crisis now. I mean, they're really feeling it because they were so dependent on the supplies from the Strait of Hormuz. So they're having rationing, shortages. They don't have fertilizer. They don't have diesel for farming. In the United States, we're seeing it at the gasoline pump. And in Europe, it's actually about jet fuel right now.
Well, that's right. I mean, the consequences extend far beyond oil. What's the most overlooked impact of this disruption? What are the other knock-on effects that we're not yet fully grasping?
I think the number one is fertilizer, because the Gulf was a source of 1/3 of the world's traded fertilizer. And this is hit during planting season. in many parts of the world, it's either driven up prices or it simply isn't there. So I'd put that as number one.
And here in the U.S., how close are we to a 1970s-style energy crisis?
I don't think we're that close to it because we are the world's largest producer and so forth. And I think lessons have been learned that part of the problems of the energy crisis in the 1970s were self-inflicted by government policies that actually created shortages where there weren't necessarily shortages.
Lessons learned. I mean, has the fact that America is now this major energy producer, as you point out, has that fundamentally changed the country's vulnerability to global conflicts?
I think it's not changed it because at the end of the day, it's one global oil market, but it's given us insulation and it's made the United States such a dominant player that we were not before. So that's such a dramatic change from previous crises.
As we've covered on this program, a swift reopening of the strait does not necessarily mean a swift return to normal. At day 100, how much longer do you estimate recovery would take if the strait reopened tomorrow?
I think you use the right word. It's not going to be a swift recovery. We estimated at S&P that it would take as much as 6 months to get back to 80% of where we were before. You've got to get tankers out of the Gulf. You got to get new tankers in, and there's, we think, a lot of extensive damage, and you have to begin production again. So it isn't like you do a light switch and we're back to normal.
What are you watching for as this progresses?
I'm watching what happens with inventories is, I think, the number one thing. And obviously, what is the state of the negotiation? Is there a deal or not a deal? And it keeps coming into focus and then going out again. And Iran is really determined, I think, not to give up control of the strait. They want to turn what was an open, free navigation international waterway into an Iranian canal. And that's not acceptable to the Arab producers. And it's really not acceptable for the world economy.
You mentioned that the lessons were learned after the 1970s with failed government policy. When you look at a state like California that has gas prices right now on average of $6 and up, you could argue that California's interventions have put it in a worse position than other states. Is that a preview of what heavy-handed policy responses could look like globally?
Well, I think you said it very clearly, exactly, because they put such pressure on the refining system. They've forced down production in the state, and so what are they doing? They're importing gasoline from Korea that's made out of oil from the Middle East. And they've created their own form of dependence. So California, of all the parts of the country, is the part of the country that is actually most integrated into the global oil market.
Daniel Yergin, always learn so much when you're here. Thanks as always.
Thank you.
We start the day's other headlines on Capitol Hill, where Senate Republicans passed a $70 billion bill to fund several immigration enforcement agencies for the rest of President Trump's term.
This bill, as amended, is passed.
The pre-dawn vote capped a marathon 18-hour session and ended a months-long Democratic blockade of funding for both ICE and Customs and Border Protection. The measure now heads to the House. Republicans ultimately passed the bill without adopting a proposal to block the $1.8 billion settlement fund for Trump allies who say they were politically persecuted. The final package also omitted $1 billion requested for White House security upgrades and President Trump's proposed White House ballroom. The Senate also failed to renew a government surveillance authority with just 1 week until it expires. The hang-up over what's known as the FISA Section 702 is because of senators' concerns about Bill Pulte, President Trump's pick to oversee the nation's intelligence agencies. And on that front, President Trump says he wants Pulte to cut staffing even further within the Office of the Director of National Intelligence.
I wouldn't mind. I've heard that's way too high for way too long. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. If he cut, I wouldn't mind that.
Speaking aboard Air Force One, Mr. Trump called Pulte very good and very talented. The nomination has drawn scrutiny from lawmakers because Pulte, a federal housing finance regulator, lacks a national security background. A federal judge today struck down the Trump administration's sweeping freeze of immigration processing for people from 39 countries. That included things like asylum claims, work permits, and green cards. The Trump administration moved to pause such claims last November following the killings of 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. by an Afghan national. Today, the court ruled that the administration ignored the law and left immigrants in legal limbo in a manner that was arbitrary and capricious. Turning now to the Middle East, fighting between Israel and Hezbollah showed little sign of stopping today. Israel unleashed more airstrikes across southern Lebanon and ordered thousands of
Can't we
residents
just
there
fire
to flee.
them?
Rockets streaked across the sky as fighting intensified. Lebanese media reported at least 9 people were killed. Israel issued new evacuation warnings for several villages, including some sheltering hundreds of displaced families. The escalation comes one day after Hezbollah rejected the latest U.S.-brokered ceasefire proposal. In northern Israel, where residents have endured months of cross-border attacks, some expressed skepticism that any ceasefire would hold.
Yeah, well, maybe Israel should stop bombing Lebanon.
To study here in the area, and they tell us time and time again that there is a ceasefire, but we keep seeing that it doesn't hold and doesn't exist. Like, a ceasefire here means nothing.
Israeli troops have now seized about a fifth of Lebanon. It's their farthest advance into the country in decades. Iran's foreign minister reiterated today that the U.S. war with Iran will only end when the war in Lebanon does. The Lebanese president responded, telling CNN that Tehran was using his country as a bargaining chip.
Man, she's spreading
An
her
air leak
religion
aboard
so
the
hard.
International Space Station prompted 5 astronauts to take shelter in their spacecraft and prepare for a potential evacuation.
Crew Dragon established safe haven, and if we need to suit up, we will do that once we're inside the Dragon.
NASA later lifted the shelter order and told the astronauts they could return while Russian crewmates examined and worked to fix the leak on the Russian side of the station. That part of the ISS has suffered from cracks and leaks over the years. A NASA spokesperson said today's decision was made out of an abundance of caution. 3 remaining 60 Minutes correspondents told their colleagues today that they will stay with the program. Leslie Stahl, Bill Whitaker, and John Wertheim wrote in a memo that they, quote, don't want to see 60 Minutes die and will remain to try and repair and preserve the show's reputation. 60 Minutes has been thrown into turmoil, with CBS News editor-in-chief Barry Weiss overseeing the recent firings of the show's executive producer, as well as correspondents Sharon Alfonsi, Cecilia Vega, and Scott Pelley. And despite today's strong jobs numbers, stocks plummeted and Wall Street suffered its worst day since October. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped by nearly 700 points. Worries of an interest rate hike rattled tech stocks and sent the Nasdaq into a 4% free fall. And the S&P 500 finished with its first losing week in the last 10 weeks. Still to come on the News Hour, an art exhibit shines a light on the role women have played in shaping technologies that power modern life. And David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart weigh in on the week's news.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein Studio at WETA in Washington, headquarters of PBS News.
Weta Studios.
Tonight, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is accusing Russia of choosing war over peace after Russian President Vladimir Putin rejected his request for an in-person meeting. Putin spoke at the annual economic forum in St. Petersburg, a city on edge after several Ukrainian airstrikes earlier this week. Nick Schifrin reports.
Epic, they did hit
Today at
St.
Russia's premier
Petersburg,
economic
awesome.
forum, to an audience of Russia's richest businessmen and diplomats from the global south, President Vladimir Putin said a meeting with Ukraine was off the table.
I said there is no point in meeting. The only purpose for the Ukrainian side would be to stop the advance of our armed forces. That's all.
Yesterday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky wrote Putin an open letter. Quote, "We see that the United States is fully focused on the issue of Iran. Ukraine proposes ending this war through direct engagement between us and you." But he also taunted Putin, writing, "You are fully dependent on China, and you too will have to fight much harder for your own existence, not Russia's, but your own." Today, Putin called the letter boorish.
That letter was truly insolent in tone. What is the point of that? Is it a way to create the conditions for in-person meetings and negotiations? Or is it a way to create an atmosphere where holding any such
Out of the
meetings
deal,
becomes
baby.
effectively impossible? I believe it is the latter.
But the atmosphere in St. Petersburg before the forum was created by Ukrainian drones. On Wednesday, Ukrainian drones flew more than 600 miles to reach Putin's hometown and target an oil depot. The blast became the backdrop to some of Russia's most iconic buildings and to the commutes of St. Petersburg residents. If it wasn't obvious already, the war in Ukraine has come home to Russia. Ukrainian drones also targeted a nearby Navy base and collapsed part of a warship with guided missiles. Today, Putin acknowledged Ukraine's attacks, but insisted Russia is still open for business.
When the investors make an investment decision, they evaluate the risks in total. We must strengthen our security, strengthen anti-missile defense and air defense, and we will do so.
He wants to showcase Russia as a country that you want to invest in. And yet, if you see all these other things going on, you have to wonder what it means to invest in a country which is being hit by Ukrainian drones.
Angela Stent is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute and the former National Intelligence Officer for Russia and Eurasia. She calls Zelensky's letter an attempt once again to expose that Putin has no interest in a meeting.
Putin's line on this has always been, I'm not going to meet Zelensky until we've signed all the agreements, and the subtext is until Donald Trump has persuaded Zelensky to give up all this territory. So we really haven't gotten any further towards a negotiation.
A point reiterated tonight by Zelensky.
Unfortunately, the Russian side has once again chosen war. He doesn't want to change anything. He doesn't want to admit that his war pleases only him and only those who profit from it.
Ukraine has seized this war's momentum with long-range strikes that have interrupted as much as a quarter of Russian oil refining. And for the first time since 2023, Ukraine is seizing more territory on the front.
Yeah, that wipes out any gains that
Putin
Trump
today
gave him.
indicated he wanted Russian soldiers in Ukraine to, quote, work, an indication he will continue to wage war.
This is Putin signaling that he believes that Russia can still prevail. And the Ukrainians are certainly, they have momentum, both with all the drone strikes and the fact that they've been taking back territory from the Russians. So they are doing better, but they haven't won yet either. And this could be still go on for a very long time.
A long war already, with no end in sight and no Russian willingness to negotiate. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Nick Schiffer.
Thanks, Nick.
Now to discuss Republican defiance of President Trump, fresh scandals in a key Senate race, and much more, we turn to Brooks and Capehart. That's the Atlantic's David Brooks and Jonathan Capehart of MS Now. Good to see you both.
Good to see you.
We saw something this week from Republicans we haven't really seen much of yet, it's fair to say. It's a willingness to break with and defy President Trump. We saw it with the $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. Several lawmakers opposed it. The acting attorney general said it's not moving forward. We saw it with opposition to the $1 billion for the White House ballroom that was pulled from a spending package. And we saw it with the war powers resolution for Iran. 4 Republicans joined Democrats to pass that in the House. Jonathan, is this a trend? Is it a shift? Is it just a series of events that aren't related at all?
There are a series of events, but what I'm wondering is, will there be more events that allows what's being called the YOLO caucus to flex its muscles? I mean, it's amazing what happens to the spine when you lose your primary race because the president of your own party supported someone against you. And I'm thinking of Senator Cassidy. I'm thinking of Senator Cornyn, who were both defeated in the primaries. And you see Republicans, congressional Republicans, finally deciding, you know what, I've got to push back simply because what he's doing is wrong, but also I want to get a little bit of revenge.
David, how are you looking at it?
Yeah, I once had a vacation in Belize, and there was an earthquake off the coast.
Whoa.
And I'm running around saying, there's going to be a tsunami, there's going to be a tsunami. And when the tsunami came, it was 2 inches. So that's the kind of tsunami we're seeing.
A 2-inch tsunami.
A 2-inch tsunami from Republicans, only 4 of them. But it's a good sign. It's a good sign for a couple of reasons. One, people who work in the Capitol building
Can you
should
put
be not
Amani
$1.8 billion to people who stormed the Capitol.
If you have her
That
so
seems like
she
basic
sinks
self-interest. But
loyalty?
mostly it's
Because they put a
them
governor in
standing
the
up for
city, so we
their
need to get
branch of
spies to
government
assassinate
in each of
them.
these cases.
I've already got
They're spending
a spy in
money,
there.
the war powers resolution.
To assassinate
all right.
governors?
Way
Congress
ahead of
does
you.
stand for
No,
something.
I'm doing
But
unrest,
also put
but-
Imani there to
for
suck the
most of
loyalty
Trump
from
term.
them.
I don't have
So
it.
at least there's a sign that
Well,
we are a co-equal branch.
if you can get
and we will
governor
stand up for
titles.
our rights, and that's got to be.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not going to be left-right. It's just like
Putting it in
stand up for
Haddad
your-
would be good.
Your form of democracy.
To be fair, they could have done this at any point earlier, right? So is this now a shift into general election mode or into this next phase of this lame duck session of President Trump's presidency?
The magic number is 37 or whatever.
How many
Trump's approval is
envoys
right
do you
now.
have in Haddad?
It gets a lot easier as the numbers go down. Then courage and integrity somehow rise.
think I'm
Well, it
Susan.
also helps that
Huh?
7.
again,
7? Can you annex them?
No.
You need more? Or you just don't
yes.
have the gold?
I need a couple more, but you need to stop putting envoys in there.
Yeah, I will.
Because it's just going to
'Cause I
make
have
it more
6.
expensive. Because I'm getting 120 faith per turn, and it's only 600 to annex. So that'll be easy. Plus, it's also got a wonder in it, which is great.
A natural wonder?
Oh yeah.
I was about to say, I don't think city-states can build wonders.
Dreams, dreams.
Windsor and Kingston. We are
we saw
British.
some Republicans lose their primaries to Trump-backed candidates, so that strengthens the resolve. But
Can
then
you
have the
change your
primary
religion name
calendar.
after the fact?
Pretty soon,
No.
folks worrying
Damn.
about what Donald Trump might
Why?
do to them in their primary
No, I was
races
just curious.
goes away, and then self-preservation really kicks in. So the tsunami that you mentioned could go from 2 inches to maybe, who knows, but we will see. That's what the point I was trying to make before.
And that's why you're seeing some of that from Republicans in swing districts in particular, right? Well, you set this up perfectly to move to the next topic when you talk about primaries. We saw several states hold their primaries this week, but I want to talk about Maine, which is gearing up for their primary next week. And there's new allegations now against the Democratic Senate candidate, that is Graham Plattner. We saw a New York Times report that cites several women who dated him, saying he was demeaning to women, he drank heavily. In the case of one woman, Lindsay Fifield, I hope I'm saying her name correctly, she claims that he was violent, says he twisted her arm behind her back, shoved her into a room, and held the door to confine her. Plattner denies any violence. He repeatedly references dark periods that he went through after his military service, and he mentioned that in an interview on MS Now last night.
I firmly believe that if you believe in a transformational politics, you got to believe in the ability for people to transform. And my journey is one of transformation. These are things that I talk about in my
Like
past.
some magistrate.
Things that I'm not proud of, but it is a past that I had to go through to get where I am today. And I'm very proud of who I am today. And I'm very proud of the movement that we've built up here in Maine.
Jonathan, this is a candidate who now had to explain away a Nazi tattoo, sexting other women early in his marriage, and now this. He's not dropping out of the race, should he?
You know, I think there's some Democrats in the Senate in particular who would love for him to step aside. There's a story in the Washington Post today about how, you know, he'd been telling Democrats, don't worry, when the Nazi tattoo thing came out, don't worry, there are no other skeletons in the closet. And yet this past week, we've seen 2 big skeletons come out. The fact that Governor Mills only suspended her campaign, did not drop out, and telling people at least twice now, hey, I'm still on the ballot, signaling maybe, could more things be coming? And also signaling to Democrats, hey, if something does happen with Plattner and he has to get out, I'm still here. But the issue here is, it's not going to be congressional Democrats, national Democrats who are going to tell Plattner to get out of the race. Folks in Maine are still behind him. Some of the interviews that we've had on MS Now, you've had Mainers saying,
Hey,
he's not
what
perfect,
movie did I miss?
He's not this, he's
the
not
last
that.
movie
but
we watched was The Fisher King.
Yeah, we didn't watch one this last week.
There was not enough people here to watch a movie, so we didn't.
Want to watch movies? Get more people watching.
We need a
Weird.
change.
That
And so that's the
cunt
one
guy.
thing he has going for him. And again, I look at Plattner through the prism of where we are in terms of the Trump administration and the Trump world, given who Trump is, given the allegations against the president, given the way that lots of people in the Republican Party just turned a blind eye and decided we still want to vote for this guy. And so I think there are a lot of Mainers who are thinking the same thing, that he is their guy. But the one last thing that everyone in Maine has to worry about is Senator Susan Collins. I mean, Democrats really want that seat, but Senator Collins has shown over multiple campaigns that, one, she runs like she's losing, and then on election day, she outperforms the polls.
But why?
David, I should also note here, because the woman, Lindsay Fifield, we mentioned, has worked for Republican and conservative campaigns and issues in the past, some people are dismissing this as politically motivated. How are you looking at all of this?
The guy's a moral degenerate. You know, the abuse of women, the sexting, the Nazi tattoo. I don't even need to say anything beyond his Reddit posts, which are not in the past, by the way. He did that for a long time.
None of this matters.
Using rape, people who might have been raped, diminishing rape in the military, insulting fellow military officers, calling himself a communist. It's a pathetic, empty guy who postures.
Pete
in a way
Hegseth
kind of repulsive. There are 330
is
million
the
Americans.
Secretary
There are
of
100
Defense.
senators. We can't have a decent human being in those
You
100?
think that I give a
we're gonna
fuck?
settle for this? I just
You've
think
lost the
people-
moral
Democrats
high
are
ground.
supporting platinum for the
None
same
of
reason
this
Trump
pearl
supports
clutching matters.
It's because
Like, all of
20
this
or
would
30 or
have
40 or
mattered
50 years
had
ago,
you
we
not
sort of
been
privatized
running
morality.
and
We
defending
told
a
people, we're not gonna teach
fucking
morality in
fascist
schools.
government.
It's up to you to come up with your
Okay.
own values. And the problem when you do that,
Guy's
is that
probably a
unless you're
piece of
named
shit.
Aristotle, you probably can't come up with
Right
your own
now,
morals.
America's
I mean, he's in
government
politics,
endorses
so
that piece of
probably,
shit.
Republicans and
he's
Huh?
probably a piece
We're
of
good
shit
people.
if he's
Yeah.
in
They're morally
politics.
inarticulate. They're morally undeveloped. They
Well,
haven't
yeah,
developed the criteria
right.
to even
And
think about
Donald
what is my
Trump's
role here?
administration
What is his
endorses
role?
this
What is
kind of
excellence defined in this
misogynistic
role? What is
action.
moral
So if
excellence
we're
as a journalist,
really
as a
crying
teacher,
about
as a
this,
senator? And
why
we
are
make
we
decisions
crying
on
about a
two-stage
fucking
basis
candidate
first.
instead of the
This is first
cunts
we're electing
in
to
government
public office,
who are
person
raping
facing
people,
integrity.
have raped people,
second,
have sexually
right.
assaulted people,
But if you
who
have-
all
if you
still hold
got rid of
government
the first
positions?
criteria,
You don't think that's a
then you have
fucking
weakened your
issue?
democracy.
Instead,
Republicans clearly did that
a
with
guy
Trump.
trying
Now
to
Democrats really think
dethrone
they're
a fucking career politician is facing all of this fucking criticism,
To that point,
probably
yes,
rightfully
it is
so.
Absolutely, ultimately up to the people of Maine.
All
They will
because
vote
he's
and they
trying
will
to
decide and
dislodge
have their
Susan
voice.
fucking Collins.
We're old enough to remember congressional Democrats. pushing out
Unfucking real. I want to
So
see the
have the
cash
standards
flow to
changed
the
over
opposition
time,
of this
but also
guy.
based on how
I want to
close they
see
are
how
to
much
the election
cash
process.
is flowing to Susan Collins' campaign.
Standards have changed.
That's
a
what
little
I
bit.
want to
And,
see.
You know, David's moral indignation over Plattner is something that I share. But I'm also looking at the fact that, well, we do have Donald Trump in the White House.
Hey!
And that, moral degeneracy is coming right from the top.
It's the norm, baby.
And I'm looking at this again through the prism of Democrats, particularly Mainers. I don't want to put all Democrats saying that they're supporting Plattner, but the folks in Maine have clearly decided, if you look at the latest polling, that they right now don't care about his past. They just want to win the seat. And to David's point, there is a cost to that if he does win. If he doesn't win, it's going to be very painful for Democrats, and in the end, painful for the country.
In the
from the
end,
Democratic perspective, because they're hoping
it
that
doesn't
seat
even matter.
helps to put them in the majority.
As you mentioned, Janet Mills is still on the ballot, so we'll wait to see how people in Maine look at this. Before I let
Hopefully
you
she
go,
falls
I have
off
to ask
and
you about something
fucking
that's going to allow me to talk about
leaves
vanilla
the
ice in
ballot
Florida,
for
which is
things
something
that she
I don't
can't
always get
control.
to do on the news hour, but we're less than a month away from the U.S.
She's a
250th
Republican,
anniversary
right?
celebrations. Last week you
Don't
saw
know.
most of the artists, including people like Martina McBride, Young MC,
Mr.
the
Forward
Commodores, and
Settlement.
Brett
I
Michaels,
will not go to
dropped
war with
out
Genghis
of a
Khan
related
with
Yeah, he
concert
asked me
series on
as
the
well.
National Mall. They said they were misled by what the event was supposed to be, and the president has said,
Hey,
they're
I
making
put
it
a city
political,
right in the water so
Um,
you
Jonathan,
can't travel.
we've had this conversation before around
Come to
inauguration
war with us.
performers
How
and
about
the
no?
like. Can you no longer separate performing for the person or performing for the nation? I mean, how do you look at all of this?
Oh, don't worry, Cal. I heard that. I ignored it because that's the least of the concerns here.
Commodores, right?
Like, really.
The nation,
like,
say if it was America,
the Nazi
250,
tattoo,
which is the bipartisan outfit,
I can see how
came
you could be
to-
ignorant
came
enough
me.
to
I'm a member of the Commodores.
just think it's a
Comes
skull and
says,
crossbones.
We want you
It's
to
pretty
perform But you know what?
egregious.
Great, it's America's 250th birthday.
But giving
Let's
him the
do it.
benefit
It's a
of the
nice
doubt.
bipartisan thing.
Okay.
But instead, it was Freedom 250.
The sexting
and
thing?
That is,
I don't
all
care.
about the president.
I
And
do not
so,
care.
Through the confusion, I could
I
see
doubt
how the
anybody
Commodores and
actually
other
gives
folks
a
were like,
fuck.
Wait, this is not the same thing.
So-
No, I don't want to be a part of that.
Okay,
because
he's-
even though we're musicians,
I don't
and
know,
music is
sexting
universal,
a random
what
woman
this
while
person,
he's
what his
married or
administration is
whatever.
doing is
I
just
don't
not
care.
What we are about.
Donald
We don't
Trump
wanna be
raped
associated
children.
With it, we don't want to be connected to it.
I
in
don't
any
care.
way. So I don't blame.
What was the
them
other thing? What
for
else is he?
dropping out.
What he?
is
I
interesting
think they
is
have
the
accused him
question
of
is, why can't
grabbing
the president
a
find
woman's arm and
performers
twisting it
who
or
are
some
willing
shit.
to share the stage with him, who are willing
Disgusting.
to lend
But,
their
like,
credibilities and their star
I'm pretty sure he
power
came out and
to
said
him.
I was drinking at the time in
Brings me back.
PTSD.
We still have
Probably not an
Florida,
excuse.
Vanilla Ice, and I believe
Was
the good
has he
one
actually
is
been
now
diagnosed with
on
PTSD?
I am here all
I
day
mean,
for Vanilla Ice.
what it
for ice,
reminds
ice.
me of, again, gotta recommend this series. It's a British series, so it's only 6 episodes or so, called The Bodyguard. And it's actually, what it's actually about is PTSD.
Okay.
But it's even fine to watch. It's more of a guy show, obviously, but there's romance in it for if you want to watch it with a girl.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's love triangle stuff.
Yep.
But the show is about PTSD. And it's phenomenal.
Interesting. It's just dumb to put all of them on the same level. If he's a woman beater, that's the piece of shit level. Yeah, exactly. Also, like, I didn't hear the actual accusation. I just saw that the accusation was something along the line of, like, just grabbing her and holding her in the room or some shit. And I'm like, not good, not great, not even on the same level as good, but like...
And I love that, like, they're trying to...
You mute yourself?
I just knocked my cord loose. They were trying to... I don't know how it's been, but Katie Porter, right? They were like, she yelled at a staffer one time.
Yes.
You know, the mudslinging.
And yeah, that's a perfect word for it. That's exactly what it is. Like, instead of arguing on his policies, they're going for a character assassination. And, like, I think he's responding the correct way with just being like, this is absurd. Like, this character assassination is crazy. Like, yeah, I have a past. Everyone does. And it's like, I don't know. I'm just like, politician, right? I'm assuming they're a piece of shit from the start. So, like, none of this really surprises me. None of this sort of piques my interest in being like, because as I said before, the administration currently in charge has tacitly endorsed this kind of behavior. It is tacitly approved throughout society that this behavior is okay now. Because we went through 10 years of working towards saying, no, this is not okay. And now it is again. And somehow the conservatives are still moral pearl clutching over this moral degeneracy that they're trying to use as a character assassination, all while they are the moral degenerates defending the Epstein class. Get fucked. I just, nothing that the American state does, nothing that the conservatives accuse people of, I give a fuck about. Because at the end of the day, the Trump administration and the current Democrats chose not to prosecute Epstein perpetrators. They chose not to. It wasn't that they had no evidence. They decided to protect pedophiles. That's worse. Objectively. Not just that, the world's most prolific human trafficking network. That's what they're protecting. So at the end of the day, I don't care. Tell me how his politics are and how your politics are better.
Okay.
Fucking morons.
I put this in the little slot.
A little slot?
Just to avoid a little bit of copyright stuff. But you tell me, this is like how the show opens. Alright?
Mm-hmm.
You tell me that this does not make you immediately interested in it. Okay.
$900,876. I need to call this in.
Do it.
Do it.
Assalamu alaikum. Don't do that, please. Don't do that. Don't move. Stay still, please. Just stay still, please. Just stay still. Don't move, please. Please. You don't want to do this? You don't look like you do. Listen, the specialist counter-terrorism unit already know about a potential incident on this train. So what I'd like to do is just tell them that you're willing to talk. There's a second bomber, but we're talking. Now write this down. Everything's going to be all right. Stop, please! Stop! Listen to me! Listen to me! Why would someone you love want you to kill yourself? You've been brainwashed. He has. You have. And I know. I was in Afghanistan. Some mates get killed, nearly got killed myself for what? Nothing. Politicians, cowards and liars, ours and theirs.
This is
People
great.
full of talk that will never spill a drop of their own blood, but you and I, we're just collateral damage. Don't let them win, Nadia. Don't let them win.
On police!
PS David Budd, Specialist Protection, don't shoot!
Statue of Liberty is available.
Stand
You should
clear.
build it.
It's all right.
Yeah?
I'm not going anywhere. Just
You're already
stay
building
still
it?
now, Nadia. Okay. She's cooperating. She intends to surrender.
you'll
She
wait
does
for
not
it.
intend to activate the device.
Yeah,
Get
3
Expo
left,
here.
3 turns
Nadia's going to
left.
spread her arms.
What
and we're
was
going
the
to
build?
stay put and wait for Expo.
Expo is coming.
Thank you. Calm. Stay calm.
Miss, my name's Karen. Now I need you to put your arms down. Good, now turn your palms towards me. And do not move.
Nadia, I'm going to step to the side. I'll be right here.
I'm moving towards you now. Nadia. Now I need to ask you, this object in your hand is the initiation device. Yes. Does anyone else have control of this device? No. Straighten your arm, please.
This is intense.
Right?
Arms up, please. All the way up. Turn around for me, please. I'm going to remove the belt.
You know they put the belt with the bombs on it? Yeah, like this is edited, but the reason why he's hugging her is because they have snipers aimed at her, so he hugs her to make sure she doesn't get shot in the head. You know, it like
Interesting.
immediately builds up the decency of his character
Very
by showing that he's willing to do that to protect a terrorist, you know?
Yeah.
You know how when they put on the belt with the bombs on them, and just before they get ready to go off, they say "Allahu Akbar"?
I need everyone out now.
Open the door.
Her daughter's mine. Putting that governor in there gave me the envoys, and it was only 200 faith.
Good.
Fuck it. My holy site is going under a volcano. I need my science healthy. The faith doesn't matter so much.
Sweet. This is already cut into a
David, let's...
Stay down, the bullet can pierce the windows, but they can't get through the armored...
Do you see that?
Not really.
They put it in black and white to censor it.
David, let's...
Down! Go! Go! Stay down, the bullet can pierce the windows, but they can't get through the armored metal. We've lost Harry. We're sitting tight waiting for backup. It's okay, Mom. It's okay. The bullets can't get through the armor plating. It's okay. It's okay.
Enough of them at the
All
one
right,
spot.
done, Mom.
Yes, it will.
Shooter is located on roof of Pasco House, 1000 feet south of Taunton Circus. Single shoot only. Mom, I need to get you to safety. Roof armor will protect us, Mom. Doing great, Mom. Don't you want to have a line of sight? Safe now, Mom. Hold tight.
David, let's...
Is this the same show?
Yeah.
What a crazy fucking show.
Baby. I learned it out of this whole week that Morris Day in the Times still has a career going. People who saw the Purple Rain movie saw Morris Day in the Times, and he's still going
Morris
strong.
Day, you know, he was big back in the day. Back in the day.
These are not. It's not like Taylor Swift and Justin Bieber here. We're getting like low-level people, but or at least grade C celebrities. They're good. They're good human beings. I don't mean to comment on they're wonderful people. You know, I guess I see it as A, the over-politicization of everything. We can't even do a concert without politics. But B, and on a slightly deeper level, one of the problems we're facing in America 250 is what's our national
Life
narrative?
is political,
If we
dickhead.
can't agree on that, then that's a sub-political problem that's real. And I think at the heart of all these
Oh, I don't want to be
America
political,
250 fights
so I'm just
are
going to get
this. What is
fucked
our
by the
national
state.
narrative? We used to have a sort of consensus about that. We were an exodus story. Americans left oppression, they crossed the wilderness and came to the promised land. The founders wanted to put at least some of the Moses on the great city of the United States. Every immigrant group said, yes, I'm an exodus story. Martin Luther King talked about exodus more than the New Testament almost, a slight exaggeration. But it's the idea that we are that country, and people no longer believe in that narrative, a lot of people.
David Brooks, Jonathan Capehart. We'll pick up again another time soon. Good to see you both. Thank you so much.
It's, hang on, we gotta flip it back, sorry. It says, the War Powers Act was created in 1970 2003, after the Nixon admin secretly bombed Cambodia during the Vietnam War. Source, Richard Nixon Presidential Library and Museum.
Epic. That is very funny.
Sourcing your own shit to call you a piece of shit.
Women have played a vital role in building the technologies that shape modern life, yet their contributions have at times been overlooked, minimized, or left out of the historical record. A new exhibition seeks to tell a fuller story. Featuring artists from California and beyond, it draws connections between the work performed in Silicon Valley's laboratories and the generations of labor women have carried out in factories, offices, and homes around the world. Special correspondent Mike Saray reports from San Jose for our Arts and Culture series, Canvas.
The old analog clock atop the historic wing of the San Jose Museum of Art is considered to be one of the early examples of high technology here in the capital of the Silicon Valley.
It's a representation of the importance of the marriage of art and technology in our community.
Jeremiah Wilson Davis, the executive director of the San Jose Museum of Art, is trying to bridge the technology and art gap, real or imagine, with exhibits appealing to both cultures.
The idea that art and technology are divorced, I think, is a fallacy. Art and technology have been present since the very beginning. But the two are not separate. They're born from the same human impulse, and that's why they share a root in the ancient Greek word techne.
The museum's current Motherboards exhibit, titled after a computer's main circuit board and nervous system, shows how connected women and technology have been since the early days of computing and the evolution of the Silicon Valley. Rhonda Holberton was originally a sculptor before adopting some of the digital art tools to advance her craft.
The piece that I made for Motherboards is partly inspired by my own familial history. My great-grandfather was both an engineer. He also had orchards here in Silicon Valley. And in fact, before Silicon Valley was Silicon Valley, it was known for its orchards as the Valley of the Heart's Delight. The sculpture itself is a plum branch, which is a nod to that agricultural history. So I've translated that plum branch from a 3D scan of an actual tree that are then 3D printed with bioplastics and resins.
Okay, I meant to send you the Economic Alliance. I sent it to Brazil instead. So accept that now. So that way when our alliance expires, it'll expire at the same
Ada
time.
Lovelace is largely known as the world's first computer programmer, or at least author of the first algorithm. So on the screen, on the face
isn't
of the
she a great
sculpture,
person?
On top of the 3D
Who?
model of the plum
Lovelace.
branch is a representation of Ada Lovelace's Note G algorithm,
sure she
the
is.
first algorithm, turned into binary code and then turned into black and white
Scientist.
pixels.
Silicon Valley AI chipmaker NVIDIA recently named one of their high-performance chips after this mid-19th century mathematician.
As a child, I loved problem solving, I loved math, I loved science, I loved making things.
Doesn't look like anything like a computer. It looks like an inverted couch or
Yeah.
something.
Looks like a
Sarah
dick.
Matthias earned degrees in both mechanical engineering and fine arts before becoming a digital artist.
Human computers, who were women who did a lot of computational work before the actual physical
great.
computer. They were humans who were
No
computers.
oil.
And so their work is sort of like the mother of the computer industry.
Her digital audiovisual collages included early technology drawings and patents filed by women.
You can do a lot of things with physical art, but in the digital space, you
Also, can you start
work in this three-dimensional
fucking converting
computer program,
Nubia cities so
and
she
you
fucking
can
pulls
add
back and gets
texture
out of my
to the,
goddamn territory with her
models,
apostles?
and you can move them around in certain ways, and you can collage them together in
You
a
have
digital
so much
space.
fucking oil.
This physical representation of her collages with pink fur accents is called Kitchen Computer Plushie. It was inspired by this 1969 Neiman Marcus catalog ad for an early Honeywell kitchen computer, the size of today's kitchen islands, with the tagline, "If she can only cook as well as Honeywell computes."
I love to use humor in my work because it can take really challenging ideas and make them more accessible. It can also make them amusing, and there's a history in art of using humor for that.
This traditional Navajo weaving of the Pentium microchip recognizes the contributions of Navajo women's arts and craft skills to computing while they worked at Intel's chip fabrication facilities in Arizona and New Mexico.
Unlike some art forms that might stay on the computer or stay in a screen, digital weaving comes off the screen and it comes onto the wall, and you have a physical wall.
Sarah Mills curated the companion Woven Pixel exhibition at the nearby San Jose
See how
Museum
massive
of Quilts and
Vietnam is?
Textiles. It
Yeah.
represents how full circle a traditional art form, like weaving, has come because of technology. The entire process is now computerized. As
That's why
much or
Brazil's
as
in the
little
water.
as the artist
Where else can
wants.
they go?
The interesting
Right,
thing about
sure.
weaving is that you can go back and forth. You can go from a computer to a hand loom. And so now weavers embrace both because it is easy to work with your hands and a computer.
When not creating digital art, Rhonda Holberton is an assistant professor of digital arts at San Jose State University, one of the first universities to combine fine arts and digital technology into a degree program.
I think the genesis of art and technology, the integration, started in places where technology is located, because artists, universities were able to play around with some of the first computers.
The growing popularity of the city's first Friday art gallery walks is testimony to how connected the tech and arts communities can be in the Silicon Valley when it comes to breaking rules and creating things. For the PBS NewsHour, Mike Saray in San Jose, California.
And we'll be back shortly to hear from a Brooklyn chef who's making family dinners for $5.
But first, take a moment to hear from your local PBS station. It's a chance to offer your support, which helps to keep programs like this one on the air.
For those of you staying with us, we take a second look now at a federal provision that's changing the definition of hemp, a small tweak that could have a huge impact on the booming market.
Jeffrey Brown has our encore report from Kentucky.
Inside a 25,000 square foot facility in Louisville, adult use gummies are being churned out at Cornbread Hemp. The supplements with flavors like blueberry and blood orange have CBD, a compound that advocates cite for its therapeutic benefits, including combating anxiety, insomnia, and inflammation. But they also include THC, which has an intoxicating effect. Though popular confusion abounds, they're not made from marijuana, but from another variety of the same plant, hemp. And they're fully legal for now.
This is the first step. This is a super sack of our hemp produced, grown here in Kentucky.
Jim Higdon is co-founder of Cornbread Hemp.
And here's our certificate from the Kentucky Department of Agriculture that certifies that the THC content is well below that 0.3% standard, that we need to make sure that this remains a federally legal product.
The 2018 Farm Bill legalized hemp after decades of prohibition because of its connection to marijuana. In fact, the plant has been cultivated in Kentucky since the 18th century.
Hemp
What the
grows so
fuck?
luxuriantly in Kentucky that harvesting is sometimes difficult.
Including during World War II, when the fibers from the plant were crucial to the war effort, turned into rope, textiles, and even parachute webbing.
As for
You know, it's fascinating because he said it's grown in Kentucky, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, in the late Haudenosaunee Empire, there was a sixth nation that joined called the Tuscarora, and
Yep.
their name actually basically means hemp weaver.
Oh, interesting.
Because they brought the hemp with them and were able to create the textiles for the empire. So because like before, a lot of the textiles would be animal skins, like deer skins.
Okay.
And stuff. And the Tuscarora brought this hemp technology with them to allow them to do different types of weaves and things like that, different cordage and ropes and stuff.
Yeah, interesting.
But the Tuscarora actually come from the population that is later displaced by the Trail of Tears.
Oh.
So they weren't.
Interesting.
So they're technically not. They're part of the Haudenosaunee Empire, but technically not Iroquois. I think. I don't know if they speak. Like they learned it because they integrated into the empire, but
not actually sure whether.
Yeah, I think they spoke a different language at first.
Interesting.
I'd have to check. But like even in our history classes where we learned about the Iroquois, like they like never talked about the Tuscarora.
Wonder why.
So they came later in the empire, I guess.
The United States Navy, every battleship requires 34,000 feet of rope.
It was these types of industrial uses that advocates like then Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell cited in supporting hemp legalization 7 years ago. But that also brought unexpected consequences as the popularity of CBD grew and entrepreneurs created products that extract a small amount of THC in hemp, bringing a boom in products like gummies and beverages that can get you high.
It's a surprising marketplace that people didn't realize existed. We've recently expanded and built out our gummy production facilities because of the popularity and the projections of continued popularity of these products.
The 7-year-old company employs more than 100 people, and today legally
Hell
ships
yeah.
its products to almost every state in the country. But that legal future is now in jeopardy.
Great.
Unfortunately, companies have exploited a loophole in the 2018 legislation.
How are you still
taking
alive?
Legal amount
Die already.
of THC from
Fucking
hemp
hell.
and turning it into intoxicating substances.
Who gives a fuck? Alcohol is literally legal. Shut up. Literally, alcohol withdrawals kill people. John, how many people have died by marijuana? You ever
Probably
overdosed
someone.
on marijuana?
Probably someone.
Probably someone, right? It's a non-zero chance that it's zero, but it's 100% that it's no more than 100 people, right? Alcohol literally kills you on withdrawals. Alcohol promotes violence by suppressing your basic brain function. You ever heard of anybody king hitting anybody while stoned? You want to know who does it most in Australia? Fucking people who are drinking. There is a massive problem in Australia where people just assault people randomly by punching them in the back of the head. This happens almost exclusively at nightclubs with alcohol involved. I guarantee this is not an Australia-only issue. So, once again, why exactly are we still treating THC like it's a fucking
And this is hemp
actual
even.
drug? Yes,
You
it's
know?
also hemp. Creating
It's even
CBD.
dumber.
And because some of them might have THC levels over 0.3, you want to kill this entire industry. Man, how pro-America are you? Die faster. Fall down and do the old person thing. Don't get back up. Please, for the love of God. Fucking hell.
Anyway, So it says Tuscarora are an indigenous people to the northeastern woodlands in Canada and the United States. They are an Iroquoian people recognized as a Native American tribe in the United States and First Nations people in Canada. The Tuscarora Nation is a federally recognized tribe based in New York, and the Tuscarora people in Canada are part of the Six Nations of the Grand River First Nation in Ontario. Prior to European contact, Tuscarora lived in the Carolinas, along the Roanoke, Neustadt, and Palamanco rivers. They were forced to migrate from North Carolina following conflicts with British colonists. So they already had spoken an Iroquoian language before they relocated into New York and were granted asylum among the 5 nations, making them 6 nations.
Very interesting. Did I build the terracotta army?
So they were hemp growers way before, because the Iroquois Empire is
huge,
big, but like it's really the states that aren't like inflicting imperial rule are just in New York, basically.
Jason.
I mean, their dominance is partially why France was able to ally with other nations in the area.
Fair.
Because those nations had something to gain with kind of nothing to lose. Just like with the Aztecs and the Spanish conquistadors, you know?
Yeah.
Of hemp led the recent effort to change the definition of it, citing how products like gummies have been too accessible to children. Starting in November, hemp will no longer be defined by just the amount of THC by weight in the dry hemp plant. Instead, federal law will limit all synthetic cannabinoids and the amount of THC in the final product being sold. The goal, to get intoxicating hemp products off the shelf.
What will the impact be on your company if this change?
If we can't diversify into products that do not contain any hemp, then it will mean the end of the company. It will certainly mean the end of every product that we currently make.
The industry does have its supporters in Washington, including Kentucky's other senator.
The numbers put forward in this bill will eliminate 100%
It's crazy.
of the hemp products
They're
in
the
our
same
country.
state.
Not all parts of the hemp industry are convinced this rule
That's the
change is a
diversity
death
of the
sentence.
Republican thought.
We've been
right
operating
there.
in this facility since 2018.
Chad Rosen is founder of Victory Hemp in northern Kentucky, which turns hemp seeds into non-intoxicating protein powder and oil. Another of the many uses of hemp.
This is not a ban on the entire hemp industry. It clearly defines that products from industrial hemp, as defined by those grown for the grain and the fiber, are not getting banned in any fashion. And we're not celebrating the cannabinoid sector potentially phasing extinction, but we are happy that industrial hemp has gotten some real regulatory definition.
He sees a huge potential for products like his, as well as other innovative uses of industrial hemp, like using the fiber for building materials and even as a sustainable lightweight alternative to plastic in auto manufacturing.
Couldn't
There's a lot of
agree more.
assumptions that come along with hemp, and half of what we do is just navigating the true story. We're constantly trying to impress on people that it's different genetics, different agronomy, different processing, different products, different consumer
That's a big word for
experience.
Americans, brother.
And so for that, the regulatory framework needs to be considered very different.
My fear is that it will drive a lot of people to go back underground to get product from their street dealers.
Dee Dee Taylor runs a consumer hemp shop in Louisville. She's also president of the Kentucky Hemp Association.
So I was driving, and in the same business, I saw something. It was called like legal cannabis or something, and the other business in there was a locksmith business, and I thought,
Yeah.
what a comical duo of businesses to have in the same lobby, you know? It's like they serve the same clientele.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of those in Australia that don't make a lot of sense either. Like, there'll be a massage parlor.
No, I
an
think it makes
accountant.
perfect sense. Who forgets their keys? Who gets locked out of their shit? I think that's what I'm saying. I think it's very funny. It's like jokes write themselves about that duo of businesses.
Is she started pulling back?
No.
No. Man, she's really fucking up your religion.
Yeah, and I'm in a fucking monumentality. So I wasn't pushing her out.
Yeah. Don't stress, because what I'll do is I'll try and wipe out her religion from your cities, even if it wipes out yours, and yours will be easier to get back. But you could also just put inquisitors and just purge all other religions from each city. So that is also an option.
I'm in an alliance with Nubia. I can't get spies in there right now.
Coal for open borders, 6 turns, and great work. Sure, fuck it. Why not?
In 2023, the group worked with state legislators
Raven.
to address concerns about the products, to restrict sales to those under 21, and mandate lab testing. Rules that will now be superseded by the new federal rule change.
And I don't take any pain medicine.
She worries for her customers like Charles Wempy.
When I go home, I'm going to be able to relax. I'm going to be able to maintain. I'm going to be able to play with my grandkids, all because of this.
Wempy is a Republican who voted for Mitch McConnell, but says he's disappointed in how Congress has changed the rules.
Until they sit in somebody's seat, they'll never realize. And I'm going to tear up because this helps me. And people do not realize it. It's a shame.
Is a compromise possible? Recently, President Trump asked Congress to reconsider the recent hemp rule change, and legislation has been introduced that would accomplish that while also adding age restrictions nationwide. But with the planting season right around the corner, the timeline for farmers here and around the country is very tight. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Jeffrey Brown in Kentucky.
With rising grocery prices, many Americans are struggling to provide healthy, complete meals for their families.
NewsHour digital anchor Dima Zain has the story of one chef who teaches his TikTok followers how to eat well on a budget, one $5 meal at a time.
You should not feel ashamed because you can't afford to make a meal. There's no shame in that. Everybody goes through struggles.
Chef Maurice Levine, or Chef Mo, as he's known on TikTok, isn't your typical culinary creator. High energy and boiling over with positivity, he specializes in creating delicious recipes on a tiny budget.
How to feed your family with $5.
And no, we aren't talking about a PB&J. Chef Mo teaches followers how to plan, shop, and prepare meals like sausage, biscuits, and gravy, veggie Alfredo, and even shepherd's pie. Well, he dubs it Chef Mo's Pie. But Chef Mo didn't start out as a penny-pinching chef. He launched his account last year to share cooking tips, but he soon learned some of his followers were struggling to afford basic necessities.
There was one message in particular of someone expressing how they thought the dish was amazing, they couldn't wait to try it, but they had to wait till next month to buy the ingredients to make the dish. So I had reached back.
Are you going to absorb Anshan?
I asked what exactly do they need are they missing to make that dish?
Levine
I'll
learned
put
that
him
the
in city-states
commenter's
over
life
the
circumstances
water.
had changed in a blink of an eye.
They didn't have certain spices, something that I take for granted, you take for granted, and we wouldn't think how somebody couldn't have salt and pepper, or someone couldn't have paprika. And that really, that
Paprika?
was my eye-opening moment that people need help.
And just like that, the Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania-based chef launched a new budget-conscious series on his channel, How to Feed a Family with Just $5 or $10.
And I said, I'm going to make meals for $5. So I had went out to the store. I hit record. I said, let's feed your family for a meal of $5 or less.
Our total is $4.19. Holy, we even got change for a drink.
Chef Mo takes his viewers through stores like Dollar General, explaining why he's choosing specific items, striving for balanced nutrition and budget.
Let me see, we got garlic and herb. It already has the garlic in it, has herbs in it, and a sauce. We're getting an onion, so we're building flavor now.
In the kitchen, he details his every move to viewers, educating them on culinary techniques that add flavor to dishes on the cheap.
Good look at how much fat was rendered. That's all flavor, all that oily looking substance, that's fat from these sausages.
I explained how to emulsify sauces, how to bring these flavors together, how to marry them to where they sit on the palate and you don't have to feel like it's a $5 meal. You can actually smile and enjoy it.
After nearly a quarter century in the culinary field and 8 years as a head chef, Levine hopes to pass a dash of his expertise and intrigue about the science of cooking onto his viewers.
Instead of just showing how to make the dish, why don't we explain why we're doing this and this for the dish, so that will build the confidence in people so they could be able to cook.
Now a full-time social media chef armed with more than 800,000 TikTok followers and growing, Chef Mo hopes he can continue to help families struggling with rising food prices and an unpredictable economy.
What I think the most important thing of what I do is getting food into the bellies of
Brazil really wants to go to war
is
with
helping
Genghis
the
Khan. It's so
people
funny.
that need that help, that are too
He's already at war with
embarrassed
Vietnam.
or ashamed to ask for it, because that's a big problem. Food
Bro's biting
insecurity
off a
is
bit
a real
more than
thing.
he can chew.
And his followers appreciate the help. Comments pour in from people around the nation, thankful for Chef Mo's creative approach to tasty and affordable meals.
That's how you feed a family of 4 for $5.
PBS is like so calming, you know?
I can help a few people. I'd be honored to.
A sentiment that is
Like, it's so
seasoned
nice.
to perfection. For PBS News, I'm Dima Zane.
Thanks. Dude, my science is so high that I can't even get the inspirations for them before they're completed.
As always, there's a lot more online, including a look at the
Like, I can go
consequences of
from,
President Trump's tougher work requirements
banking
for Medicaid in Nebraska.
to
That's at
chemistry
pbs.org/newshour.
in
And be sure to tune into
10
Washington
turns.
Week with The Atlantic later tonight, right here on PBS. Jeffrey Goldberg and his panel discuss the so-called YOLO caucus
Rocketry in
and
16.
the political problems
I
it's
might do that.
creating for President Trump. That's tonight on Washington Week.
And be sure to watch both Horizons and Compass Points this weekend. You can find those on our YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts and on your local PBS station. Check your local listings for more.
And that is the News Hour for tonight. I'm Amna Navaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. For all of us here at the News Hour, thanks for spending part of your evening with us. Have a great weekend.
Wow, they're so nice.
Scandal's got the streets looking like it's Gotham City out here. So CoffeeZilla just made a video talking about his investigation that he's doing into the whole bricks and minifigs, reckless bin thing. And in doing this investigation, he discovered Lego vigilantes that have been going around causing a ruckus, even getting into physical altercations, throwing hands, eating knuckle sandwiches at other bricks and minifigs locations because they believe that they're all operated by the same cast of comic book villains here. I didn't think this needed to be said. I thought this was something everyone understood, but clearly not. The bricks and minifigs that started this whole thing was a single location that corporate came in and took control of and put in Dumb and Dumber, and that was Patient Zero here. That was the genesis of all of this. but that doesn't mean every Bricks and Minifigs is the same. See, the way that this works is these are franchise locations. So that means they are owned and operated by individuals that aren't necessarily Bricks and Minifigs corporate zombies like Ammon. Ammon isn't going to each and every single one of these locations with it putting everyone under his thumb and fucking tweaking on their nipples or anything. These other locations, like the ones where people are now going in their fucking slap box and getting the brass knuckles put on, are not associated with what happened here, and likely have no involvement with Ammon or any of the higher-ups on the Bricks and Minifigs food chain. They are separate entities under the same umbrella, but they are operated by different individuals that likely don't have a whole lot of, exchanging of saliva with the top brass at corporate. This isn't the fucking Tyranids. It's not some giant hive mind here where you march into your local Bricks and Minifigs in bumfuck Idaho and start beating up the manager there. All of a sudden, Ammon's going to be feeling all of those blows and falling over in pain while he's taking a shower. They are not connected in that way. They are owned, overall managed by the same big corporation, which is Bricks and Minifigs, but these franchisee locations have nothing.
Wait, the Tyranids, feel the pain of each other dying when they're taking damage? That's stupid. That just makes me further double down that the Zerg are better.
Zerg are better than what?
Nothing to do with what happened.
Huh?
Better than what, though?
The Tyranids.
Fair enough.
Here, or what Bricks and Minifigs corporate has been doing. And likely they are also extremely upset about everything that's happened here because it is affecting their business as well, because now there's no trust in the Bricks and Minifigs name, which is something I was talking about, where this torpedoes the entire business across the board because of this. Now, if there's ever a problem at a franchisee location, customers don't feel safe, that corporate will come in and help them. Based on everything that's happened here, they would be fearful, most likely, that they'll get butt-fucked by corporate should there arise an issue. So all of the Bricks and Minifigs locations outside of the main one that started all this probably aren't happy about how the corporate zombies at the main HQ have been conducting themselves or what's happened with this one location. So I didn't think any of that was something that needed explaining. I thought everyone understood how that worked, but clearly that is not the case after what I've seen CoffeeZilla covering here.
Some footage which kind of disturbed me, and I'm not going to be able to have the chance to address it in my main video, so I want to address it here while we're editing that mammoth of an investigation. I was leaked videos from inside Bricks and Minifigs stores, other locations that have nothing to do with the Reckless Bin missing Lego collection. People are going into them trying to be vigilantes and trying to get justice, by going up and harassing store employees. And in one case, I'll show you, they actually get in a physical fight with not someone from the store, not someone involved, but just a random guy who's trying to ask them to leave.
That's crazy. Obviously, this story has blown up to an unfathomable degree. But I don't know how anyone could delude themselves into thinking this kind of behavior is in any way, shape, or form helpful in the pursuit of justice. How is you going to a Bricks and Minifigs and just beating up a guy, just going over there and then just locking into pugilistic combat with a dude, somehow helping anything or anyone in this huge scandal? I just don't get it. I think in the case of these vigilantes, a lot of them were just looking for some kind of excuse to go start some shit. To feel justified in going out there and being a menace and fighting people. That's what I think. Because it is something we've seen before where if a story blows up and there's a perceived villain of the story, some people will go try and take advantage of that, exploiting that to get rowdy or sometimes get physical and then believe that they're on the right side of history and then everyone's going to clap for them. I just beat up this guy. Why is no one smiling? Where's my applause? There's just, I think, some people that are fishing for excuses for justified combat. And so they believed this was a slam dunk for them. But it's not. This is absolutely awful. It's so brain dead. You are a fucking idiot. To the guy that went out there and just started fighting in the bricks and minifigs.
A lot of these people, you can just see they're trying to channel that energy, but you're not that guy. You're at the wrong store. Okay, let's start there. You're talking to the wrong people. You're fighting, physically fighting with the wrong people. These people are having a UFC match on the floor of a Lego store over another guy's Lego collection that has nothing to do with any of what you're about to see.
Love that energy.
True. It is unbelievably stupid. Like, I don't believe a lot of the people that are doing this kind of behavior actually even care about what's happened here at all. Like I said, I still believe it's people that were looking for some kind of excuse to go out and start some shit and not get in trouble for it. But let's say a few of them really are doing this because they care this deeply about the story. Well, doing this is extremely detrimental in the pursuit of justice. All you are doing here is actually helping bricks and minifigs, because now you are giving them very easy ammunition to use legally to prove that Bin and his viral social media campaign have done nothing but incite violence against innocent people in the bricks and minifigs umbrella. You are giving them very, very easy layups here, like, look, here's video evidence showcasing terrible behavior, violent and aggressive behavior from individuals that have been inspired by Reckless Bin's videos. You see, Bin is the bad guy here. Look at what's happening to these innocent people in these stores. Like, I don't know why people can't, like, fucking think at all before going out and doing stupid shit like this. It's so incredibly dumb.
Here's the first video that I saw. I'm going to be blurring out some of this just for privacy reasons, and also because there are children in some of these videos, and I just want to make sure they don't get caught up in this.
You cannot talk to children in your You cannot talk to children. Not in my store. Look it up. Not in my store. You cannot talk to children. Call security. We're calling security. Call. Sir, if you are harassing our customers, they steal from people. Look at Reckless Ben's video.
Okay, so a guy with sunglasses and a sleeveless shirt walks into a random bricks and minifigs, from what it looks like, and decides to tell one of the store employees, hey, go look at Reckless Ben's YouTube channel. Go, as if he probably hasn't seen it already. And as if he has anything to do with it.
I can almost guarantee you every single franchisee across the country, across the globe, any single person with a pulse in the Lego community has probably heard about what's happened here with that Bricks and Minifigs location in the Reckless Bin video series. They all know about it. And like I said, they are probably also not happy about it because it is affecting their business
if only
that
people
they
would get this
operate.
activated
Totally
over
separate
the
from
genocide
everything that's
in
happened
Gaza.
over there and what's happened with corporate and the way that Ammon has conducted himself. So these locations, like the one that this guy is now targeting, they have nothing to do with it, can't do anything about it, and there are people now demanding that every Bricks and Minifigs franchisee just close their doors now in protest of what's happened here. It's not exactly that easy. This is their livelihood. This is how they put food on the table for their families. They can't just be like, oh, I saw that Reckless Bin video, alright, time to pack everything up, time to completely shut everything down and have $0 and have no backup plan overnight now. That is extremely unreasonable, and I imagine a lot of these owners are all trying to figure out what the next steps forward are in light of all this because of how bad this has become. And I imagine a lot of them aren't very supportive of how corporate has handled it. I don't think anyone in the world is necessarily on the side of how they've conducted themselves, but they operate totally separate from all of the hoopla that's happened. So it's not exactly something as easy as just, all right, time to move on, we're done here. Like, do you do that? Bricks and Minifigs is far from the only shady, possibly, allegedly corrupt corporation in America, and I imagine a lot of people watching this work jobs at major corporations. Do you go in and quit when you learn about the mistreatment of employees or a lot of the unsavory dealings of these mega corporations? I would imagine probably not, because it's a very difficult thing to just do, uprooting your whole life immediately overnight with no backup plan on where to go next. Like, I don't know why all of a sudden that's being requested of Bricks and Minifigs franchisees now.
I mean, I don't know, what's this guy supposed to do? Oh, geez, I saw the video, and now I'm going to make everything right. And I'm going to give back the collection. How does this guy do it? This guy doesn't know anything. What are you doing? This looks ridiculous.
It's who you work for, you guys. You're working for Trump, bro.
What?
You're working for Trump. Doors over here, pal. Okay.
I swear people are using the fact that, you know, the cops have behaved awfully. A lot of people have behaved awfully in this situation. To pretend it's like the day of the purge and they can live out their fantasy, going up to random store employees and saying, you work for Trump, bro.
You're working for Trump, bro. You're working for Trump.
Coffeezilla is sharing the same sentiment I am here about where, because this has become so big, everyone feels like now everything's permissible. You can go out there and just cause fucking havoc at brick and minifigs locations. PvP enabled now. This guy's going in there saying you're working for Trump. Trump probably can't even spell Lego. Like, I have no idea where that's even coming from here. I didn't recognize the Trump administration got involved in the bricks and minifigs scandal. That's news to me.
From another store location. In it, you'll see 3 people. One, in green, he came in to confront the manager. Up here is the store manager in blue. And over here, we got our white knight.
No. Cool. Here in public, yeah. You guys are liars. Get out of my store. No trespass. Hey, you call 911. Yeah, do it. Call 911.
So you can hear a little bit. He starts talking about something, and then you guys are liars. And then the guy responds, look, I'm going to trespass you. The other guy laughs and goes, yeah, do it.
Get out of my store. No trespass. Hey, you call 911. Yeah, do it. Call 911. Let's make it it's very heavy. Why are you in my store? You're going to leave next to you. Get out of here. Get up. You're going to have a serious attack.
So Coffeezilla gave a great, concise summary of exactly what unfolds here. I'm just kind of showing you the footage itself, but basically, that guy's gone in there to berate the manager, talking about how he's working for liars, and then another customer over there is hearing this, and he's not too happy that they're besmirching the good name of the bricks and minifigs that he's in. So the other customer is coming to defend the honor of this store, which is outrageously silly. The guy doesn't even work there, is not even associated with the company in any way, shape, or form. He's just a shopper who didn't like hearing these mean things about bricks and minifigs. So he physically intervenes, puts hands on the guy, and that's what starts the fight.
We're going on site 1, leave. Who are you? You work here? No, I don't. Who's fucking you? I'm sure. You know why I'm talking about? Yeah, I do. You know why? Yeah, okay. Well, now get out. You want to wrap this up in this video? You have no authority. I don't work here. You don't either. Yeah.
So our altercation really is one guy going, you don't work here, and the other guy says, well, neither do you. This ain't gonna find the Legos. Brian Mansell's collection ain't in the store, guys.
I just wanted to speak with you. Then you leave. Dude, who are you? You have no authority. Why don't you tell me what happened? But why are you not listening? Why are you not listening to someone listening?
I know I'm going to have to blur a lot of this. They're getting in some serious, brain damage in some of these hits here. A little CTE over a Lego store, guys. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. And
it doesn't make a lot of sense. That's very true. I cannot wrap my head around how anyone would think this is somehow helpful in any way, shape, or form. To be marching into the local Lego store here like you're some superhero to have some stern words with the manager. And then I also can't understand how just a customer at the store would be like, absolutely not on my watch, and then start putting hands on the guy for it and then getting into a fight. Like a full-blown fight. It's just absurd. It's actual, it's just preposterous.
It's preposterous.
No. Sorry, bitch.
This is ridiculous.
Retribution's coming. Justice, God, justice, glory, always. You will be testified to life. Yeah, I'll be. Fuck you. When you're a business expert, you have to get They took my phone.
Okay, so pretty much from here you can see what starts to be drips of blood falling from the guy in black's face. I mean, his face is jacked up from this fight.
Actually pretty brutal. So he does have a lot of blood leaking from his face there. The guy then leaves the store, apparently took his phone too, so he robbed him as well. I don't see how he thinks he's the hero in the story by brutalizing this guy.
It's embarrassing. You're just another bad person in this situation if you behave like this. And even the guy who's like playing, superhero in the store, going up to the other guy and engaging and trying to put hands on the other guy, that also is just escalating things. I feel like this entire situation has been a series of unnecessary escalations.
It really is just embarrassing trash behavior all around. I didn't think there was a world where people would think that somehow this kind of action is justified or helpful to the overall case here and the pursuit of justice. I didn't realize there was confusion on how all of this was even unfolding in the first place in regards to it being this one location and those franchisees. I didn't realize people thought that extended to every single Bricks and Minifigs around the country. That is just not how it works. You going to your local one isn't going to somehow locate Brian's father's Legos, or you're not going to uncover some huge secret there that blows the lid wide open on this case or anything like that. All you're going to do is once again cause a fucking unnecessary ruckus like this, maybe get into a fight, I suppose. It's just dumb. It really is. So yeah, the Lego vigilante trend here, pretty cringe shit. That's really about it. So yeah.
Oh, hey, guys. Guys, you gotta say when you're here, man. Hello, guys. Welcome back to my channel. I'm this is my new channel, The Legal Weasel. The legal toilet. You know there's that guy, The Legal Eagle. He's very popular on YouTube, thinks he's handsome. I'm actually bringing him to court for thinking he's too handsome. I'm also suing
Hassan Parker. The story of how I got swatted, all because of Legos. The whole thing started with me investigating a Lego company called Bricks and Minifigs. The company.
Okay, cool, man. Usually we talk about this kind of stuff on this channel.
I'm stomping on my penis.
Oh, I think he actually covered this story.
It's probably one of the wildest stories I've ever seen. The Bricks and Minifigs.
Ew, man. Okay, but anyway, man, this is kind of a fun one because this is some kind of a viral thing. This video got 3.4 million views in 5 days.
Not bad, dude.
And yeah, this thing's all over the place. But long story short, what this YouTuber, kind of goofy YouTuber, like catches on camera over and over again, is allegedly legally speaking, allegedly, and from what I understand, to my ability and understanding and viewing upon this video, he captured on camera like this, not even like police corruption, I feel like it's beyond that, like police insanity. I don't know if it's because it has Legos involved, and people are like, oh, I eat those. American people, American grown-ups, oh, I put those in my mouth and nose. They're interested in this now, but it's just like, I don't know about the police, man. I don't know if they're looking out for people. Actually, man, this is disturbing.
No. Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Okay? Yeah, this cop pulled my arm so far back, it dislocated my shoulder.
Oh, this is kind of amazing, man. There's a bunch of, young YouTube viewers, intro into like corruption and power and all this stuff. But basically the story is that like some dude, I think his grandfather, these little details aren't important. Some dude's grandfather, what was he doing with all these Legos? Some dude's grandfather had a bunch of Legos. He's putting them in his mouth, maybe. From what I understand, that's what Legos are for. You put them in your mouth, try to eat them, choke. And he brought them to this place with an annoying name called, what is it called? Bricks and Minifigs. And Minifigs is my new least favorite word. Minifigs is my new least favorite word. It's short for miniature Lego figures. Minifigs. Mini toilets. But anyway, a long story short, he brings them to this company that buys and sells Legos. Used Legos, so they've been in people's mouths already? No thanks. It's a chain, it's a franchise. And long story short, just to brush past all the details on this annoying crap, you know, this guy brought his, I don't know, grandfather or whatever, all his Star Wars, pre-mouthed Star Wars Legos, and they just, like, allegedly, from what I understand, satire, like, didn't pay this guy for this apparently giant, somewhat valuable Lego collection. So this guy's like, I don't know what to do. I'll contact a goofy YouTuber. What's the guy's name? Reckless Ben. Let's see some Ben, please.
I created the scariest Mario Kart course of all time.
Calm your ass down, man.
Mario Kart in real life.
That's
Extreme
dangerous.
Edition.
Hey, somebody's gonna get hurt doing that. Somebody's gonna do one of these doing that. Somebody's gonna do one of these. Okay, so whatever. This Lego guy who allegedly, didn't get paid for these Legos that he dumped at this, what is it? What's the stupid name? Fig Smith? What is it? Mini Figs. You know, allegedly wasn't getting his payment from this giant Star Wars Lego collection from Mini Figs. He's like, I don't know what to do. They stole my crap. So he reaches out to this guy who's kind of a clicksman, bit of a clicksmith, bit of a click.
Pendejo.
As you can see, he's like doing Mr. Beast type crap. So he's like, oh yeah, I'll do a video about this. I'll go investigate this. It's Lego related, so I could put Lego in the title. And it's a great video, just content-wise, you know, regardless of, like, the legal crap in the case and all this. It's a great video, just YouTube content-wise. What is the stupid thing called? I got arrested because of Legos. I got arrested because of toilets. And I went down kind of a rabbit hole watching, like, legal analysis of this, you know?
Hi, I'm a YouTube lawyer.
And I watched a bunch of these videos where they're, like, going through this and they're like, oh, he should have done this, he should have done that, but, like, all of these YouTube lawyers kind of agree. One thing they all match up on is like, why didn't this YouTube guy just like get a lawyer to deal with this? But that's the thing, you know, this guy is like obviously well-intentioned. He's just like kind of a goofy kid who does real life Mario Kart type crap. He's just a goofball. But he is like doing the right thing. He's like, it looks like this guy got scammed. I'll do an investigation. I'll film the whole thing. And the police could have said what these lawyers say, where they're just like, this is what could have happened. Like, hey, look, you got to get a lawyer to deal with this. I don't know. Look, we don't know all the details of this crap. You got to get a lawyer, man. Please. Instead, what happens, and this is in Utah, this place has a name. This place in Utah has a name almost as stupid as Minifigs. What the hell is this dumb? What the hell is this dump called? What is it called? American Fork, Utah. Instead of doing that, just like, you gotta get a lawyer, man. We don't really know. I don't know what to do here, man. Just get a lawyer, deal with it, please. Instead, what these police in this goofball Utah Mormon town do is, like, lose their minds. And, like, lose their minds on camera. Oh, man, I mean, this is what we're dealing with here. They call these people, they call them law enforcement. And there's a video, I'm gonna play a video here of this stupid, ridiculous little town. They like, I guess they started a YouTube channel to respond to this, but they're law enforcement, law. And if you hear like cops or whatever, they always talk like, we saw 3 suspects in the vicinity of the area. You know, they're always doing that. So they're supposed to have some connection to the law. All they had to do is like, hey, look, a lot of this is like legally stuff. And you don't really know what you're doing, so like, just please get a lawyer to do this. Otherwise, you might end up get in trouble or something. You know, they could. Instead, what these many say, I don't say this, moronic. And what comes off as when you watch this video, just like corrupt beyond repair. Allegedly, it so appears from this, like every insane, demented, like abuse of power that these people could have done, they like do on camera, instead of just saying like, hey, you gotta get a lawyer to do this stuff, man. It is like baffling, man.
Hundreds or maybe thousands of you have reached out to me about covering the Reckless Ben Lego videos.
No,
basically, he's a YouTuber who made a video about a stolen Lego collection that ended with a bunch of crazy police interactions in this small town in Utah where the American Fork Police Department did some pretty wild things.
American Fork.
Instead of helping to get justice for the rightful owners of this stolen Lego collection, this police department instead helped protect the company accused of stealing the collection. And by protect,
kidding.
I'm talking about illegal traffic stops, illegal searches, illegal seizures, false arrests, malicious prosecutions, and more.
No, they did not. Does that make sense? So this is pretty interesting, man. All these legal people are weighing in on this. How many views on this? 3 mil?
3 mil?
Save some of those views for the rest of us.
Some of us small fish.
But this is kind of interesting. He talks to a civil rights attorney, YouTube style. I'm with the law offices of YouTube, and clicks. You've reached the law offices of
Hassan Parker,
and Paul Davidson. Okay, enough of that. Sorry. He talks to this civil rights guy on YouTube, and he's like, "Looks like these police officers are just doing one illegal thing after the next, man."
Did
Like,
you vote
what
for
is
the
this?
emergency for
What is
Genghis
this?
Khan?
Hey, this guy,
I didn't
you know,
get one, I don't think.
he got into some
the aid
deal,
request?
some consignment deal with
Yeah,
this,
you are here.
with this stupid Lego
chuck
franchise
500 gold in
company.
there, you'll get
you know, he's
Diplo
trying
points.
to get his Legos back so he can put them in his mouth. Let's be honest. Let's be honest about that. Maybe that's why they wouldn't give the Legos back. They were they were worried he was gonna choke on them. But this really is one of just the most bizarre, what appears to be like a dysfunctional legal system, like top to bottom. And then what appears to be allegedly, now I'm not saying this, someone else said it, and I have no knowledge of their whereabouts, just like demented, stupid, and incompetent corruption that gets caught on camera over and over and over. Like this guy, this goofy YouTuber comes to town, and he's like, I'm gonna make some content out of trying to get this guy's Legos back. And they just go full Serpico on his butt on camera. What the hell is this?
All those in favor, there's a scandal rocking the United States right now
Calm your
about
ass down,
stolen
man.
Legos. And it is related to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. This is perhaps the most requested video we've ever had. We've had so many people sending us
Showing
DMs
off.
about this issue.
It's ungodly.
And
to show off.
there's allegations of corruption. Mormon Mafia is
God bless
trending
you.
again.
Okay, this is a video I found right here, all by myself, no one helped. What's this goddamn thing called right here? The Mormon response to the Lego scandal. So from my understanding, these young men, these mighty ducks right here, are members of the Church of, what the hell is the thing called? The Church of Jesus Christ.
God bless you.
Of Latter-day Saints. I'm actually a member of the Church of former day saints. Cut that. But they got some views off of this, man. They know how to do it. They're clicksmiths as well. They're like, oh, this thing is trending. It has a Mormon angle to it. We're little Mormon kids. You know, these Latter-day Saints right here seem kind of sweet. I kind of like them.
I can
I don't know.
officially say that I've won the holy war because, like all dumb AI, she's now spending her faith on Inquisitor cultist. Or, no, just a cultist. So now all her faith is going to go to that. She's not going to buy apostles and shit.
Hilarious. Ooh. Perfect neighborhood. Yes, please.
Watch. You know, that Nick Shirley kid is giving them all a bad name. Yeah, but he does appear to have been hit on the head, so... But they seem kind of nice, you know, they're just like, we're not in a mafia, I guess, is the theme of this video. Because there's a part in the what's the guy's name? Reckless Ben video, you know, the origin of all this, where he's like, I think these police are all tied up in the Mormon church. I think that's what's going on. And it's like, I'm not so, I don't know about that one. Seems a little more straightforward what might be going on here.
But that's not all. He's also facing a 333-page civil lawsuit filed by BAM Franchising and other plaintiffs, and it's quite detailed. It's full of allegations. What they are claiming is their side of the story, replete with numerous screenshots from the Reckless Ben videos, as well as numerous civil causes of action, including a Utah RICO claim, defamation, injurious falsehood, whatever that is, civil conspiracy, tortious interference, civil stalking, nuisance, trespass, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and unjust enrichment. Meanwhile, as you know...
Oh, man, this story is amazing, and it's hilarious, man. What it looks like, allegedly, to my understanding, in ad turnum, for entertainment purposes only, all rights reserved for questions or comments. please contact a lawyer. What it looks like, you could go watch it. What's the guy's name? The Legal Beagle. You could go watch his thing on this where he gets into all the details, but it looks like this Lego, you know, this company for people that want to put these little things in their mouth. That's what they do. Let's be honest about it.
Let's stop running away from that.
You know, they have this little franchise where they buy and sell Legos. You know, that little franchise there was like, I don't know, in financial trouble, it so appears, allegedly. It's just like this big legal / financial back and forth with the franchise of the franchisee. But this is funny. It sort of looks similar to the police situation where they're just hitting this YouTuber with this crazy 300+ page lawsuit. Even this, you know, civil rights guy is like, what the hell is all this crap? So it's like, and maybe that explains this bizarre and incompetent and demented police behavior. Okay, here's a little video I found right here.
Hot
relevant
take.
to the matter.
Brazil didn't forward settle you at all, but you should start forward settling him.
What do you mean? You're fucking pressuring
There's
all
nowhere
my
near
shit.
any of your cities. If you settled that close to him, he wouldn't be like, don't settle near me, like every AI says.
At hand, relevant to the current matter of alleged impropriety, Deus Machina. Okay, this is the CEO of this little block company, of this buy and sell little blocks and little men company. This is kind of funny. He says something kind of funny in here. Here we go.
So, you know, our franchise operates on the buy-sell trade model for Lego.
No, it doesn't.
We love Lego and everything that it stands for. And so
I thought that was kind of funny. Lego and everything it stands for. Yeah, thank you. You know, for us, Legos are not just little stupid plastic blocks that people put in their mouths. From what I understand, it's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle.
It's a belief system. And what is that belief system? This is the reporter. What is that belief system of Legos? It is mostly putting them in your mouths and stepping on them. You know, your kid leaves them out, you step on it, sharp. Then you go, God damn, that little bastard. You know, that's kind of what we believe here at whatever the hell this company is. That's our ethos. Okay, thank you. I'm still not clear on what the hell you're talking about, but thank you. Okay, yeah, man. So still like the unavoidable like main question with this bizarre little blocks case is like, what the hell were those police doing, man? What the hell is going on with those?
I'm a perfectly stable individual.
That's like the main thing, and now you have like the whole world, the whole
Depending on
internet
how fast my spy gets to the city, I might be able to knock out a city on
Fork,
loyalty.
Utah, and their police department. They're doing this, and they're doing this. That's like the main thing, but then you see this like giant lawsuit from this company where that civil rights attorney YouTube dude is like, oh, there's like RICO charges in here, there's all kind of crap, it's 300 pages or whatever the hell. What that looks like, allegedly, none of my business, some guy that I know said who's a bad guy who smokes. What that looks like, according to that bad guy, is like, oh man, this is gonna like permanently destroy this stupid company, this stupid block company. So we'll do like a giant lawsuit of that YouTuber. That's what we can do. That's what we can do now. And that's like the question. It's like, what's the police connection to that there, right there? Okay, let's check the comments on this little block CEO. What are these absolute maniacs in the comments saying? What do these absolute...
You're a little baby!
...say? This CEO went from barely known to hated by millions. Oh yeah, he's definitely getting a lot of eyes and attention for his great company. Hey, wait a second! He's saying that in a negative light, I believe. What does this bad guy right here say? This company needs to go away. People need to speak with their wallets. My wallet is out here like...
I'm having a hard time.
My wallet is telling me...
Cut your meat.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. These are like the most... the currently most hated people of internet. The CEO of this company, who nobody in the comments believes, they're just like, he's lying.
He was telling a different tune.
He's trying to clean this up, man. So he's one of the most universally hated men of the world right now.
Regarding possible impairment, Officer Hawkins asked Shaw if he would be willing to participate in field sobriety testing.
Yeah.
To ensure
Okay.
he was safe to drive.
Gotta speak up, man.
Shaw agreed.
Where's your background,
Tests were
dude?
conducted and no signs of impairment were observed.
Okay.
During this same time,
Okay, I'm gonna turn you up, man. Because the American Police Department is not great with audio, apparently. At the current time, I'm going to have to enact a lowering of the audio on said video. Okay, that was me doing the police department. Okay. I'm gonna turn you up, man. You guys gotta fix this audio. Here we go.
while Officer Hawkins was conducting his investigation, Officer Froughton used his police service dog to conduct an open-air sniff around the vehicle. Froughton's police service dog alerted to the presence of the odor of a controlled substance, and the vehicle was subsequently searched. No illegal substances were located inside of the vehicle.
Oh no. Okay, so this police department made the huge mistake with terrible audio of creating, it looks like, creating a YouTube channel and uploading one video to it, which is this, talking about this disaster that they seemed to have allegedly did. Huge mistake, and left the comments on. What does this guy have to say about that? Incredibly bold to keep comments enabled. Well, they don't know how to disable them. Corruption over Legos is crazy. Oh, wise guy alert. Wise guy alert right here. Here's the wise guy alert.
Son Parker.
When you can't redact the audio, so you redact the volume. Hey, he's referencing that these guys allegedly, according to someone, were redacting stuff from their body cams. New police lying ASMR dropped. Oh yeah, this guy's voice is unlistenable. The fact that such blatant corruption can go unchecked is mad. This kind of blatant corruption is absolutely... What does this
Pendejo.
right here say? Alternate title, we defend criminals who steal from old people. Hey, you can't say that. I charge you with 3 counts of... and assisting a... toilet. Yeah, man, this does seem like, on its face, like just a wacky story. There's a really good Tech Dirt article about this. And they call the, what's the guy's name?
Jack?
Ben? Furious Ben.
Hello.
Do you know what boy throb is?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
No, hang on. I wouldn't tell you if you did know.
No, I do not know. Is this some gay thing?
Kinda. Kinda. It depends on what you consider gay. Okay, so... Many people suspect that Nathan Fielder is behind the group.
Which group?
Boy Throb.
Oh.
Okay?
Okay.
They're a boy band, okay? But they have a little twist. Okay? I even typing it in on the autocomplete, it says Boy Throb Nathan Fielder.
Oh, that's funny.
What do you think their little twist is?
I don't even know. Could be anything. Bye.
Is Boy Throb real or is it a joke? This is a very serious investigation.
Is it a
Buckle up.
joke?
Okay, in case you're living under a rock, Boy Throb is a boy band that's been created on TikTok. There's 4 members, but only 3 of them are in America, and then 1 member is in India. His name's Deshaun. They're trying to get to 1 million followers so they can bring him back to America. This is Anthony Key. He is a part of the band, and he's also...
Okay, so they constantly say things like, help us get to America.
Mm-hmm.
Webcam's just fucking up today. Like, if we get 1 million followers, somehow our 4th member will get to America? What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
had a career in music in the past. This is one tick for evidence that Boy Throb is real. Now, the whole storyline about them having to get 1 million followers on Instagram and TikTok to get Deshaun back to America isn't actually immigration law. Follower count can help a visa be approved, but the exact number that these guys are using is storytelling. Let me bring to you Anthony Poe, who is an extremely famous creator known for
John,
long-form, highly produced social
you need to make sure that
videos,
Nubia does not get
just
this
like
next
the
scientist.
viral Timothy Chalamet lookalike competition, which he created.
My
The biggest piece of
shit
evidence
broken.
is Anthony Poe follows Deshaun on Instagram. Now, people could say that he's just a massive fan of whatever they're doing, or people could say this is something that he's done in the past and then suddenly these people have appeared in his videos. People on Reddit are having a lot to say about this. Someone even messaged Anthony Key and said, or should I say Anthony Poe, and Anthony Key actually decided to reply to this where he could have ignored it. Most recently, he made a video about wanting to make the #1 album on the Billboard charts with a collection of smaller artists, which is interesting that his biggest priority at the moment is music. Creators in his inner circle have been interacting with Boythrob. They've been using the sounds and they've also been commenting on the videos. So it's within his ecosystem for sure. Currently,
One by
on Instagram,
one, they
they're
were
on
all becoming
448K, and on TikTok, they're on over 800,000. So they're honestly so close. And whatever this is, I love it, but I do think in my investigative journey of doing this, it's not real. And I think we all know that deep down. Is Boythrob real or is it a joke? This is a
on my radar. Boythrob, decked out in pastel pink tracksuits and bright yellow sneakers, Boythrob sings about self-love and the joys of living life. There are 4 members of Boythrob: Anthony Keys, the heartthrob; Evan Papier, the drama; Zachary Sabanya, the smart one; and Darshan Magnum, the sweet one. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing any of those. The boys met each other through social media, at least that's what they claimed on the Zach Sang show. They all had decent social media followings, so it does make sense that they were at least aware of each other. Anthony and Evan were both former American Idol contestants, and they say they bonded over the negative experience they had on the show. In terms of solo efforts, Anthony has released an EP, and Evan has released a full-length album. Zach, who says he is currently in law school, blew up on TikTok for doing what I can only describe as very...
What's the difference between an EP and an album?
EP is like 4 or 5 songs.
Okay, so it's just like a preview thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Very odd and uncanny dance moves. He also went to Berklee College of Music for music engineering, so he definitely has some musical expertise. And since Anthony, Evan, and Zach are from different parts of the country, they decided to rent a house in Hollywood to pursue their artistic endeavors. Okay, so far that kind of tracks. Then we have the 4th member, Darshan. He's from India, and from what I can tell, he has a huge internet following on Instagram. Mostly, his social media presence is of him doing auto-tune covers of popular songs like Sabrina Carpenter's Espresso and Taylor Swift's Wildest Dreams. He does a lot of sponsored content and has even gotten shoutouts from celebrities like Rose from Blackpink, praising his cover of her song. He was also featured on an episode of the Adult Swim show, Ha Ha You Clowns. Aside from the TV show appearance, all of this happened before he joined Boythrob, but alas, he can't join the rest of Boythrob in sunny Los Angeles because he's stuck in India. Instead of putting their music at the forefront of their social media presence, Boythrob seems to be most concerned with getting Darshan a visa so he can come to the US and finally perform with the group. That's the narrative, at least. Now, to me, this all feels a little off, and the explanation for Boythrob's inception seems a little bit thin. I suppose meeting strangers on the internet isn't an unusual thing, but there are so many odd situations and artistic choices here that hinder their success. It's not the usual path for getting a boy band up and running, more on that later, and we're really just skimming the surface here. So let's get into the details. Number 1, questionable beginnings. The boys have been fairly upfront about...
Pushing your religion? Have you finally started pushing your religion?
Oh, yeah. She switched to cultist, so it's fine.
Good.
Big runner.
how the band started, as I mentioned earlier, it's easier
Hey,
than
get the
ever
fuck out of
to
my
connect
territory
with like-minded
with you
people
fucking
on the internet.
archaeologists.
So the whole "we just messaged each other" thing is sort of plausible. When you take
Like,
a
you
look
don't have
at their first
relic
TikTok
sites
video,
in your own
it
territory?
feels like they have everything mostly figured out. The matching pink tracksuits, the Hollywood house, awkward edits of Darshan, and their ultimate plan to win a Grammy. Unfortunately, I did not catch their humble beginnings from the get-go, but it appears as though they didn't even have a name for the band. In their second TikTok video, they
He's
revealed
not
their
going
chosen
in your
name,
territory.
voted on
He's
by their
going into
fans, I
Nubia.
suppose.
As long as
Although
he's
Epstein's
going into
Angels
Nubia, I
was
don't
the
give a
number
shit.
one choice, they went with the much safer and totally family-friendly
Because I'm building
Boythrob,
archaeologists
which
now.
to me seems like an obvious dick joke and a parody of the boy bands of yesteryear. They even had their first live performance at a Los Angeles nursing home. When even their band name feels like a joke, it's a little hard to take Boythrob's sincerity at face value. Number 2, the music videos. Boythrob put out their first single, Finger, on December 12, 2025, followed by a music video directed by popular music video director Charlotte Rutherford on January 30th, 2026. If it's not off-putting enough to name a song Finger, I'd recommend watching the music video for yourself. At first glance, it seems innocent enough. It follows Anthony, Evan, and Zach taking a stroll along a green-screened Hollywood boulevard. Since Darshan is obviously stuck in India, they have to sort of superimpose him in the video. But they do it in the weirdest spots, like in a faraway billboard when the first chorus kicks in, and a helicopter banner that quickly flies by in the second chorus. And during the second pre-chorus, Anthony, Evan, and Zach are shown crawling through what appears to be Los Angeles' sewer system, but if the sewer system was somehow secretly the halls of Versailles. It's a little convoluted, guys. Also, the popular TikTok comedian Dax Flame makes an unremarkable appearance for seemingly no reason whatsoever. Boythrob announced their second single, Can't Stop the Throb, on their Zach Sang Show appearance. And on March 28, 2026, the music video was released, featuring animation from Maddie Keel, an artist who's known for grotesque renderings of famous cartoons, as well as his own original works that are equally as uncanny. So of course, the video for Can't Stop the Throb features Keel's signature style. Personally, I think the animation is amazing, but why would a boy band hire an artist like this? I mean, the video depicts a giant Darshan literally swallowing the other band members whole, with Darshan's visa at the back of his throat. It's a little weird, I'm just saying. So that brings us to number 3. What's going on with Darshan? Darshan, a key member of Boythrob, is currently not even allowed in the United States. Video after video were bombarded with pleas to the US government to legitimize Darshan's place in the group. Their immigration lawyer even makes appearances in their TikTok videos and music videos. We also get a video detailing the O1 visa application process and multiple videos of them performing in front of the Los Angeles Immigration Office. Eventually, they submit Darshan's visa application only to have it denied due to insufficient evidence. And they did seem sincerely upset about this. The question here is, why go through all the trouble of getting Darshan here instead of finding another influencer from the United States? What is it about Darshan in particular? He seems to be doing just fine as a singer and influencer in India, and there are plenty of young American singers who want their chance at fame and fortune as well. And don't get me wrong, I think he should be allowed to come here. It just seems a little bit forced. It seems like almost the project that is Boythrob is more intended to make a point rather than to become famous as a boy band, if that makes sense. Now, if you're thinking, why is any of this weird for a boy band? Let me give you some context. The term boy band can be thrown around loosely to describe bands as early as the Beatles and the Jackson 5, but in this instance, I'm really referencing manufactured boy bands, in which a group of random young men who are conventionally good-looking and can carry a tune are compiled into a group by a record executive or a label. Everything from their place in the band to their style are carefully manufactured and crafted in an effort to sell as many concert tickets and as much merchandise as possible. And surely you've heard of them. Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, One Direction, Korean boy bands, also known as K-pop boy bands, have recently gained popularity in America as well, most notably BTS. And K-pop bands in general are arguably more exploited, abused, and manufactured than American boy bands. So make of that what you will. What I'm really trying to get at is no successful boy band has ever just magically come together by the power of music. They are quite literally a product of the capitalist system, and every performance, song, piece of merchandise, and interband drama is created at the hands of the music industry.
Who's talking?
Like all of the pop groups are manufactured. All of it doesn't matter where they're from. Like all of these.
That's what he just
groups.
said.
No, I know. I'm agreeing with him. Like even like back in the 80s when they originally came out, like NSYNC and shit, it was all managed. It was all a corporate entity. They were never doing it off their own back like other bands do. You know how like 3-piece bands will start in a garage and then go play shows and then people find them, and you know that. I feel like that kind of natural growth doesn't occur with these pop groups.
Boythrob, however, feels uniquely manufactured, but somehow different from typical industry plants. I would like to present to you, dear viewer, one last piece of evidence. It involves late-night talk show host Jimmy Kimmel. The video in question, posted from Kimmel's account, shows an obviously staged meeting between Kimmel and Boythrob. Jimmy seems thrilled to be meeting Boythrob, as if he's been dying to link up with them for ages. At the very beginning of the video, on the left side, a man wearing sunglasses, a KN95 mask, and what appears to be supportive athletic shoes scrambles to put on a floppy sun hat, the kind you might wear on a hike or while gardening. Here's the thing. This meeting is inside, probably backstage on Kimmel's set, with no sunshine to speak of. No one else in the video is wearing a mask. Certainly no one is wearing sunglasses. So why is this guy trying to hide his identity? Just to provide a bit of additional context here, I think it's fair to say Kimmel is known to be a bit appreciator. After all, he's had a long-running fake feud with Matt Damon, in which he apologizes to Damon at the end of the show for not having enough time to feature him. He's also gone along with several Nathan Fielder bits. My personal favorite is when he appeared with Emma Stone in promotion of their show, The Curse. Nathan walks on stage with a new look and attitude, and Kimmel just plays along, right? So if you haven't put the puzzle pieces together yet, let me do so for you. I believe Nathan Fielder is the mastermind behind Boythrob. Specifically, I think Fielder is centering immigration as a theme for season 3 of The Rehearsal. For some context, Fielder always has some sort of central theme for each season. In season 1, you can argue that it revolved around the uncertainty of parenting, and in season 2, aviation safety and the lack of communication in the cockpit. As of 2026, ICE raids and forceful deportations have been at the forefront of the Trump administration's string of harmful actions, so it makes sense why Fielder would center season 3 around this particular topic. And it does kind of evoke another one of those classic plans from Nathan for You. You know, one of Nathan's zany schemes. My theory is that Fielder is trying to get Darshan to the United States for an unknown reason, and to legitimize his visa application, he's contrived this entire boy band. And it's a boy band without their crucial fourth member, the sweet one. You gotta have the sweet one. The one that can hit those crazy high notes. It's like it's some sort of Andy Kaufman-esque stunt with Fielder's signature dry yet outlandish humor. I am certainly not the only person to point out this synchronicity. I should note that this boy band theory is not my own. The good people of the Rehearsal subreddit were the first to pick up on Boythrob's possible Fielder connection. And rest assured, I'll be keeping my eye on that subreddit for further updates and evidence. Something else to note is Fielder's meeting with Elizabeth Holmes, the notorious fraud behind the now defunct company Theranos. She's currently serving a sentence in a federal prison in Texas. Now, in March of 2025, over a year ago at this point, it was reported that Fielder visited Holmes in prison, and that's all we really know. If you've watched or read anything about Holmes, you'll know that she's a master manipulator. How else could she convince venture capitalists that she revolutionized blood testing? My current hypothesis is that Fielder met with Holmes to ask her how to use manipulative techniques effectively. Fielder himself has been accused of participating in manipulative behavior under the guise of the so-called Fielder method, an acting technique he created in season 1 of The Rehearsal. I'm not entirely sure if any of this is related to Boythrob, but I thought it was worth pointing out regardless. Okay, so this was a little bit more of an informal installment of Nightmare Masterclass. Thank you for bearing with me here. Let me know what you think. I don't really know about this one. Now
That's so crazy. I immediately was thinking of Nathan Fielder and then unpaused, and R.M. Brown is talking about Nathan Fielder. Unless he mentioned him before that.
What was that?
Nothing.
Who mentioned him before? Because, like, my question is still why? Like, if Nathan Fielder is doing this, why?
For a show.
Just purely for a show?
Yeah.
Okay. But the visa thing is so strange.
Can't hear you.
The visa thing is so strange.
Everything about them is strange.
Yeah.
But, like,
It's
that
very
might
odd.
also be the marketing gimmick behind them themselves. Like, they might be doing it in a strange way because it's fucking working.
Yeah.
Because
Do
of
you
how weird the band is.
think that this happened before Nathan Fielder got involved? Or do you think it was
I don't know if
pitched to
Nathan
him?
Fielder's involved, is all I'm saying.
Ah, okay, so it's not confirmed.
No.
It's a suspicion. Okay. So if, like... But, okay, for a show, sure, but the visa thing is so strange. So, like, even... Like, in the event that he is, right? Let's say that he is. Why?
For the show.
No, outside of the show. Why? Why the visa? That's so weird.
Yeah, that's Nathan for you. Get it? I made a joke about his show.
Fucking stop that. God fucking damn it. Can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
No.
Okay, let's see if it works on my phone.
What do you want for people?
Doesn't work on my phone either.
What great people? Actually, what's a Monitore? What's she getting the most in? 7, 10, 15.
Of and assisting a toilet. Yeah, man, this does seem like on its face like just a wacky story. There's a really good Tector article about this, and they call the what's the guy's name, Ben? Furious Ben or whatever. They call him a Timu Nathan Fielder. Like, he does try to do Nathan Fielder type crap. He's like, oh, I did like a weird... He does some stuff that he could get in trouble for. Or at least is not, like, legally smart, I guess. But he still tries to do all these tricks and stuff, Nathan Fielder style
really
crap.
getting
So it is, like, wacky on its
except-
face, but it is, like, I think why people
Right.
are actually
Like,
interested
she's not
in this.
good at anything.
Why this
She
is
doesn't
kind of
have
a
great
big deal
people
is,
production.
like,
Yeah.
just top to bottom, it's like, oh, man. Our, like, legal system, justice system, it, like, controls... It, like, touches every part of our life. Oh, the contract this and oh, did that. And there's all these papers and crap. Our whole lives are, like, dictated by all these, like, legal papers and all this crap. Oh, and if you want somebody who knows about that stuff to help you, you gotta be rich, though. If you're not, then you go straight to hell. Like, that's a big part of it. I found another
Deranged?
YouTube lawyer, one of my counsel. My counsel of YouTube Esquire. Okay. This guy kind of has, like, the best summary of this whole thing before it, like, really got out of control. Let's take a look at this guy right here.
Let's take a look at this legal nerd right here. People call him not me, allegedly.
But some of it's going to get him sued, and some of it has already gotten him arrested.
Nah, that's a lie.
The point today is not whether his methods were right. The point is his methods produced an outcome that institutional legal process was not going to produce in this case, in this time frame for this plaintiff.
Right.
That asymmetry is worth understanding on its own terms,
Exactly.
whether you approve of him or not. Let me close with my autopsy. Bricks and
I don't have
Minifigs
time.
faced
Okay, go
Bricks
ahead.
and Minifigs faced a defendable conversion
was
claim
gonna do
in November of
musician.
2024,
Oh, they
settling
banned
for
it.
the wholesale value of
Yeah.
the consigned property somewhere between $60,000 and $100,000 would have ended this dispute with no public-facing damage to the brand. That's what competent franchise counsel would have advised. 18 months later, where are we? The franchisor is a defendant in a civil suit by the former franchisee. The former location is closed under a $100,000 default judgment.
Oh, it
The
sounds
Reckless
bad.
Ben video has over 250,000 views and counting. The Bricks
It's
and
got millions
Minifigs
now.
brand is publicly associated in collector communities with the phrase, "We stole a family's life savings."
This is kind of interesting. This is before this, like, really became, like, the internet story. What the hell is this guy's name right here? Lawful Masses with Leonard French, featuring
Hassan Parker
as
Paul Davidson.
This is kind of interesting, man. Hear this guy's, like, a little legal take on this. This is what it seems like this guy's saying, where he's like, yeah, it seems kind of messed up that they had to resort to, like, contacting a YouTuber because this case wasn't going anywhere. This guy's just losing all his Legos. This guy has absolutely lost his Legos on this. It's a new thing I want to get in the culture.
Oh man, I'm losing my Legos on this deal.
But that is true. This story does show the legal system is a little bit of a disaster. It's dysfunctional. You know, this is kind of, I read a little bit about this stupid little brick company, and they are like a pretty big company. We're making some serious money, man. And a lot of the stuff I'm reading in my YouTube counsel seems to be implying, like, this little brick company kind of stinks, man. A lot of the crazy whoa stuff they're doing is kind of similar to the way the police were behaving. But that is kind of a positive thing that this YouTuber, like, accidentally did. Timu Nathan Fielder, people call him, not me. He's like, he kind of accidentally stumbled into exposing, like, just the total dysfunction of, like, the American legal system. It's just like, oh, you have money? You can kind of do whatever you want. It's all about that. You're a normal person? Go to hell. Go straight to hell, goddamn you.
The second to last one restrains the defendants from creating or posting, going forward, any content about the company that the order calls false, misleading, harassing, or defamatory.
Oh my God.
The last one reaches backwards. It orders that existing videos, the order calls them the publications, be immediately removed and taken down from any online streaming platform.
Wow. Okay, yeah, man. This is the final twist of this wacky story right here. Of this right here.
This city that might flip is a fucking 9-pop, too. With Cole and Niter.
Mm-hmm. I know, that's why I was wanting to flip it. Because I saw the Niter. I couldn't get there fast enough.
Do you need Niter?
Yeah, I need all the Niter. I have 0 oil, so...
I don't even see oil yet.
You've got all of it, pretty much. So when you get there, just power build tanks. Because I have no army. I'm building line infantry at the moment. And bombards.
It looks like, according to this guy, from what I understand, allegedly, a guy I don't know and have no recollection of his whereabouts said, what it looks like now is this same company is now trying to they are just self-destructing in legal ways, it appears. They're trying to get this, what's the guy's name? Wacky Ben? They're trying to get Wacky Ben, now they're trying to get Wacky Ben to take down all his videos or something. They're doing little legal papers and little legal Lego bricks to try to get his videos removed. And it looks like that's not really working because, that's stupid. But it is kind of interesting, this big company that does seem to make a lot of money from what I read. This little dumb, stupid little put them in your mouth bricks company, they do seem to make a lot of money. And their insane, demented, people call it, behavior does seem to kind of mirror that of the police. That's kind of weird. But this legal, what is it? Lawful masses. Len French here, he is kind of covering this a lot. And I've listened to a bunch of these my YouTube council. And especially in this video, but kind of all of them, this little brick company comes off as very insane. It so appears. None of my business. And that's legal. I mean, it's what even is the point of this? They're trying to, it looks like, in their own crazy way, trying to censor speech about this, which just is bringing more and more attention to it and making them more villainous. So it's kind of crazy. It's their company's falling apart, which could have been avoided. The whole thing is insane. It does show all this corruption and dysfunction in the legal system, but it's also this company that appears to have a lot of money, just doing every insane thing they can think of to try to control this situation, then just making it infinitely worse. And now they're known for this. But one thing that these lawyers don't touch on and a lot,
can't get my
or as much as I
bitch.
want, is what the hell's going on with those police? What the hell's going on there? And what's with the green screen? What's with the green screen video? Hi, it's me, the police guy. I talk very quietly and we keep the audio very quiet. And I'm in a void right now, okay? I'm in a void, and if you have a problem with that, you get one of these. And 4 of these. And 1 count of this. Well, there we go, guys. The insane story of the week, month. The top story of the internet right there. Little bricks. Stepping on them, putting them in your mouth. Acting insane. What appears to be bizarrely insane police corruption of one sort or another, allegedly. I didn't say that, somebody else did. What an amazing story. And what an amazing fact that I'm about to present here. It's the weekend. And I hope you guys have a great one filled with little stupid bricks. Swallowing them, choking on them. Building a Star Wars piece of crap, an Ewok village or whatever the hell it is, and then immediately destroying it. Stepping on it, kicking it.
That's what we do. That's
what Legos stand for and fall for. You know what I mean? Anyway, talk to you guys next time. Bye-bye. Oh, man.
Where's little Greg?
Little who?
The correspondent that he hired, little Greg.
Ah. Good point.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Dorg?
I'm Amy Goodman. Senate Republicans have rammed through a $70 billion budget reconciliation package to fund Trump's immigration crackdown through 2029. This is in addition to the $170 billion already approved for ICE and Border Patrol last year as part of Trump's so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski was the sole Republican to vote against the bill early Friday morning. The legislation does not include language that would permanently bar the Trump administration from creating a $1.8 billion slush fund for Trump's MAGA allies, a ban that was backed even by some Republicans. The legislation now heads to the House. This comes as detained immigrants continue to raise alarm over the inhumane, unsanitary, and dangerous conditions they face in ICE jails nationwide, amidst a record number of deaths in ICE custody since Trump's return to office. At least 18 immigrants have died in ICE custody since the beginning of the year alone. Meanwhile, the Washington Post reports ICE plans to stop reporting deaths of immigrants that occur within 30 days of being released from custody. Israeli attacks across Lebanon have killed at least 6 people so far today, despite the announcement of an extension of the U.S.-brokered so-called ceasefire. The agreement between Israeli and Lebanese diplomats seeks to create zones inside Lebanon in which Hezbollah operatives would be banned. Hezbollah has not been part of the negotiations, which the group's leader, Naim Qassem, has rejected as a farce. On Thursday, Qassem also warned of more retaliatory attacks unless Israel agrees to a comprehensive ceasefire and withdraws from southern Lebanon. Over 3,500 people have now been killed, more than 10,000 injured in Israeli strikes on Lebanon since early March. Meanwhile, U.S. lawmakers have voted down a resolution seeking to block U.S. military support for Israel's assault on Lebanon. On Thursday, 91 House Democrats joined nearly all Republicans in a vote of 324 to 92 to defeat the resolution authored by Michigan Congressmember Rashida Tlaib, who forced the vote over what she called Israel's genocidal war on Lebanon. Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says there will be no peace in the region until Israeli forces withdraw from Lebanon and has reaffirmed its support for Hezbollah. This comes as the World Food Program warns millions of people face acute hunger due to soaring costs and shortages of fuel and fertilizer due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The UN agency warns the crisis has pushed an additional 2.5 million people in Somalia, 1.3 million people in Sri Lanka, and 2.3 million in Afghanistan into acute food insecurity. In the Gaza Strip, Al Jazeera reports a Palestinian family of 5 was burned alive as they slept in their beds when Israel bombed their home in Gaza City overnight. They were among 9 people killed in the attack. This is a Palestinian man who lost his daughter and his 2 grandchildren.
The war did not end. It is a hoax. The war did not end. They're fooling people. Nothing ended. They are martyrs every day. They are martyrs in all places in Gaza every day. What war ended? The war ended from one side only.
Since October, when Israel agreed on paper to a U.S.-brokered ceasefire with Hamas, it's killed nearly 950 Palestinians in near constant attacks on Gaza. Nearly 3,000 others have been wounded in that time. The Trump administration's begun dismantling the Ocean Observatory's initiative, a network of ocean floor sensors that collect critical data on marine ecosystems, ocean currents, and the climate crisis. The National Science Foundation said this week it'll decommission more than 900 deep-sea sensors installed a decade ago. Its closure was recommended by the Heritage Foundation Project 2025 playbook for Trump's presidency. Scientists warn the move will severely degrade efforts to monitor changing climate patterns and could negatively affect weather forecasting and extreme weather alerts. The Trump administration's proposed rule changes to the Federal Register that would give the president and his political appointees far more power to decide how billions of dollars of scientific research grants are awarded. Draft regulations released by the Office of Management and Budget would give partisan political appointees oversight over how grants are awarded to scientists researching everything from vaccine safety to LGBTQ+ health to the climate crisis. Trump appointees would also have the power to terminate
The fuck
active
is that?
projects and could
Got a
limit
possum?
international scientific collaborations.
Nah.
The American
Case.
Association for the Advancement of Science condemned the proposed rule as a brazen power grab and said it would make future discoveries less likely. The Union of Concerned Scientists warned, quote, it could also give politically connected industries a functional veto over research that might reveal risks associated with products and practices. The White House has announced funding for construction of what would be the first new U.S. coal plants in 13 years. On Thursday, President Trump announced $700 million in new federal funding for the coal industry during an Oval Office gathering with Republican governors and cabinet
Damn,
members.
she beat you on that aid request.
China, if you look at so many of the successful countries, they're using coal. If you look at some of the real great failures countries, they're using wind.
Still ahead
Just keeps blowing, and puts you right out of business.
This week's attorneys general from 7 states sued the Trump administration over its efforts to cancel a major offshore wind lease off the coast of New York. President Trump appeared to struggle to remain awake during his appearance in the Oval Office Thursday, closing his eyes for extended periods of time, and at one point slumping in his chair at the Resolute desk. It's the latest in a series of public events where Trump appeared to doze off in full view of the White House press corps. On Wednesday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio testified to a House committee that he'd never seen President Trump fall asleep. That prompted California Congressmember Ted Lieu to accuse Rubio of lying to Congress. Lieu then played video from a December cabinet meeting where Rubio praised Trump's leadership while the president appeared to sleep.
You are literally talking about issues of war and peace, and Donald Trump is sleeping right next to you.
No, he's not.
If Donald Trump cannot stay awake at these important meetings where the cameras are rolling, imagine what he's like when the cameras are not there. So I'm going to ask you, have you been at classified meetings where Donald Trump has fallen asleep or had trouble staying awake?
I've never been at any meeting where, and the things you're showing me now, he was not falling asleep.
The online prediction markets platform known as Kalshi has reported the disgraced former Republican Congressmember George Santos to federal authorities on suspicion of insider trading. 2 sources familiar with the investigation say Kalshi contacted the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and the Department of Justice after Santos placed bets on whether or not he would attend the State of the Union address last February. Santos bet against his own attendance after posting this video to his hundreds of thousands of social media followers.
I'm going to be there for the State of the Union in the gallery, guys. Just chill, trolls, chill, okay?
Santos was expelled from Congress in 2023 and pleaded guilty last year to wire fraud, identity theft, lying to Congress, stealing money from campaign donors, and fraudulent unemployment claims.
Sounds like a good
guy. He was released from federal prison in October after President Trump commuted his 7-year sentence. It's not clear whether Santos will face new criminal charges. This comes after President Trump lashed out at prominent politicians who've sought to regulate or ban Kalshi and similar platforms. Writing on his Truth Social site after Minnesota last month became the first state to ban prediction markets, Trump called Governor Tim Walz scum, along with Chris Christie, Letitia James, and J.B. Pritzker. Trump added, quote, other countries are after this new form of financial market, and we want to remain at the top. Likewise, and even more importantly, where we're currently the crypto, Bitcoin, etc. capital of the world, other countries are trying to diligently replace us in that capacity, but we won't let that happen, Trump wrote. Democratic lawmakers are urging the Trump administration to scrap a proposal making it easier for 401ks and other retirement plans to offer investments in cryptocurrency, private equity, and so-called alternative assets. In a letter to the Labor Department, Senators Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders and Congressmember Bobby Scott warned, quote, this would strip long-held investor protections from retirement savers and encourage the use of more risky, complex, and expensive investments. The proposed rule is harmful to American workers, they wrote. In California, voters in the city of Monterey Park have approved a measure that permanently bans the construction of new data centers, defeating a proposal to build a massive new artificial intelligence site near a residential neighborhood. It's the first time a municipality has banned a data center through a direct ballot initiative. This comes as new research from the UN University warns that by 2030, global data centers are projected to consume 945 terawatt hours of electricity, or nearly triple what Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Nigeria consume annually combined. The report also finds data centers' water footprint will equal the basic annual domestic water needs of all 1.3 billion people in sub-Saharan Africa. In New Jersey, Republican Congressmember Tom Kean Jr. won an uncontested primary election on Tuesday, even though he has not been seen in public in over 3 months. Kean's campaign has offered little explanation for his absence, saying only it's due to a personal medical condition that might be several more weeks before Kean is healthy enough to return to Capitol Hill. Kean won the endorsement of President Trump, who praised him on social media as working tirelessly, while adding, quote, he will never let you down. Kean has missed over 100 votes since his disappearance in early March.
Never gonna let you down.
The House Oversight Committee has released a transcript of Pam Bondi's testimony before a closed-door session with lawmakers last month, revealing the former Attorney General sought to lay responsibility for the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files at the feet of her former deputy, Todd Blanche. Blanche once served as President Trump's lead criminal defense attorney before Trump tapped him as Deputy Attorney General under Bondi. After Trump fired Bondi in May, Trump elevated Blanche to acting Attorney General and has nominated him to permanently replace Pam Bondi. According to the transcript, Bondi said of Todd Blanche, quote, he was in charge of the process and the entire release of the Epstein files, unquote. In Peru, voters head to the polls for a presidential election Sunday that pits a leftist lawmaker against the daughter of a former dictator. Keiko Fujimori is the daughter of Peru's late ruler Alberto Fujimori. She faces Roberto Sanchez in a runoff election for the presidency this weekend. Sanchez has proposed drafting a new constitution to replace the current document, which was created under Fujimori's government in 1993.
What is happening?
Protesters ahead of the vote marched against Keiko Fujimori, demanding justice. This is Indira Hulika, a former Congress member and the daughter of a union leader who was killed under the regime of Alberto Fujimori.
Fujimorism has already captured the institutions, has already destroyed many democratic institutions, and that is why in this election, what we can choose is to give total power to Keiko Fujimori or open a path to rebuild democracy in our country.
A Colorado appeals court has reversed the homicide convictions of 2 paramedics in the 2019 death of Elijah McClain, an unarmed 23-year-old black man. McClain had been walking home from a convenience store when he was assaulted by Aurora police and put in a chokehold before paramedics administered a fatal dose of ketamine to his body. McClain went into cardiac arrest on his way to the hospital and died several days later. On Thursday, the Colorado Court of Appeals ordered new trials for the 2 paramedics, Peter Kichuniak and Jeremy Cooper. Kichuniak has been sentenced to 5 years in prison. Cooper avoided any prison time. And the French-Iranian artist, filmmaker, and graphic novelist Marjane Satrapi has died at the age of 56. In a statement, her relatives said she had, quote, died of sadness after the passing of her husband, Swedish producer Mattias Ripa, last year. Tributes have poured in from around the world honoring Satrapi, whose comic memoir Persepolis, about a rebellious young Iranian girl navigating life following the 1979 revolution, became an international phenomenon. In 2024, Satrapi spoke to Democracy Now! Just after Iranians elected Masoud Pezeshkian as president.
All the elected representatives of this country have their hand in the blood of the Iranian people, more or less, but they have their blood at the hand. Iranian young people, women, from all walks of life, they express their desire for a true secular democracy, and this regime will never change.
To see our interview with Marjane Satrapi, go to democracynow.org. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience...
There's a real crisis in democracy and illiberalism in the Western world because of our complicity with war crimes and our complicity in Israel's genocide. And instead of addressing these problems, instead of solving these issues, instead of leaning into the demands of the overwhelming majority of the masses, the American government and the Democratic Party, just like the Labor Party, which is supposed to be the left representation of politics in both these countries, has decided to suppress the needs of the masses, have decided to avoid having these conversations. Having said that, however, there is an opportunity here, as Adam Hamawi, Chris Robb in Philadelphia, and numerous insurgent candidates that are popping up all around the country.
How dare you settle close to me, literally right next to my Civ.
Defeating the establishment Democrats all around the country have created this
fucking Brazil
unavoidable force.
You want to see me fucking settle closer to you? You just wait, bitch.
A very good change within the party. And it's not just, of course, about Israel either. It's about these issues broadly. I feel like the center of power in the Democratic Party for far too long has conceded to the interests of profits, to the interests of corporations, and oftentimes placed them first and placed the interests of the population, the people, the masses, the working class last. Hopefully, we can make a change, and
Is there anything playing? I can't hear you.
I'm on the channel the guy was telling you about. A lot of Mersheimer.
Yeah, I want your opinion on it.
A lot of Mersheimer.
Yeah, but it's also from like the BRICS perspective, so I'm kind of interested to see whether they can come from that perspective and not be retarded.
No.
I do not expect it to be, but I'm very curious.
All right, Alexander, let's talk about Europe's search for a negotiator for Russia. Putin has floated out Schroeder. It doesn't look like Schroeder's going to be the negotiator for the Europeans, if we even get to that point. So now the Europeans are searching for a lead negotiator. And they're talking about Merkel, Alexander Stubb, Mario Draghi, of course, Mario Draghi, right? And even Kaja Kallas has been brought up as well.
Hey, they got branding on their
Russian
shirt.
Ambassador to the UN has said,
Yeah.
that's never going to happen.
They got half a
we
million
also have
subscribers, too.
the UK actually pausing oil sanctions because of shortages in jet fuel and diesel fuel, or a fear of diesel and jet fuel shortages. And when this was announced, the conservatives they were very upset with Stammer rolling back
The
sanctions.
logo looks very Assadi.
It is a very interesting logo. Oh, show me what you mean by Assadi.
It just, you
'Cause
know,
it's
even
eagle
the
with two
Syrian
heads.
logo now, you know, like it just looks very Syrian.
Are pausing sanctions on Russia, and this is going to strengthen Putin's
I
war
see what you
machine.
mean.
And the conservatives did not like it.
They got it. They even
And
got the
you
star
had,
above it too.
people in the Labour Party, like Wes Streeting, hitting at Stammer. It actually caused Stammer and his administration to roll back to take back the taking back of the pause of sanctions against Russian oil, and then he called Zelensky and he apologized. I guess sorry Zelensky for even thinking about pausing sanctions against Russia, which would benefit the people of the UK, right? I mean, if you were to do such a thing, you're doing it because you fear that this is going to cause trouble for the citizens of the UK. But I guess Ukraine comes first.
Well, of course it does. I mean, this is what is so extraordinary about this, because Starmer, of course, himself, ever since he became prime minister in 2024, has been Zelensky's greatest friend and greatest
has to navigate
ally.
The entire fucking world because of Brazil. But he seems to like me. I don't like him. Give me open borders. For 12 gold? Deal. Give him no gold. Give him no open borders. Fuck you. You just settled too close to my city. Shut up.
He's hugged him continuously outside Downing Street. He's introduced him to the king. He's been the major advocate of Zelensky in international fora. He's the person who's been promoting the coalition of the willing to send troops, British and French troops, to Ukraine. He's hosted meetings about this. He's supported every conceivable sanctions that you can imagine against the Russians. He was an advocate last year of confiscating the Russian frozen assets, and recently he's been proposing that Britain actually contribute to the 90 billion euro loan. So this absolute hardliner, the person who, again, a few weeks ago was giving permission to the Royal Navy to seize Russian or tankers carrying Russian oil on British territorial waters, does this complete flip. He says that, in fact, we're going to go on buying oil, diesel oil and aviation fuel from the Russians, after all, in contradiction to our own sanctions. And he doesn't come out straightforwardly and say why. He doesn't make a speech or go to Parliament and say we have this crisis that is developing. We all know what this crisis is. This is the crisis that comes of the situation with the Strait of Hormuz. It's essential to do this because people in Britain are suffering from it. What he does is he publishes this information in a technical document, hoping that no one will notice. Of course they do. There is an enormous crisis about this. And as you rightly say, what does he then do? He comes and apologizes to Zelensky, and he's criticized right across the British elite,
She's gonna put
British
a city on the coast
establishment,
here.
from within his own party, by the
She
Conservatives,
decided to
by all sorts of people, by the
She
media,
decided to
for making this
put a
pusillanimous.
city. Weird. Did they just get rid of one of my missionaries? How? She only has fucking cultists. 'Cause
gesture of helping Putin's war machine. No one in Britain, no one has provided any alternative solution for the oil shortages that we are going to start to see. But anyway, that's where we are. But it highlights the fact that one way or the other, Britain, as well as the other European states, however reluctantly, however grudgingly, are now facing realities that they really can't escape from.
Oh, good, you got
economic realities
apostles there as well.
in
Kill
terms
this
of
cunt.
the energy crisis, the deepening problems in the economy, the rises in the cost of living in Britain, in Europe, right across Europe. They are also now having to face the fact that the Americans are reducing their military footprint in Europe. They pulled up 5,000 troops out of Germany. They're not going to deploy the 4,000 troops they said they would deploy in Poland. There's apparently reports that more and more Europeans leaders are starting to think that the US is going to end its entire military presence in Europe altogether. So they're having to think of contingency plans for that. So they're having to face all of these things. They're having to face the fact that despite all the rhetoric about, Ukraine holding its own, it is not holding its own on the front lines, and things are deteriorating there. So gradually, ever so unwillingly, they're having to make concessions to reality. Starmer tried. He didn't really succeed because, well, he's Keir Starmer and he doesn't really believe in this. And
I'm bored.
Britain's.
So these guys have individual channels as well. If you go to related channels, you might
What's
be able to
going
find their
on with
individual
shipping?
ones.
The U.S. Congress hears about the
'Cause
future
I think that's
of U.S. maritime.
podcast.
I'm your host, Sal McCuckley. Welcome to today's episode. And yes, even though I was in Washington, D.C. yesterday, I was not testifying before Congress. I've done that once. I'm good. I'm done. Somebody else can do it. In this case, it is the administrator of the Maritime Administration, Captain Steve Carmel, and the chairperson of the Federal Maritime Commission, Laura DiBello, talking about the future of U.S. maritime. We're going to listen to their opening statements and the one question that was asked repeatedly during this hearing about the Jones
You
Act.
basically
if you're
have
new to
all
the
the
channel, hey, take a
aluminium as
moment,
well.
subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so be alerted about new videos as they come out. Here's the story yesterday by Mike Schuller. The Trump administration's push to rebuild America's maritime industry moved back into the spotlight Wednesday as lawmakers reviewed fiscal year 2027 budget requests from the Maritime Administration and Federal Maritime Commission, with officials outlining plans to expand the U.S. flag fleet, modernize shipyards, strengthen sea lift capacity, and bolster oversight of global shipping markets. So these two entities, the Maritime Administration, Federal Maritime Commission, have their roots back to the 1916 Shipping Act, which created something called the U.S. Shipping Board. That was further refined in 1920 with the Merchant Marine Act of that year, commonly known as the Jones Act. Believe it or not, the Jones Act does more than cabotage. In
Bro
this
loves
case,
the
it
Jones
really
Act.
empowered what became the U.S. Shipping Board, which eventually is split, and it's split in 1961, into these two entities, the Maritime Administration, which oversees domestic U.S. shipping, and the Federal Maritime Commission, which oversees U.S. international trade. The Maritime Administration Commissioner, Steve Carmel, is appointed by the President of the United States and serves at his pleasure. He goes through a Senate confirmation. The Federal Maritime Commission is a separate independent commission where the commissioners are appointed by the President. You have to have 3 of one party and 2 of the other party. And they serve for terms of 5 years, and they serve regardless. They can't be fired as commissioners. So at the hearing yesterday, you didn't just have Laura DiBello, chairperson of the commission there. You actually had 3 of the other 5 commissioners there sitting behind her. On the far right in red, that is Rebecca Dye. She is a stalwart in the Federal Maritime Commission, has been serving for quite a long time. Max Vedich behind Laura DiBello, and then right next to Max is former chairperson of the commission, Daniel Maffei. Maffei had been chairperson during the period of the Biden administration. And even next to Maffei is Corey Sink, one of the leading attorneys over at the Federal Maritime Commission. I actually know all of them, so it's always kind of cool when you see people you know. So let's go ahead and listen to the opening statement by Captain Carmel about the Maritime Administration.
Good morning, Chairman Ezell, Ranking Member Carbajal, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. There's a great deal happening at MARAD as we work on the issues we have discussed many times and begin implementing the Maritime Action Plan. Challenges remain, but we have a vision, a path forward, and we are executing.
So Captain Carmel is referring to what is called the Maritime Action Plan. And the Maritime Action Plan was put out by the White House in February of this year. They had been developing it since the president's executive order came out shortly after his second inauguration. Now, in the Maritime Action Plan, there are 4 key pillars. 1, rebuild U.S. shipbuilding capacity and capabilities. 2nd, reform workforce education and training. 3rd, protect the maritime industrial base. And 4th, national security, economic security, and industrial resilience. And you're going to hear those 4 pillars throughout this hearing.
The war with Iran highlighted some of our successes, while we still have areas where we still have room to improve. The best example is the tanker security program. TSP tankers have been fueling both MSC oilers and Navy carriers at sea, continuing the vital service they began in the Red Sea. This is not demonstrator operations, this is real-world contingency operations.
So Captain Carmel is talking about the tanker security program. So there is a couple of programs that the Maritime Administration oversees that supports U.S. ships in international trade. Understand, the U.S. Merchant Marine, the deep draft Merchant Marine, those involved in both international trade and domestic trade, in over 1,000 gross tons cargo vessels, you're only talking about 190 ships. So it's a fairly small Merchant Marine, 23rd
did you?
in the world. Yeah. In the international trade, there's only about 90 ships, and a lot of them are in one of these programs. Either the Cable Security Fleet, in which there's 2, the Maritime Security Program, where there's 60, or the Tanker Security Program, where there's 10. And Tanker Security Program has been in the news quite a bit. We had the incident involving Stena Immaculate off the coast of England, where the ship was rammed and caught fire. And then we had Stena Imperative, which was challenged by the Iranians before the war started and actually came under attack and was in the port of Bahrain and actually suffered a hit either from a missile or potentially from a interceptor that hit the vessel. Now, what Steve is referring to specifically here is the logistic support given to the U.S. military out in the Indian Ocean. I did a whole video on this on logistics war, where we talked about how Military Sealift Command and the U.S. Merchant Marine are supporting vessels out on the high seas.
All with maximum
and in particular, what he is
bonuses.
highlighting there are how tanker security programs, commercial tankers, providing direct refueling to ships out on the high seas. Now, typically this is done by ships of the Military Sealift Command, but what a console tanker, a consolidation tanker, does is it allows you to receive a fueling rig from an aircraft carrier, from a large deck amphibious vessel like the Tripoli, or from Military Sealift Command oilers and replenishment vessels, and you can transfer the fuel from the commercial tanker over to the Navy or MSC ship. This allows you to keep your ships at sea for a longer period of times. Normally, you would have to take that MSC oiler, run back to port, and refuel. With a console tanker, you can stay at sea longer. This was a bedrock principle developed by the U.S. during World War II. We kept this idea going until the end of the Cold War in the 1990s, got rid of it, and then in 2015 started to resurrect this idea, and it's been back ever since.
This is not demonstrator operations, this is real-world contingency operations. 2 of those ships are now being fitted with fuel delivery systems, essentially a standard MSC-type tension refueling at sea rig, so they function as oilers themselves. A little slower, a little fatter, but with twice the fuel capability at less than 1/10 the cost, delivered in months of steady years. This is a huge plus-up in MSC capability.
So this concept is another old concept that's coming back. Late 1980s, early 1990s, 2 commercial tankers, the Gianella and the Mathiasen, were fitted with what's called a modular fuel distribution system, MFDS. There's got to be an acronym. There's always an acronym. The MFDS system allowed those tankers to actually refuel Navy combatants because they had the rigs on board. Now, you had to fly out crews to man those rigs, usually Navy reservists or MSC crews out to do that. But what this will allow is, instead of just refueling aircraft carriers, large deck amphibs, and MSC underway replenishment ships, you can do smaller vessels. Huge capability. It was stupid to get rid of it. Now it's coming back.
And yet, for as much as they prove their value day in and day out, these tankers are short the one thing the whole fleet needs: cargo. There simply isn't enough to support more than the 10 ships in the program today, despite being authorized for 20. That is the heart of it. Any renewed maritime capability must be built on cargo, not just government cargo, because there isn't enough of that either. It must be built on access to our nation's commerce. A shipbuilding program without structured access to consistent cargo will not produce ships.
So if you want a drinking game with Administrator Carmel, every time he says the word cargo, take a drink. You will be drunk within a matter of moments, because that is his mantra. The mantra here is you can have all the ships in the U.S. cargo you want, but if you have nothing to stuff in them, that's a problem. Now, this shouldn't be a problem because cargo is at record levels. I mean, there's a shortage of tankers on the world's oceans, and we're moving more cargo than ever before. The problem is you got to get it into American ships. For the Maritime Security Program, it's not as bad because a lot of the ships in the Maritime Security Program are part of larger entities, Maersk Lines, Hauppauge, CMA, CGM, although not all of them. And in the Tanker Security Program, tankers work by going basically like Ubers. They go out on the tramp market, they go out on the spot market, and they find cargo. And one of the things that's happened, especially during this Trump administration, the second one, is a lot of curtailing of government cargo, especially aid cargo. And so what Carmel is talking about here is really the need to get more cargo onto these ships. Now, there are ways to do that.
We actually do have answers to the TSP cargo problem that do not rely on government cargo. We just need a coordinated all-government effort to make it happen, and we look forward to working with you for that.
I would have really loved a little more information on that. Okay, what's your plan? How are you going to do this? Really doesn't come up during the opening. It doesn't really come up during the hearing. And this is a really important element. How are you going to get cargo onto U.S. ships? I got ideas. I mean, let's waive tariffs on cargo on U.S. flag ships. If you want to get away from tariffs, put them on a U.S. flag ship. That seems pretty good to me. Let's go ahead and do that, since this president is really hopping on tariffs quite a bit. That seems like a mechanism. But I'm interested to hear how the Maritime Administration is going to put this together.
There is also where Ready Reserve Force creates problems. We are in active conversation with General Reed and Transcom on alternatives. But two issues stand out. First, every RF activation cannibalizes the cargo MSP carriers need to survive. MSP hasn't been funded at the authorized level for some time. Preference cargo keeps shrinking, and now the carriers are competing with the RF for what's left.
So Captain Carmel is talking about another issue here. The United States, the Maritime Administration, maintains a fleet called the Ready Reserve Force. These are ships laid up in ports along the west, east, and Gulf Coast of the United States. Roughly around 43 vessels right now. The numbers fluctuate here as ships come in and out of the fleet. But these ships are designed to be activated in a period of 5 days, and in case of a national emergency or war, they can be activated in 5 days, crews put on them. They maintain a small, about 1/3 of the crew necessary on board. You plus the crew up, sail it to a port of embarkation, load military equipment on it, and you sail it. The idea is these fill the role of the surge of military cargo across, while the U.S. commercial fleet will handle the sustainment. The problem has been in that right now, while we speak, there are 3 Ready Reserve Force vessels out moving cargo. One's in an exercise in the Pacific, 2 are over in the Mediterranean. And one of the big problems has been that the U.S. One of the problems has been is that the Transportation Command, this is the organization set up by the U.S. military to handle the movement of cargo for the Department of Defense, will periodically use RRF ships, Ready Reserve Force ships, instead of getting commercial ships out on the commercial market. And there's a lot of reasons behind it. I will tell you that lots of times they don't offer or they don't bid out the contract till too late, and so there's no commercial ship available, so they go to the Ready Reserve Force. You also want to exercise the Ready Reserve Force, and the problem is it's competition. The Ready Reserve Force was designed and created back in 1977, back when we had a pretty large merchant marine, and the idea was the Ready Reserve Force would be able to pick up the slack immediately and free up the U.S. commercial merchant marine to do other business. It has kind of morphed and changed over the time. The biggest problem with the Ready Reserve Force today is age. This fleet, again, is about 45 years old on average. So the ships are old. They're actually taking ships out. All the steam-powered ships are being laid up, so the fast sea lift ships are gone, the Cape Eyes are being phased out, and even though there is a recapitalization program to bring ships in, it hasn't been entirely successful. Some of the ships brought in were old to begin with. There were two roll-on roll-off ships brought in. They were already over 25 years old, and only one of the ships has actually been able to be incorporated into the fleet. Add to it, we're just seeing the aging out of that fleet. So a big issue about how the U.S. Merchant Marine supports the military in time of national defense. And he's already talked about two of them. One of them is this tanker support. The other is this dry cargo Ready Reserve Force support.
Second, manpower. We are roughly in balance for steady state shipping today, which means by definition we do not have mariners to crew a sustained RRF surge. This makes the current RRF manpower structure untenable. On RRF, though, we published today an RFI that would fundamentally alter how we might approach RRF recap, leveraging private capital and accelerating the shipbuilding agenda. This is a substantially new and innovative way of dealing with the RRF. We look forward to working with Transcom and you to find a path to make this and other innovative programs work.
So I have not yet seen that request for information that Captain Carmel is talking about. So they're trying to create a new way. I'm not a big fan of the Ready Reserve Force as it exists today. I don't like the idea of buying and building new ships to put into the reserve force. I like an active reserve force. I like the idea of having active ships out there that you can call upon and draw upon. So I'm really interested to see what this request for information is asking for. The other element that he discusses there is mariners, and mariners is a really key one. So just had a conversation with a key official over in the U.S. Coast Guard about credentialing for U.S. merchant mariners. Now, credentialing for U.S. merchant mariners is terrible. I mean, there's no other way to say it. It is terrible. It has suffered because of the shutdowns in the government. So when we had the Department of Homeland Security have their shutdowns, we know about the TSA. But the other problem was merchant marine credentials. They could not get their licenses updated. The site for maritime credentialing is located in the state that we associate with maritime all the time, West Virginia. That's right. In the mountains of West Virginia is the site for U.S. merchant marine credentialing. You can thank
I had only a night
for putting that
and there was
site
a
up
pikeman
there.
on
And
the
there's been huge
fucking
problems.
thing.
Everything from data to information to
Unreal.
printing, you name it. The different styles of credentialing
So
that
I had
come
to
out
suicide
is
him into
massive.
it.
However,
while my
one of the things
bombards
that
and my
the Coast
musket
Guard
had
has
made their way
started to
over.
tackle, and they're slowly beginning to do it, although it does have
And
issues
now I've
with
got
it,
some line
is
infantry coming.
improving this. It is very difficult to get your licenses. I have an inactive license. If I wanted to activate my license right now, it would take, I don't even know how long, but I'll give you the example that the former Deputy Maritime Administrator, Sang Yi, got his license reactivated, and it took him anywhere between, I think, 6 to 9 months to get it activated. And he's the Deputy Administrator of Maritime Administration. So if you're just interested in getting your license up to date, it's really, really difficult. So mariners is key, and we are at a crucial shortage of mariners. And the other thing is we can't even track how many mariners are out there because everything is done in a system whereby you can't pull data from it. So we don't know how many merchant mariners we are short.
I also ask the committee to remember that as trade evolves, data itself is now cargo.
Sure.
The United States runs about a $660 billion data deliverable exports that rides on more than rides on U.S. flagged ships. It moves on subsea cables. We have completely outsourced the ability to lay and repair that cable system. Outsourcing only works for as long as the other side stays willing to do it. This is a real strategic and economic vulnerability.
So Steve is mentioning the other aspect there, which is the cable security fleet, which is nice to call it a fleet. It's 2 ships. we need more cable security vessels. We need more ships able to lay cables, and we need more to support them. However, what we're seeing is a reduction in that. Matter of fact,
Brazil
we just
has
saw
3
the National
cities
Science
that are literally
Foundation
just one
have to
land
announce that
island.
they're curtailing U.S. Basically research underneath the world's oceans. They're pulling arrays up from around the world. Now, these are commercial, used for scientific purposes, but they do have a kind of secondary military feature to them. I'm going to do a whole video on
The
it. It's a
Viet Cong
really
are
fascinating
invading him.
topic. But we need more than the
Did
2
you
ships
just
currently in the
coax
cable
a
security
city-state
program.
to attack Brazil?
Finally, MARAD has launched a program
No.
for small nuclear reactors and commercial ship program. It would be a serious mistake to treat SMRs as a technology trick. Same trade architecture, different ship type. For more than a century, the shape of global trade has been first set by the cost of fuel, how fast ships go, how they route, and how big they get, where cargo concentrates. SMRs break that constraint, take
Why
fuel
can't I
cost out of
wage
the
war on this
equation, and the
cunt?
whole network reoptimizes around something else, speed and flexibility, for example. Optimal ship size will likely change as economies of scale calculations are upended. This could be as transformative as containerization and a real path to compete with China on terms we set. Whoever architects the new system will hold a dominant position in global trade for decades. The intent of the RFI is to ensure that it is us.
So the small modular reactor system, I think, is great. I mean, I've been pushing this for a long time. I think this is a technology that the U.S. can embrace. If we look at the history of the U.S. maritime sector, where the U.S. maritime sector excels is when we are in the forefront of a technology, whether it's Baltimore Clippers and clipper ships, schooners, whether it's diesel for fuel for propulsion at World War I, whether it's prefabrication, containerization, super tankers, the mega cruise ship, those are all came out of the United States. One of the stories out is that the aircraft carrier Ford, just back from its deployment, while it's in Norfolk, is going to use its nuclear plant to power the base. If we set up Jones Act tankers, and we're going to talk about this in a minute here with tankers, if you have ships that are working the coastwise of the United States, when they come into port, if they have nuclear plants, they can plug in and feed power back into the grid, provide backups for cities that lose power. This happened in the 1920s and 30s when cities like Tacoma lost power, and you bring in an aircraft carrier, I think it was Lexington, came in and provided power for the city.
We did outstanding work on war risk insurance during the war with 20 policies currently outstanding, valued at over $2 billion.
So I would have been really interested in some more detail there about that war risk. 20 policies, $2 billion. Who got those policies? What's going on here? You say they're out there. Are they actually being used? We had those 2 ships that came out, the Fairfax Alliance and the CS Anthem. Were they given war risk through it? This used to be a bedrock sector in the Maritime Administration and its precursor, the U.S. Maritime Commission, and before that, the U.S. Shipping Board. That's what they did in the World Wars. War risk was a key part of this. It doesn't do any good to set up war risk weeks after a conflict starts. It needs to be in place day one.
The larger point is this is a system. We cannot just focus on narrow segments. Today, we are totally reliant on China for containers and cranes, for example, which continues our U.S.-built ships.
Oh, my God.
Without containers, U.S.-built ships are useless. So the question before us is bigger than any single program. We rebuild the American power as one integrated system. We design and control cargo ships,
Mr. Mumbles over here.
underneath of it, or keep operating inside a system someone else built. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
So easy for me to sit here in the cheap seats and comment, but that's what I'm going to do, because one of the things I didn't hear in this entire opening statement is Jones Act, particularly the Jones Act waiver that has been in effect now for 60 days and then extended for another 90 days. I think as the job of the Maritime Administration is to promote and support the U.S. maritime sector, talking about the Jones Act would have been a proactive thing to do and lay out some ideas. We are already hearing about the shortage of tankers in the tanker security program to support the U.S. military out there. Why not include that in there? I think that is a key element here. Next, we have Chairman DeBello.
Good morning, Chairman Giselle, Ranking Member Carbajal, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today to present the Federal Maritime Commission's fiscal year 2027 budget request and to highlight our contributions to the administration's goal of revitalizing the U.S. maritime industry. I would like to acknowledge all of my fellow commissioners in the room with me today, as well as staff and those watching online. President Trump has centered the conversation of America's maritime dominance where it has the most significance, the economic impact shipping has on Americans. The President's Maritime Action Plan is helping restore America's position in the global maritime industry.
Oh, it's that one.
The FMC's unique role in administering a program of competition enforcement, distinct but parallel to antitrust law, protects the American consumer from unfavorable and unlawful shipping conditions, promotes competition in the country's ocean supply chain.
This craggy valley, actually a wadi on the west bank of the Nile, is known by the Arab Egyptians as Wadi el-Muluk, but history calls it the Valley of the Kings. It's one of the most extraordinary graveyards in human history. For 500 years, from about 1540 to about 1075 BCE, Egyptian pharaohs and nobles were laid to rest here in elegant underground tombs carved out of the limestone of which this valley is made. Some of the world's greatest archaeological treasures, specifically the fabulous cache of burial goods of the pharaoh Tutankhamun, have been found here. Many of the tombs here have been open and known about since antiquity. Some were discovered only later, many by European archaeologists who descended on Egypt in droves during the century after Napoleon's famous expedition to the Nile put this part of the world on Europeans' radar screens. The last decade of the 19th century was a particularly active time for scouting out tombs in the Valley of the Kings. On March 8, 1898, a French archaeologist named Victor Loret, who'd recently discovered the tomb of Pharaoh Thutmose III, thought he was on the verge of finding another tomb in the same vicinity. His team of workers, Egyptian laborers, excavated a straight wall and found a stairwell leading down. A small gray statue was discovered, bearing inside a cartouche the name Amenhotep II. The next day, March 9th, Loret's team entered the tomb. He recorded, quote, "It was only in the evening at 7 o'clock sharp that the upper part of the door, which was sufficiently cleared, allowed a venturesome soul to enter the tomb. The reis, foreman, entered first while holding a candle. I followed him. Large blocks of limestone jutted out under our bodies, and it was only after a dozen meters that we could gain a foothold, or thereabouts. The condition of the gallery showed that the tomb was not undisturbed. I expected it, given the broken antiquities found outside, but the reis, who was less of an archaeologist, was saddened by this. While still descending, we finally arrived on the edge of a deep and wide well that was not to be crossed. On the other side of the well, in the upper part of the wall, we barely distinguished, with the faint gleam of the candle, a dark patch which could only be the continuation of the tomb." End quote. The floor of the tomb was littered with rubble, bits of plaster, and various broken objects. Loret was right. Though no one had set foot in this room for about 3,000 years, it had clearly been ransacked in antiquity. Loret and his men found 4 large wooden boats or barks, each about 2 meters long. These were intended symbolically by the Egyptians to carry the dead into the afterlife. Inspecting them, Loret made a pretty grisly discovery. Quote, "I advance with a candle, and what a horrendous sight. A dead body is here, lying on the boat, totally dark, hideous, his grimacing face turned toward me and looking at me, its long and brown hair spread in curls around its head. I don't imagine for one instant that it could simply be an unwrapped mummy. Legs and arms are apparently attached. A hole is dug in the sternum, and an opening is gaping in the skull. Is this a human sacrifice victim? Is this a tomb robber from ancient times who had been assassinated by his companions in the event of a bloody sharing of the spoils? Or was he killed by police soldiers who intervened during the pillaging of the tomb?" End quote. Loret had unwittingly stumbled into one of the great mysteries of ancient Egypt. The tomb he found, which later gained the archaeological catalog number KV35, KV standing for King's Valley, was indeed originally built for Pharaoh Amenhotep II. But as he explored its rooms, Loret quickly discovered there were a lot more people here than the king the tomb was originally made for. Indeed, the dead guy lying on the boat wasn't Amenhotep II at all, but somebody else. While the main burial chamber of KV-35 did contain a sarcophagus with a mummy inside of it, identified from hieroglyphics as Amenhotep II, in the 2 side chambers of the tomb, Loret discovered the remains of over a dozen other people, not counting 2 disembodied skulls and a torn-off arm that couldn't be conclusively matched to any of the other mummies. KV-35 was in fact something of a chamber of horrors, with numerous mummified faces of people dead for thousands of years, leering at Loret and his team in the flickering light of candles. It also proved to be a place of profound mystery. Who were the people whose bodies had been stashed here? Why were they put here? Particularly those who'd had tombs specifically built for them elsewhere in the Valley of the Kings. And what could this tomb tell us about the tumultuous and convoluted history of Egypt's 18th and 19th dynasties, arguably its golden age? In this video, I'll try to unravel the mysteries of the tomb of Amenhotep II, one of the most unusual of the graves ever found in this remarkable ancient necropolis. This is the story of KV-35, Ancient Egypt's Chamber of Horrors. Hi, I'm Sean Munger, historian. I have a PhD in history, and my niche here on YouTube is doing extended deep dive videos on various historical subjects. This particular video, which is quite a bit shorter than my usual deep dives, is a companion piece to a video that went up on my channel a few days ago called Akhenaten, Egypt's Strangest King. That's about the famous heretic pharaoh, once called Amenhotep IV, who instituted a religious revolution in Egypt by asserting that an aspect of the sun, the Aten, was the only god, the first instance of monotheism in the historical record. You don't need to have seen that video to understand this one, or vice versa. Several of the main characters in Akhenaten's story, however, wound up being buried in KV-35, including Akhenaten's mother, Queen Tia, and a woman whose identity we don't know for sure, but who was proven via DNA evidence to be his sister. This is the mysterious younger lady. I mentioned in the Akhenaten video that I was going to do this spin-off side video specifically to deal with the issues surrounding this very unusual tomb, a story I thought was too far afield to belong properly within that video. In this video, I'm going to explain what Loret found in KV-35, and then we're going to go through all of the known occupants of the tomb one by one and try to figure out who they were and what they were doing there. Just a very quick heads up for those who may be interested. I have a book, a science fiction novel called Faraway Star, coming out on June 11th, 2026. It's available for pre-order now on Amazon Kindle, and it's also starting to appear on other retailers like Smashwords, Apple, etc. There will also be a paperback version available beginning June 11th, and eventually an audiobook. Link is in the description. The best way to describe what Victor Loret found in KV-35 is to let him tell it in his own words. Quote, "The crypt is even more cluttered than the rest of the room. You cannot walk in it. There are everywhere shattered vases, big painted wooden objects representing the sign of life and the sign of stability. In the left corner at the bottom, on top of a layer of debris, there is a large cow head made from wood, life-sized, which is turned toward us and is looking at us with its soft eyes. Is the open sarcophagus empty? I cannot hope for the opposite, because they never found the pharaohs in the necropolis of Biban el-Muluk, as all royal mummies have been removed in antiquity and laid in a safe place. I am painfully reaching the sepulchre, being careful not to shatter anything under my feet. In this sepulchre, I read everywhere outside the nomen and the pre-nomen of Amenhotep II. I lean over the ledge. I hold out a candle. Victory! A dark coffin is there at the bottom, with a bouquet of flowers at the head end, as well as a wreath of foliage at the foot end." End quote. Loret had found the mummy of Amenhotep II, the man for whom KV-35 had originally been intended. Now, Egyptian tombs like this one were essentially complexes of underground chambers, descending from a gallery connecting with the surface, which was apparently intended to be a public space. Amenhotep was found in the main burial chamber, which would have been private. His sarcophagus, being very heavy and made of stone, is still there to this day. His mummy is now held in the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization in Cairo. Amenhotep II was the 7th king of the 18th dynasty. In the main video on Akhenaten chapter 2, I gave a brief summary of what the 18th dynasty was and how it's situated in broader Egyptian history. This person ruled Egypt in the late 1400s BCE. Yes, I'm going to use the term BCE, not BC, in this video. If that offends you, turn this video off and go watch cat videos or something. Anyway, he succeeded his father, Thutmose III, who was sometimes called the Napoleon of ancient Egypt. This king undertook a number of military campaigns, both against hostile neighbors such as the Mitanni, and also against rebellious provinces and client states. He had numerous children, the most important of them being his son, Thutmose IV, who was the pharaoh who succeeded him. Prince Webensenu was another of his sons, and he may be, and probably is, one of the John Doe mummies found in KV 35. Amenhotep II died in 1397 BCE. It's not clear what he died of. Amenhotep II was located in the main burial chamber of KV 35. If this is all there was in the tomb, this would have been a pretty standard archaeological find. In fact, even a wildly successful one. Though plundered, there were impressions on the mummy of funerary jewelry, for instance, that had disappeared. The mummy was intact, conclusively identified, and at least some major objects were recovered. Loret was already famous for his discoveries, and this would have been yet another feather in his cap. However, the real mysteries came when he began peering into the side chambers. The mummy on the boat is another issue. I'll return to him later. But here's Loret's account, again, of what he found. The room was rather large, 3 meters by 4. The taper hardly illuminated it. I distinguished, nevertheless, 9 coffins laid on the ground, 6 at the back, occupying all the same space, 3 in the front, leaving to the right a small free space. There was only room in the length of the room for 2 coffins, in the width for 6, so that the mummies touched at their head, shoulders, and feet. 5 coffins had lids, the other 4 were without. It was not for the moment possible to think of entering the room and looking at the coffins at closer quarters. I said to myself that they were probably members of the royal family, analogous to the 2 princesses found in the tomb of Thutmose III. End quote. These mummies could be identified because they were in coffins, clearly marked with the cartouches of their owners. They represent a rogues gallery, some 300 years of ancient Egyptian history. I'm going to go through them one by one, but first, let's see what Loret discovered in the next side chamber. Quote, "We move on to the chambers on the right. When entering the first one, an extraordinary sight strikes us first. 3 corpses lie side by side at the bottom, in the left corner, the feet turned towards the doorway. The right side of the chamber is filled with small coffins, mummiform lids, and funerary statuettes, all of it in bituminous wood. These statuettes were contained in coffins, which the tomb robbers all opened and discarded after vainly looking for treasures. We approach the dead bodies. The first one appears to be a woman. A thick veil covers the forehead as well as the left eye. A broken arm had been replaced upside down, the nails being turned upward. Torn, lacerated fabrics barely cover the body. Abundant, curly black hair spreads across the limestone floor on each side of the head. The face, which is admirably preserved, is one of noble and majestic gravity. The second corpse in the middle is that of a 15-year-old child. He is naked and both hands joined on the abdomen. At first glance, the head appears entirely bald, but when we examine it further, we recognize that all of his skull has been shaved, with the exception of one spot on the right temple, from which a magnificent side lock of black hair escapes. Here was the hairstyle of royal princes, and I immediately think about the royal prince, Webensenu, that unknown son of Amenhotep II, of whom I noticed a funerary statuette, and whose, later, I found canopic jar fragments. The face of the young prince is cheerful and mischievous. It scarcely evokes the idea of death. Finally, the corpse closest to the wall seems to be that of a man. His head is shaven, but a wig lies on the floor not far from him. The face of this character presents something both horrible and funny. The mouth, split obliquely from almost one side to the middle of the cheeks, bites a linen plug, its 2 ends hanging in one corner of the lips. The eyes, half closed, express a curious joviality. This may be some unfortunate man who suffocated under a gag. It resembles a young cat, which is cheerful for having collected a scrap of cloth. death, which respected the austere beauty of the woman and the playful grace of a child, seemingly mocked the man and held him up to ridicule." End quote. Yes, of course, I am wearing a Nile t-shirt in a video principally about Egyptian mummies. That's only appropriate, don't you think? Let's take the mummies Loret found in the first side chambers, the ones with coffins, first. Then we'll return to the 3 loose bodies he found, who are considerably more mysterious, and then the one stuck to the boat at the entrance. Thutmose IV succeeded his father, Amenhotep II. He reigned probably during the first decade of the 14th century BCE, the 1390s. Remember, BCE dates count backwards. He seems to have been on the thrones of Egypt for about 9 or 10 years, but we lack a lot of documentary evidence about what happened during his reign. We do know, however, that he greatly improved relations with the neighboring Mitannian Empire. During and after his reign, Mitannian princesses sometimes married Egyptian royals, indicating their countries were now friendly. As with many others, we're not sure what Thutmose IV died from, though one expert who examined his mummy suggested he was very thin at the time of his death, thus indicating perhaps a long illness. KV-43, another tomb in the Valley of the Kings, was originally prepared for Thutmose IV. Incidentally, it was Howard Carter, later the discoverer of Tutankhamun's tomb, who found KV-43 in 1903. Obviously, the pharaoh's body wasn't in it, and it had been robbed in ancient Egyptian times. The remains of Thutmose IV are currently at the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization. Amenhotep III is a major character in the story of Akhenaten, who was his son, and consequently I said a lot about him in the Akhenaten video. Son of Thutmose IV, he had a very long reign, 38 or 39 years. He went on a massive rampage of building temples and monuments, including Malkata Palace, now ruined, but which must have been pretty impressive. Also, the famous colossi of Memnon statues, still standing today, are his work. Remember what I just said about improved relations with the Mitanni? Amenhotep had several wives, of which 2 were Mitannian princesses, including the mysterious Tadukepa, who has been suggested, wrongly I think, as possibly being Nefertiti. Amenhotep III's main wife was Queen Tia, also found in KV-35. They were the parents of Akhenaten as well as the younger lady, Tutankhamun's mother. Tomb KB-22, discovered by Europeans in 1799, was originally Amenhotep III's tomb. It was plundered in both ancient times and since the 19th century. He died at an advanced age, at least for the ancient world, and had a significant number of health problems. His mummy is also in the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization today. Merneptah is an interesting fellow. 19th dynasty, so the Mishigas involving Akhenaten and monotheism, etc., that was decades in the past by the time he came to the thrones. He ruled, we think, for about 10 years, between 1213 and 1203 BCE. To put that in context, that was about 10 years before the Trojan War is said principally by Eratosthenes to have begun. Merneptah was the son of Ramesses II, arguably the greatest of Egyptian pharaohs, who was not buried in KV-35. He was also sort of the Queen Elizabeth II of Egypt, living into his 90s, so Merneptah, kind of like today's King Charles, spent most of his life waiting around to be king. Once he finally got to the big chair, Merneptah faced a lot of military problems, including invasion of the Sea Peoples, a mysterious group of invaders who historians often associate with a period called the Late Bronze Age collapse. Merneptah, for the record, defeated them at a great battle around 1208 BCE, but that wasn't the end of the Sea Peoples. He died 5 years later and was buried in the tomb KV-8. His sarcophagus was left behind there, but he was eventually stashed in KV-35, where Loret found him in 1898. A source associated with this pharaoh, the Merneptah Stele, is significant because it's the earliest Egyptian document that refers to the Israelites of Canaan. I mentioned that in the Akhenaten video. Unfortunately for biblical literalists, it doesn't lend very much support to the story of the Exodus as told in the Old Testament, a story for which, as I also mentioned in the Akhenaten video, there is very little support in the historical record. Seti II, one of the sons of Merneptah,
as I've said many
ruled for
times,
a few years around the turn of the 13th to the 12th century BCE, still firmly in that Bronze Age collapse period. Seti was involved in a lengthy power struggle with a rival king called Amen-Messa, also his half-brother. His reign was short and his tomb or tombs, apparently, were unfinished at the time of his death. He seems to have once been buried in KV-14, and then perhaps later in KV-15. If true, that means KV-35 was his third resting place. Nearly 20 years after the discovery of KV-35, in 1908, British Egyptologist Edward Russell Ayrton discovered another small tomb, KV-56, with various fabulous gold artifacts, including these amazing earrings, which bear the name of Seti II. It's not known who was originally buried in KV-56, but it could have been a daughter of Seti II.
Jewelry.
Siptah is kind of mysterious. He succeeded Seti II as pharaoh in the 1190s BCE. Who his father was isn't known for sure, but there was a great deal of family intrigue going on in the late 19th dynasty. He might have been Seti's son or the son of Amen-Messa, the half-brother that Seti was feuding with. He came to the thrones at about the age of 10 and ruled for a few years, dying as a teenager. His tomb was originally intended to be KV-47, found, obviously without him in it, by Ayrton in 1905. As with others who were moved to KV-35, his stone sarcophagus was left behind in the tomb originally built for him. Based on examination of his mummy, Siptah apparently had polio. Yes, that was one of the many diseases endemic in the ancient world, and which we moderns almost conquered with vaccines until anti-vax crap on the internet started to drag us back to the Stone Age. Now we jump to the 20th dynasty. Ramesses IV ruled from, we think, 1154 to 1148 BCE, and like Merneptah, was mostly in the shadow of his predecessor, Ramses III. That pharaoh was assassinated in 1154. His son, Ramesses IV, presided over the trial of the conspirators who did it. We know that because of a document called the Judicial Papyrus of Turin that details the proceedings, an unusual and valuable source. Ramesses IV ruled about 7 years. His original tomb was in the Valley of the Queens, not far from the Valley of the Kings, and it's not clear what he died of. Ramesses V was also not on the throne very long. Son of the fourth, he had very few accomplishments that we know of. Egypt was going through political and financial turmoil during his reign. He died pretty young, possibly no more than 30, and his mummy showed evidence of numerous diseases, possibly smallpox, a controversial conclusion, as the early history of smallpox is contentious, and it's not entirely clear whether it existed in ancient times. I believe it probably did. Ramesses V had a grand tomb originally built for him, KV-9, one of the most beautifully decorated of all Egyptian tombs. However, that tomb was reappropriated for his successor, Ramesses VI, the fifth's nephew, but ironically both of them ultimately wound up in KV-35. Ramesses VI was another son of Ramesses III. He reigned about 8 years in the late 1100s BCE. This was a period of economic strife and military problems.
No, I literally
in Egypt.
cannot.
And Ramesses VI seems to have tried to build up a cult of personality around himself, posing as one of the great pharaohs and the savior of Egypt. That was possibly to divert attention away from the country's serious problems.
So when you click on
of course, that sort of thing has never even happened in modern times, and never could.
The page is
Ramesses VI, who died about age 40, suffered significant post-mortem humiliation. His mummy was hacked up with an axe, almost certainly by grave robbers, looking for jewelry and funeral trinkets, which were often placed in or around the bodies of royal mummies. This illustrates the severe problem of tomb robbing, which was undoubtedly why all these bodies were stashed in KV-35 in the first place. Here's our first unidentified decedent. Larrey found a woman not in a coffin, but lying on a coffin lid in the first side burial chamber. The lid belonged to the coffin of somebody called Sethnacht, who I'll talk about in a minute. We know very little about the woman. Speculation is that she could be the pharaoh Tawosret, final ruler of the 19th dynasty, who ruled perhaps 9 years during the 1180s BCE. That person was the wife of Seti II, also buried in KV-35. This is all conjecture. Because it's just a mummy with no identifying characteristics, we'll probably never know. That takes care of the mummies in the first side chamber, known as Chamber C. Now we get to the three which were not found in coffins in the next chamber, Chamber B. I read you Loray's dramatic account of the discovery of these mummies a few minutes ago. His first impressions was that there was an older lady next to a boy, 15 or so, who had what we might call sort of a Skrillex haircut, and an old man who Loray described as, quote, both horrible and funny. That's the one he compared to a cat. It turns out he was wrong. On closer examination, that mummy also turned out to be a woman, the so-called younger lady, and the horrible and funny expression was actually a huge crater in the lower part of her face. We'll get there. Let's take the older woman first. In Egyptology lore, she is usually referred to, in fact, as the elder lady. The identity of this mummy was not known for sure until DNA tests were done on it in 2010. Before that time, Egyptologists long speculated it was Queen Tia, the most prominent of the wives of Amenhotep III. Quite prominent, a true Queen of Egypt, Tia was a close advisor to her husband and wielded significant power and influence for a woman in the ancient world. A lock of her hair, matched to the mummy found in KV-35, was discovered in the tomb of Tutankhamun, her grandson. The DNA tests done in 2010 confirmed that the elder lady was in fact Queen Tia, as had long been suspected. She was the mother of Akhenaten, and also the mother of the younger lady with whom she was buried. The kid who had the Skrillex haircut, John Doe number 2, was situated between them. There was a pretty conclusive genetic match between the elder and younger lady. Tia's mummy had been unwrapped by tomb robbers in antiquity, and she was left there on the floor, an ignominious end to one of Egypt's greatest queens. I'm calling the mummy of the boy.
Yet a unified vision of our future has never been built. We compete in
They're just like, she useless
politics.
on the floor.
We have deadly weapons that could destroy our planet. Lead us carefully, but boldly.
They just be tossing
Build a
bodies.
global
I need
community that can
jewels.
stand for years to come.
I need gold.
Embrace the chill winds
Bodies
of the
mean
motherland,
nothing.
Tsar Peter. Your fascination with
How many
science
relics and
culture
shit
is a gift,
do you think
and
were
you will
melted
learn
down
much
just
from your
into
grand
gold?
embassies to foreign
Into
lands.
raw metals.
Under your rule,
so much.
Russia will surely flourish and spread, absorbing all that lies around.
Like the idea of
perhaps creating the great.
Seeing value in things in tombs and of the past.
Well, like
really
that's the thing,
is a modern
even
invention.
before, like these tombs were discovered, they were being ransacked in antiquity. Like the Egyptians had to respond to tomb robbing during their empire.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Like, but even then, like the do you think that they were like digging shit up and being like, oh, this is old as fuck? Or do you think they were just like tossing it aside, like don't really give a shit? I feel like this whole modern idea of archaeology is very much modern. This idea of preserving the past and finding where we came from.
Well, yeah, I mean, Egyptians literally, the government dismantled pyramids to build houses.
Crazy. But I guess it's no different to China during Mao's time pillaging the walls for rocks and shit to build their houses. That's why a lot of it is destroyed, because it was pillaged. Let me double check that.
A John Doe number 2, with John Doe number 1 being the guy fused to the boat. I'll get to him. Loray thought this poor lad was about 15 or so. Subsequent analysis showed he was younger than that, maybe 10 or 11. He didn't have the Skrillex do just to look cool, though I suppose there is something comforting in the fact that the ancient
More than
Egyptians
30% of the original Great Wall of China has disappeared,
in the 2000s.
much of it being
This was apparently a
stolen and
common hairdo
repurposed to build
among-
homes, roads, and farmhouses. Epic. Alright, I now see it. Excellent. Oh, nice. I fucked up a chop as well, so you actually gave me that chop back.
Egyptian princes, and it's a key to this mummy's identity. The most likely suspect for who this is a kid named Webensenu. He was the son of Amenhotep II, whose tomb KV-35 was originally supposed to be, and probably having predeceased his father, he, Webensenu, may have been intended to have been buried with his father. His mummy was stripped and plundered, and a hole drilled in his head, again most likely by robbers looking for loot. His chest was chopped open too. Ancient Egyptian tomb robbers had no respect for the dead. Another slight possibility for the identity of this person is that it could have been the son of Amenhotep III, whom scholars call Prince Thutmose. He was the heir apparent in the latter part of Amenhotep III's reign, and his premature death is what put the future Akhenaten in line for the throne. While we know very little about Prince Thutmose, the evidence we have slightly favors Webensenu, who at least had an artifact inscribed with his name found by Leray in KV-35, where no such evidence exists to connect Prince Thutmose to the tomb in the same way. Now we get to the younger lady.
My spy didn't get killed either.
Image. This woman's body was extensively tested by a team of modern Egyptian researchers in 2010. The results were surprising. Not only was she the mother of Tutankhamun, whose body was found in KV-62, but she was the full sister of Akhenaten, who was buried in KV-55, probably, and whom the DNA testing also confirmed was the father of Tutankhamun. Thus, Akhenaten had, shall we say euphemistically, a relationship with this woman, his sister, and the result of that relationship was Tutankhamun, who did have several congenital defects, including a club foot. While the mummies in KV-35 were all in pretty rough shape, having been hacked and chopped into sushi by tomb robbers, the wound to the younger lady's face was not caused by that. Forensic analysis showed it was made at the time of her death, and was most likely the cause of her death. While a non-foul play accident can't be ruled out, such as being kicked in the face by a horse or something, the likeliest conclusion is that this woman was murdered. The blow that killed her seems to have been aimed at her mouth. Did she say something that enraged her murderer? We can't know. As for her age at death, the lead Egyptian researcher, Zahi Hawass, who wrote a book about his work, suggested she might have been as young as 16. That she had a traumatic life, impregnated by her brother and forced to give birth to a future pharaoh, is pretty obvious. The other major candidate for who this person is Nefertiti, the wife of Akhenaten. The people who believe this is her strongly believe, at least they seem to, but I don't share that view, and there are good reasons why. First, she's too young. Nefertiti was intimately involved in her husband's reign, and she had at least 6 daughters. Simply not possible for a girl the age this one seems to have been. Second, since we know the younger lady was Akhenaten's sister, if this was her, Nefertiti would probably have been referred to by documents and inscriptions that have survived as a daughter of Amenhotep III. She isn't. In fact, we're not sure of Nefertiti's origins, but if she was a princess at birth, there probably would have been some mention of her. Nor is this Kia, Akhenaten's secondary wife, who was also never referred to as his sister. There are some other daughters of Amenhotep III unaccounted for. One was called Bekhetaten, whose existence is attested to in wall carvings of only one tomb, not KV-35. Another candidate is a woman named Nebeta, apparently the youngest child of Amenhotep III and Queen Tia. Or it could be someone else whose name doesn't appear in the historical record. Amenhotep III had a lot of kids. Nevertheless, over 3,000 years ago, someone killed this woman, possibly to silence her, or for some political reason. While I wouldn't go so far as to call it one of the great unsolved murders in history, it is among the oldest. Remember the first mummy Lorraine encountered, the one sprawled across one of the ceremonial boats in the antechamber? I showed a grainy image of him earlier in this video. This is the mummy I'm calling John Doe number 1. I'm going to show another image, which in my opinion is the single most horrifying image in this video. This person was probably the most unfortunate victim of the tomb robbers. His body wasn't deliberately put here. It was apparently thrown here during the violent ransacking of the tomb, and over the centuries the mummy, leaking resins and such, became literally fused to the boat.
Damn.
What a way to go. As you can see, he was also unwrapped and his body ransacked for valuables. If you haven't already seen enough in this video to haunt your nightmares, this ought to do you for a while. Experts can only guess as to who this was. The most common supposition is that he was a pharaoh called Sethnakht, the first ruler of the 20th dynasty, who ruled about 1189 to 1186 BCE. There were some items in the tomb with his name on them. Sethnakht ascended the thrones in a time of civil war. In some documents, Sethnakht gets credit for stabilizing Egypt to some extent. Unfortunately, we'll never know more about the mysterious mummy on the boat. Unlike the others, this body apparently disappeared around the year 1901, only 3 years after Lorraine found it. We have no idea what happened to it. This is not a comprehensive list of human remains found in KV-35. 2 disembodied skulls were also found in a well area somewhere in the tomb. The sources aren't clear, but they were probably found here, in this terrifying death pit that one must encounter after the entry tunnel to the tomb. Speculation, and it's not more than that, has it that they might be a son, or perhaps also the mother of Amenhotep II, the tomb's intended occupant. Given the mummies plus these 2 skulls, I count 16 people definitely buried in KV-35. Several of the sources I found, however, give the number at 18. There was at least 1 torn off arm that was found too, but that might belong to one of the other mummies, or it might be someone else entirely. It's very confusing. So, the question remains, what happened here? How did KV-35, built originally for 1 or possibly 2 people, Amenhotep II and maybe his son, Webensenu, how did this come to be a charnel house of human wreckage, and when did it happen? There are some clues in the historical record. In the 1850s, European archaeologists found 2 documents on papyrus called the Meyer Papyri, which are records of criminal proceedings against accused tomb robbers. The 2 documents, not exactly contemporaneous with each other, date from between 1118 to 1083 BCE. The earlier of these documents specifically mentions the robbery of the tomb of Ramesses VI, one of the mummies found in KV-35. It's incomplete, so we don't know the whole story. One Egyptologist has stated that the sarcophagus of Ramesses VI, which was left behind in KV-9, seems to have been tampered with before the resins on it were fully dry. That's significant evidence that the tomb was robbed shortly after Ramesses VI's burial. As we know, he died about 1136 BCE. That must have been when the robbery happened. Although there are no specific records attesting it, this robbery might have been a that's the last straw type of situation for royal officials, who we know constantly dealt with tomb thieves. Perhaps the officials decided at that point, okay, let's clean out all or most of the tombs and put all the bodies in one place and just guard that one. The logic suggests that dwindling resources for police and tomb guards were probably a major factor here. And we do know Egypt was going through financial turmoil about that time. Why KV-35 was chosen, we just don't know. But somebody put these bodies here, some of them centuries after they died. Ramesses VI might have been only recently dead. It was probably done in haste and without much of a plan. The way Sethnakht, if that was him, was found on the ceremonial boat shows that the tomb might have been broken into and ransacked yet again, even after officials had taken
so
the time
many
and
missionaries
trouble to
into this city.
everyone here. At some point, the tomb was sealed
I have
up and
2,000
buried, possibly again in
faith
haste
in
or
this city.
exasperation. Just for
She
the
still
sake of
has more
argument, if that
percent.
happened in 1136 BCE, the year we think Ramesses VI died, no human being set foot inside KV-35 for another 3,034 years until March 9th, 1898, when Victor Larrey found it. Just to put it in perspective, 3,034 years is over 1.1 million days. The entire history of the United States so far, from the Declaration of Independence until today, could repeat itself 12 times over within that amount of time. That's a long time to wait in darkness and silence. This part of Egypt is sometimes, very occasionally, subject to flooding, particularly subterranean flooding. Floods and debris deposited by floods, in fact, is credited with obscuring the clues that might have led to the discovery of the later tombs in the Valley of the Kings, including Tutankhamun's, until the 19th and 20th centuries. Just for the record, Victor Larrey, the European discoverer or rediscoverer of KV-35, went on to more adventures in the Valley of the Kings, excavating several other tombs. Later in his career, he ran into some trouble in Zimbabwe, where he supported claims, par for the course for Europeans at that time, that the stone ruins of the Great Zimbabwe could not have been made by Africans, but rather Phoenicians, because racism. Larrey died in 1946. I find the whole story of KV-35 fascinating, as well as terrifying and repelling. There's a lot in history that draws you in because it's interesting, thought-provoking, or transports you away to a world totally different than the one you live in, but which was undoubtedly real at one time. But sometimes in history there are also real-life horrors that eclipse anything you could see in a horror movie or a book or something. I can't look at the images of the younger lady or Sethnacht, probably Sethnacht, lying on that boat without feeling deeply disturbed. History can do that too. I hope you've enjoyed this brief look at a very weird...
It was great. Thank you.
Safe to say that someone had...
What do I want?
Yeah, just pick it. We're going to pick it. This is like a random Reuben is what it is.
Imagine a dartboard that's only a bullseye.
All right, here is, this is the final, I think, Jubilee run-in.
Something on the other side of this, so I'd love to bring it back up. Yeah.
My surrounded claim is trans rights are human rights. One of the first initiatives of Donald Trump in this current presidency, he put forth an executive order essentially attempting to ban gender-affirming healthcare for people under 19 years of age. Yeah. And when we say under 19 years of age, this also includes adults who are 18 years old, who are old enough to go off and die in a war for oil, imperialism in Israel, but they can't make their own healthcare decisions.
Okay, let's do this. I love how you guys have to get Israel into this thing. It's like Israel is the one place in the Middle East that you could go and you would be celebrated.
I couldn't get married there.
That's actually the truth. Well, they are not perfect, and no country is, but you would be treated equally and with respect. And
Brother,
they have the
they're committing
LGBT
genocide.
Pride Parade. It's coming up in 2 weeks. You should probably go. You might find it quite interesting. Anyway,
Don't
as far
go
as
to Israel.
The claim, I 100% believe that trans rights are human rights, or that trans people should be treated equally under the law, 100%. Now, so what your claim is about people that are under, let's say, 19, right? Now, that's a different thing. If you are going to chemically castrate a kid, or if you are going to give them hormone blockers, or a series of other things when they are 5, 6, 7, 12, when they're in the middle
Pause
of...
it for a second. First of all, there is no chemical castration of 5 and 7-year-olds. And I think there may be, like, we're talking single digits for any 12-year-olds receiving like things like, I don't know if he means puberty blockers or chemical castration. I don't know what he means by this.
Or maybe top surgery.
I knew 2 girls in high school who had top surgery. We called it breast reduction surgery at the time. I don't remember there were being marches or people upset about this in any way. It's really a question of like gender at that point. It's not the surgery, but 5, 7, 12. The reason why he's going to say that is because they need an argument.
Come.
But that's not true. Go ahead.
Come to me, my city.
Not happening.
Wait. It is happening. It is happening. Or if you are going to literally have schools where they are calling a child by a different gender and a different name without alerting the parents, et cetera, et cetera. These things are happening. Then I am not for that.
Pause it for a second.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, it's not that the school decides, hey, we need to fill our quota. So we need to have a certain number of trans kids and line up. We're going to give you each a, you're going to pick your name out of a hat and you're going to be the trans kid. No, it's a kid who comes into school and says, I'd prefer if you call me,
Are they your rock band?
Bob.
I was about to get real bad.
Instead of Betty, or Betty instead of Bob. And that's it. That's what they're talking about without informing the parent. They don't have a problem when you come in and you read off Samuel. Actually, it's Sam. Well, we need to tell your parents. We need to tell your parents. You're going by Sam. They named you Samuel, and you're going by Sam. I mean, this is what we're talking about. Except for the implications are the danger is if the parents don't know, there's generally a reason.
Yeah.
And it's because
it goes beyond just trans, social, changing your pronouns. This same thing animates this, which is new laws target LGBTQ students and put pressure on teachers to monitor and report sexual orientation and gender identity in schools to their parents.
I wonder if Dave Rubin knows anybody who knew they were gay in high school, but hadn't told their parents yet. And then
accepted by friends before.
And that the schools were obligated, if they have any clue that this kid is gay,
Nubia,
to tell the parents.
She was like,
I wonder if he is okay
population.
with children being outed as gay.
Can you snipe the Hermitage from her?
I wonder if he's okay with any outing.
That's the job of the teachers now, is to out their students that they're supposed to teach and
try and do it.
Go ahead.
She's only.
However, how old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Maybe halfway through.
I'm 39. I ask a lady. See, I'll even use your pronouns because as long as you treat me with respect, I'll treat you with respect.
I'm 39 and a half. I'll be 40 this summer.
All right, great.
And
so wait. So let me say something. So I want you to be treated under the law with 100% equality. Every single thing that I and everyone else in this country should be treated to, which is equality of opportunity and equality under law, you should be treated. I'm not that interested in talking about my sexuality. It's actually a very unimportant part of my life in a weird way, and maybe that's because I'll be 50 next month, and as time goes by, you realize you just are who you are, and you do the best you can in the world, right? But I understand feeling. I grew up in a time when there was no gay marriage, and when I was a kid, for however confused I was or anything else, there was I never thought about the future because it wasn't even a thing. Like there was literally no future. And then magic happened over time, and we got equal
Disney,
rights.
Dave.
Pause it for a second. Now, okay, this is incredibly telling. Wow. Because I actually do think he thinks it's magic. He thinks it's magic. This is a political commentator who thinks that there is marriage equality and protection under the law for gay people because of magic. Now, I know he's just using that term. I think I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's just using that term. But inside that black box that he calls magic were woke activists fighting state by state for marriage equality, fighting against housing discrimination, job discrimination. I'm not even talking about like discrimination on the streets, medical discrimination. Not even talking about like people on the street beating gay people to death, harassing them,
ignoring AIDS.
He calls it magic because he wants to elide the fact that what is going on now, whether it's trans rights, a whole host of other rights is somehow different from the rights that allows him to sit there and not think about his sexuality. Because if this was 40 years ago when he was a 50-year-old man, I got news for you. He'd be thinking about his sexuality because he'd be careful not to reveal to certain people. Or if he did, he'd be reminded of it every single day. The failure of his, or his inability or his determination not to know the history about this, or to just simply say, it was magic. Go ahead.
God, it's a long time now. I've been married for about 13 years. My husband and I have been together for 15 years. We're in a 100% monogamous relationship. We have two of the most incredible kids who I want to grow up with the most amount of respect and love, and who are safe and cherished and all of those wonderful things, as I hope if you want, you will get in your life too. The reason I mention that is because the difference between equal rights for everybody, versus what you might do to a child are very different things. If there is a child who I suspect when you were a young kid, how old were you when you thought you were in the?
I was 5. I was 5 years old when I realized that I was a trans person.
Okay. I can accept that.
Can I also ask how old you were when you realized that you were gay?
I mean, I came out very late for a series of other reasons.
And are you still gay?
Only after 10 p.m., so I don't know what time it is right now. Oh, look, I made him laugh. There you go.
I think...
Wait, I'm not... Wait, hold on. I'm
made him
laugh.
laugh.
I think I'm granting you an awful lot.
Made him laugh.
No. I think he said them. Go back. Because he was talking about the group in general, because they all laughed.
Only
That's
after
how I
10 p.m.,
interpreted
so I don't know what time it is right now. Oh, look, I made him laugh. There you go.
Did he say him or him?
I think...
Wait,
made him laugh.
Hold on,
I don't know, maybe I'm biased because Australians don't include letters.
I wonder what those whole host of other reasons were that why he came out so late.
Yeah.
Like, this guy, it's just, I mean, I don't know if he's just so stupid, although I think he is. But I also think that, it's just, maybe it's also, he's disingenuous. I just, how can someone ignore all of this stuff? It's just fascinating.
Man, he came out at 29.
I wonder why that was. Go ahead.
The only thing that I would say related to a 5-year-old who is having gender dysphoria or whatever term you want to apply it to is that
if you highlight my corporations, are you able to see their name?
It just says Coca Corporation.
It doesn't say Big Black Coca?
It doesn't, unfortunately.
Okay, so down here it doesn't say Free Ciggies for Kids Corps.
That's awesome. Don't you have to burn merchants to make corpse?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Hey, move your settler. I need to play a rock band there.
Settler where? Right on the harbour? He'll be moving. Hold on. There you go.
that you should wait until the child can make those decisions properly for themselves, that your brain at 5 was not developed enough to do it. And there was so much social pressure over the last couple of years to trans kids. Abigail Schreier wrote an incredible book about this, that a certain amount of it is a social contagion. That is true. That is empirically true. I'm not saying it was you, right? I'm not. I'm friends with Blair White. I believe that Blair was biologically a male and believes that she, and I will call her she because she treats me with respect and I'll treat her with respect, that she transitioned when the time was right. The issue for most people on the right is about the kids. I can tell you this, you know, it's funny.
This is such an absolute lie. First off, Donald Trump, Jenner, what's her first name? Caitlyn Jenner. She can't travel out of the country because of her passport.
Yeah,
how old is she?
Not just child's passports.
75. Well, there's a 7 and there's a 5. have his buddies at the Daily Wire saying that trans people should not exist.
Michael Knowles.
You have adults
He's defended Michael
not being
Knowles
able to play
many
in sports.
times
because he went to dinner with them.
High school students.
Yeah.
I mean,
he had dinner.
No,
with
he
his
had him
husband.
over for dinner. Actually, is what it was.
Children
His
under the
husband
age
cooked
of
the lamb.
12
Actually,
who are getting anything other than counseling are literally in the single digits over the course of years across the country. They're making this up.
And the idea that these Republicans care more about their well-being than the doctors that are guiding these children and parents through this is such it's always been so ludicrous that I can't believe we've gone through like election cycle after election cycle on this dumb shit.
The great thing about this answer, though, is it is going to upset everybody.
Yes. he's
not being
granting way
loyal.
too much.
Yeah, he's not being loyal to his audience at all.
Well, he's hoping they won't watch this. I mean, like that expression of his life with his husband and their kids is the furthest I've seen him go publicly, because he had to be the backlash when he started like speaking about it freely and thought he could speak about it freely to his audience when he was on Glenn Beck's channel was enormous. And that's just, I think, naivete. But keep going.
To use my sexuality against me. Yeah, I'll get there. Listen, a lot of you tried to use my sexuality against me, and I can tell, and it's interesting because you guys also think sexuality is very important, right? So you would think I would have been afforded, as someone that travels in circles that you guys don't. I go to Republican things, and I have to traverse that a little bit, and it can be tricky at times. But I've shown Republicans that you can be a decent human being who can have a family and be monogamous. That job.
Dave, I really appreciate you being kind. We're less than 5 now, and I have not really had a moment to speak.
Yeah. So again, I'm just making the point between children and adults. I want you to
that's exactly what I'm going to respond to right now.
enough.
I appreciate your kindness. I appreciate you not misgendering me. I appreciate you treating me like I'm just a regular human being. And that's what trans people are. We're just regular human beings with the same struggles, trying to get through this life. Actually, more struggles, because we have this whole group of people who want to take away our rights. As somebody who's been an elected...
So can you
let me
tell
finish,
me what right...
Let me speak.
But what right?
Yes,
I'm just asking. What right as an adult?
Right now, as somebody who's been an elected official in Los Angeles since 2019, every single year I've seen more and more anti-LGBTQIA bills moving across the federal legislature and across state legislatures all across the U.S. And when I say anti-LGBTQIA bills, what I actually mean is anti-trans bills. Bills that are trying to limit our existence in society. Bills that are trying to limit how we can receive healthcare, how we can make our own autonomous healthcare decisions, how we can even participate in going to the bathroom. We all have to take a shit, and that is something we should be able to do freely and privately without somebody reporting us in the bathroom and trying to make us go viral and make it seem like we are the predators. Now, you describe this idea of 5-year-olds being chemically castrated. Here's the thing. You cannot compare a 5-year-old who is going to perhaps socially transition and wants to go by a name that is opposite of the gender they were assigned at birth, or want to wear clothes that are different. 5-year-olds are not receiving any sort of medical transition. And so you say that they should wait. And that's true. And that's exactly why puberty blockers are prescribed to teenagers that are about to go through puberty. And here's the issue.
How old is that, would you say?
I would say anywhere from probably maybe like 10, 11, 12.
Right. And
here's the thing.
But do you think their
puberty
brains are
blockers
developed
have
enough
been,
to know the full,
yes, I do.
The full ramifications of what they're doing?
Yes,
a 10-year-old?
because puberty blockers,
puberty
blockers have been around for over 30 years. They've been prescribed to kids who are experiencing precocious puberty. And yet this has never been an issue for the right. It is only an issue for the right when somebody decides, oh, I'm trans, and they together with their family and their physicians want to make that decision. So they're not getting surgery at 10 years old. They're taking puberty blockers to make that decision over time with their family and their physicians. There is no reason why you or the President of the United States should be able to decide what is right for somebody's health care, for an individual, for somebody else's child, unless you are their doctor or their parent.
Okay, so listen. I have a couple fundamental disagreements with that when it comes to minors, but the issue is about trans rights or human rights. So we can
Trans
we
people
have
are
two,
disproportionately unhoused, disproportionately experience housing discrimination,
Listen, but
healthcare discrimination.
Again, if you
on the books,
told me, wait, hold on.
are legal.
Hold on.
We are actually experiencing discrimination every single day in every realm of society.
Yeah, you know, I've experienced discrimination. I'm going to guess almost everyone here in some way has something that they've been discriminated against or judged upon or something else. What you have in America is equality under the law, and you have an opportunity
We
to
don't when Republicans are trying to legislate against us.
But tell me, so you as an adult, what law is stopping you from doing anything that another person cannot do, that literally anyone in this room cannot do?
Pause it for a second. It's not the existence of a law is not there. Now, with that said, there are, I think, a dozen states now that ban trans people from going into the bathroom that from the sex that they identify of. There are all sorts of but there is also an absence of protection for trans people. So in other words, if you are gay, you cannot be discriminated against, not because there's some type of moral code. It is because of the 1964 Civil Rights Act that says you cannot be, sexual orientation cannot be used to discriminate against in terms of hiring, in terms of housing. You can't walk in and the boss go you like guys? If you're a guy and you say yes, they go, well, I'm sorry, you can't apply here. If you're trans, they can go, you can't apply here. It is the absence of protection here. And that's the only reason why Dave Rubin came out when he was 29. But if he could get fired, if somebody found out that he was
Their
gay,
heritage looks about the same
without
progress
any
as mine.
recourse,
Oh,
without
really?
lawsuits, without anything, without going to the
mine's
equal
5 turns
opportunity
away, so they could get it next
in
turn.
the state or federally. He would probably hide the fact that he was gay. I want to get fired. People hid the fact that they were gay in the 90s at work just because they were nervous about it. Never mind the legality of it.
I mean, when Rubin's going over to Hungary to, talk to Orban, stuff like that part of Europe is still dealing with, should we let gay people teach in schools?
Continue on. Let's hear.
Is you were trying to hide behind this idea of the law.
No, but I mean that.
But the reality is laws are not protecting trans people. If they were, trans people would not be disproportionately unemployed, unhoused.
What would you like the law to do for you? Again, the law can guarantee equality. It can't guarantee protection, right? So
yes, it certainly can.
So what would you like the law to do for you?
I would like the law to protect trans people, and it's not the law. Our legislators are actively legislating against us.
Pause it for a second. This distinction between the law can provide equality but not protection. What's the distinction here? But what's the distinction he's trying to make? The reason why Dave Rubin can't get fired for being gay, and the reason why I can't get fired for being Jewish, is because the law says we are protected from being fired for that reason. We're not protected from being fired. I mean, if Dave Rubin was my employee, at one point I'd say, Dave, you can't tie your shoes. I mean, and that's a euphemism for your work is really subpar. You seem to come in late and you don't seem to work very hard, and I don't think you read. But I can't fire him because he's gay. And a court would adjudicate that. You didn't fire him until you found out about that he was married to a man. But you knew from the beginning that he couldn't read, and that wasn't to seem to be a problem. But if you're trans, you can get fired because you're trans. Does he not know that? There's no federal protection for trans people. Same with housing. Go ahead.
There was a law, if you can point me to a law that was discriminating against trans adults, they can't get a job, they can't whatever, then of course
just
I
did
would
at the
not
beginning of this debate, Donald Trump is trying to ban gender affirming healthcare for people who are 18 years old.
You're talking about minors. You're talking about minors.
18-year-olds aren't minors. They can go off and die in a war, but for some reason they can't make their own autonomous healthcare decisions.
16, 17-year-olds can join the army, can't they?
You are not able to
an
construct
ID.
the hermitage.
Or you cannot get a federal ID. You cannot get a passport indicating your gender as it exists today. So I imagine because Caitlyn Jenner knows Donald Trump, that maybe she'll be able to fly to Europe or go to the Bahamas or go to Canada or wherever, but this woman sitting at that table cannot. They have banned gender affirming care in all federal facilities. There's more.
Cheese curds and gravy.
But specifically, there's an absence of protection too. Go ahead.
Okay, listen. When we're talking about young people, it's a different thing. It's
Yeah,
just
exactly. And these are not your young people. They're
it's
not
just
his
a-
young people. These are no 5-year-old is walking into a medical office and getting puberty blockers without the consent of their parent or their.
But so you don't think there's any element of social contagion over the last 10 years?
I don't. And even if there is, that's okay because there's nothing wrong with being trans. And if somebody decides to detransition, that's okay. But they can't tell everybody else that they're not allowed to transition.
Again, I think we're sort of splitting hairs on this, that we're agreeing to disagree on, perhaps we're agreeing to disagree on the underage portion of it. But again, as an
How many
adult,
times have you seen people on the right make fun of trans people because, especially trans women, because they look like a man? But
you're allowed
you know
to
what
make
prevents
fun of
them by
people. It
allowing
is-
them to go through puberty blockers and to make their own autonomous healthcare decisions.
Yeah, but okay. So have we whittled this down to some people make jokes about people? They do. They make jokes
Dave,
about
it's
people.
about the dehumanization, normalizing the fucking
Your
bigotry.
friend Michael Knowles at CPAC said that we
Go
need
ahead.
to eradicate transgenderism in society. That is a direct threat to me, my neighbors, my friends, and family.
Okay, I promise you this. I promise you this. If Michael Knowles or anyone else starts pushing for legislation that will jail you or
They
stop you
are.
from getting a job or any other
Pause it. You
freedoms
don't
that
need
fall
to
with-
push for legislation to stop her from getting a job. You know, like, does he not know how this works? That's like saying, well, I was going to say, it's like having, saying we don't need building codes. I will stand in front of any legislation that says you need to build buildings so they fall down. That's what he's arguing. We have building codes because there is a tendency by some people who are builders to cut corners or to not have expertise or not want to hire an engineer. And so we have building codes to make sure that the buildings are safe. What Dave is saying is that I will defend against any law that says you need to make buildings so they fall down on people in a strong wind. I'm against that. But the building codes that say that the buildings need to be safe, why do we need that? That's not fair.
You have so much fucking oil.
How much time we got
You
left?
may
Just a
have
minute,
like
yeah.
30
Enjoy.
per
I
turn.
promise you I will be on your side of that. So
Well, I can't wait to be on your show soon.
All right, then there we go.
Thanks for
All right.
chatting, Dave.
Yeah, my pleasure.
All right. All fun and games.
So much.
They only just got oil a few turns ago,
horseshit
too.
hysteria about what
Dude,
they
you
think
need
is being
to
done to kids.
capitalize
That's
on
not
that and
happening.
start building
Yeah, but
tanks.
that's an excuse. I think a lot of them know that that's not the case.
Of course,
Look, we saw.
You could literally get rid of your
Matt
entire
Walsh.
army, build tanks, and probably still
was it on
produce excess
Rogan?
oil.
Yeah.
Yeah, where he
There's
didn't
that
even
much.
know. I mean, he made a whole documentary about it and had absolutely zero knowledge. Like,
yes, I
couldn't have
have
been
a unique
further off
story
the
that I
mark
need
as
to
to
make.
how many people he was talking about in this social contagion. And yet his whole career is based upon that. And he didn't know anything, and it's because they don't want to know. Like, if you're going to do a documentary about that, it seems to me the first thing you would do is like, I'm going to look up and see how many people this applies to. But that's not what this is about. It was never about that. This is about, weaponizing, hate mongering. That's it. And the idea that, like, social contagion, so what?
Yeah.
Does Dave Rubin think that being gay or having a fluid sexual orientation, being bi, or is, and I'm not talking about being an NB, I'm talking about being bi, is that not a sexual, that's not like a social contagion? I don't know what contagion means, but like, of course people are socialized. I imagine the number of people who I went to college with or high school with, who if they thought it was not like the worst thing you could do to be gay during those years, would have had more gay experiences. Like, it's so like
sounds gay.
Society's permission, of course, allows people to experiment.
You know what we always say?
These things.
Kiss your homie.
There's a reason why Dave didn't come out until he was 29. If Dave was born in 2000 or in 2015, he wouldn't have waited till he was 29 to come out. He wouldn't have had to. Because society would have been different. And no thanks to people like him. All right, there you go, poggers. Promises made, promises kept. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe.
Did I put that
has
back
committed the most 2026 crime of 2026. A caper that perfectly encapsulates the current disparities between luxury and desperation, between high tech and low effort, as well as several not so subtle hints at the true state of the economy, all wrapped up into one crime. A thief in San Francisco targeted a yoga studio, making off with hundreds of dollars worth of activewear in a self-driving getaway car. And apparently, at least so far, this person has gotten away with it. Despite all the tech in the world. And what you would assume would be several pieces of incredibly useful evidence, like location information, high-definition footage from multiple cameras inside and outside the car, and throughout the business. And any kind of account information that would be related to the goddamn AI-powered robotaxi that the thief used as their getaway car.
Yeah, this seems like it should be an open and shut case.
Awesome. What is the point of living in a panopticon if they can't catch the guy that's driving around doing crimes inside of the panopticon?
Well, they're like, guys, we would love to catch this thief, but you made us get rid of all the flock cameras. So
that's right.
We don't know anything.
We had the Waymo cameras.
There's no law and order.
We had the business cameras. All we were missing for this case was those flock cameras, but you guys just had to go and badmouth them and start putting trash bags over some of them and putting signs on others that say there's $10,000 worth of copper inside me.
I sure wish we had those flock cameras around, but alas. So I guess the lesson to be learned here is if you're going to do crime, call Waymo. Even the detective on the case seemed a little frustrated that he couldn't just call up Google and get this guy's identity, his birthday, his then closest relatives within seconds.
Yeah, the detective on the case has to be like, well, no, I'll take it. This is great. It's a high-profile case. It's going to be the easiest thing to solve in the world. If we can't figure out who this person is by looking at their face in HD, we'll just look at their DNA. We probably have their DNA on file. Open and shut.
Damn. Like, if you can do this in a Waymo, imagine all the other things you can do in a Waymo.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's probably for the best that Waymo doesn't save video footage of every single ride forever. And it seems like the thief probably used a stolen or burner account to hail the ride. I don't know. Here's the San Francisco Chronicle with more on this very modern
girls in the world.
The getaway car was parked just outside the Marina Yoga Studio, idling in the January night air as the burglar made his move. In under 3 minutes, the burglar was in and out of Hot 8 Yoga with an armload of activewear. He stuffed the loot in the car's trunk, hopped inside, and disappeared down the street, comfortably carried away by an autonomous Waymo vehicle. The suspect's escape turned an otherwise unremarkable break-in into a novel case for San Francisco police, who said it was likely the city's first instance of a criminal fleeing the scene in a self-driving car. But certainly not the last.
Absolutely not the last. And what a smart getaway. If it weren't, like, this is pretty brazen to assume that you'll get away with it with all of the cameras, even if you're using a burner account. But, you know, in theory, it's a good, clean getaway because cops aren't going to be looking for Waymos. And second of all, you will probably disappear into one of those Waymo parades that haunts the city during the nights.
Yeah.
You'll end up in a parking lot doing circles for hours. How are they going to know which one has the criminal?
Are they going to shoot every Waymo?
They must. If they come down to LA, we'll just set them on fire for them. But yeah, it's a service we provide.
Yeah.
Continues. Nearly 6 months since the burglary, police have still not made an arrest or publicly identified any suspect, despite the fact that Waymos are outfitted with multiple high-definition cameras and require users to make accounts with their credit card
You got any
numbers.
classical artifacts?
I would think it would be easier to solve in a Waymo, said the case's detective, Sergeant Tim Fay, in a recent interview. Sorry, Tim, you got to do some actual work this time.
This is very strange.
They talk about how Waymos
God
can
damn it.
and have been used for criminal investigations, and that the San Francisco Police Department issued a search warrant for info on the ride.
What about
But they filed
a
that search
Renaissance
warrant
one?
3 months after the incident, and Waymo had already deleted the interior footage of that ride.
Yeah, that's a long time. Listen, I don't want to tell the police how to do their very
Yes.
difficult job.
You do?
But if it were me, I'd probably
It's-
have a little more urgency.
Swap
It sounds
for
like this
my
investigation could have
ancient
been an email.
artifact, the
Like, they could have
scroll.
just emailed Waymo.
Yeah.
Like probably the day after.
This
it
is
broke
like
into.
this is a insane example of how fucking lazy cops are.
And I want to say that I am not like going to bat for this bullshit surveillance state. I'm just
surveillance,
No.
but we have it. Might as well like occasionally use
love
it
that-
to do some good.
even in a surveillance state, the bumbling actions of our local police departments will still cause them
Yeah.
to fail in any investigation.
Yeah, the one bottleneck, human beings.
Yeah, still.
Human cops.
Yeah. Literally, wow. Anyways, as far as the user account tied to the case, like we said, probably a stolen account. Waymo declined to release a statement about the case, and Sergeant Fay said the search warrant didn't lead anywhere, and he also hinted about a possible burner phone.
What if the burglar was one of them robots?
Could have
What
been.
if it was a robot that got into a Waymo?
But look, Waymo didn't give us any good information, and, you know, the account probably wasn't real, so I guess my job here is done.
Yeah, sorry. You're not getting that active wear
Great,
back.
another
Nothing like
zero.
getting a slam dunk high profile case and then
Amazing.
giving up because you didn't have 200 angles of the suspect in HD. No sense in even solving it anymore, I guess. Fuck it.
Yeah, you know, they defunded us, so what do you want us to do? I mean, they didn't. They keep raising our salaries,
But,
but they
you know.
tried to defund us, and by they, I don't mean anyone in any actual position of power. I just mean, like, leftists on the internet
And
tried to defund us, and we're still very upset about that.
And yeah, when I say defund us, I mean just take even the slightest look at ballooning police budgets and
Yeah.
say, hey, maybe it shouldn't be 90% of our entire city's budget.
Yeah, they tried to have us like do just like the smallest amount of accountability, and we said no way.
In fact, we're gonna do worse at our jobs.
Yeah,
for more
I'm
money.
not going to solve even the simplest, most straightforward crimes anymore, and see how you like that.
That's why I think this even became a thing, because they thought it would be such an easy case. Like, hey, we got this weird case. It's in San Francisco. It's a yoga studio. It's a self-driving car. Who wants it? And then they were like, oh, fuck. Well, I don't want to work.
Yeah.
So what is it? A couple of pants? Your insurance will take care of it.
So they also add that Farah Issa, studio manager of Hot 8 Yoga, showed the Chronicle a copy of the surveillance video from her phone, noting how the Waymo dropped off the suspect and waited for him to finish the burglary before taking off again. I didn't know it could do that.
And it probably had the smiley face
Yeah.
on it the whole time. Hey, great job.
Yeah. The video, shot from inside the studio, shows the suspect wearing a light-colored hoodie and did not reveal his face. I thought it was quite funny, Issa said. He just stole a bunch of men's shorts.
But hey, look,
Yeah, so-
those things are expensive these days, and
Yeah, if you've tried to buy activewear lately, a lot of technology going into those shorts.
yeah, I would know.
Yeah. But hey, speaking of getting away with it, Most of the people that Trump has a vendetta against have been able to avoid legal repercussions because, for the most part, many of these people have done nothing wrong outside of being critical of Trump.
Yeah, he tries to throw a case on them, and, you know, they go, okay.
A judge looks at it and says, well, this is bullshit. One guy wasn't so lucky, though, and despite his crimes being pretty light when compared to just some of the stuff Trump has done, the DOJ was actually able to make at least one of Trump's former administration officials plead guilty. John Bolton, the war hawk, Mr. Mustache himself, and the national security advisor for Trump during his first term, has pleaded guilty to a single count of retaining classified information.
Yeah, now you might be asking yourself why Trump would go after one of his own former officials, but Trump doesn't give a shit about whatever crime Bolton actually pled guilty to.
He just doesn't like that guy.
Yeah, Trump hates Bolton because Bolton was mean to Trump after he resigned or got kicked out. It's one of those things where Trump was like, you're no longer needed, and Bolton sent his resignation. This was so many years ago, I don't expect you to remember all of it. But he did go on to say that he would testify against Trump in an impeachment trial, so that was like the last straw.
Yeah, that's friendship over.
And the fact that Bolton pled guilty, and, oh, by the way, this was a relationship that was off to a rocky start from the beginning because, as you may remember, Trump was very weary about Bolton. He went with Michael Flynn first, who turned out to be like a Russian asset.
Yeah.
He only went to Bolton as a backup, and he didn't like Bolton because of the mustache. He said the mustache didn't work. Like, you can't be in any position of authority or power looking so ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just too much mustache. Like, at least a trim, maybe.
So anyways, the fact that Bolton pled guilty to a charge related to classified documents, that's just the cherry on top for Trump. Here's the Associated Press. Former Trump administration National Security Advisor John Bolton has agreed to plead guilty to a single count of retaining classified information under a deal with the Justice Department that could allow him to avoid prison time, a person familiar with the matter said Thursday. The deal would resolve a criminal case filed in October that charged Bolton with 18 counts of either retaining or disseminating classified information, including diary-like notes from his time in government that officials say he shared with family members as he was preparing a memoir about his career. Under the agreement, Bolton would also face a $2.25 million fine, said the person, who insisted on anonymity to discuss a deal that had not been made public. Any prison sentence would be capped at 5 years, but the agreement could also allow him to avoid time behind bars. The punishment will ultimately be up to a judge.
And they talk about how Bolton published a book that was highly critical of the president and that he used notes and diary entries that contained classified information while doing so. And yeah, I mean, he definitely did that shit. Court documents alleged that he shared diary-like entries with information classified as high as top secret that he had learned from meetings with other U.S. government officials, from intelligence briefings or talks with foreign leaders. After sending one document, Bolton wrote in a message to his relatives, none of which we talk about. In response, one of his relatives wrote, shh, prosecutors said.
Do we appear guilty in these messages?
I want to know, like, how did this get discovered? Someone must, one of these relatives must have had it out for Uncle John.
As soon as Trump got back into office, he started his vendetta tour, and John Bolton got his, they searched his home last summer.
Oh.
And so
that's right.
I think they just grabbed up a bunch of stuff and they were like, oh, well, he shouldn't have had this. Like, they probably went through his diary, and it didn't seem like it was like documents that he was like stealing in you know, folders and taking home.
He
like
just
in
wrote
file
a lot of
cabinets.
shit down.
He wrote a lot of his meetings down, and those would be considered top secret.
And he would give it to his relatives, like on Christmas. Check your stocking.
Yeah.
Each one of you.
A memoir, part of my memoir.
Each one of you has received a national secret.
Yeah, they're actually, John Bolton is so boring
Yeah.
that he gives parts of his memoirs as gifts, and the response from his relatives was, "Shut up! Stop sending us stuff. We don't want it."
The indictment said that among the materials shared was information about foreign adversaries that in some cases revealed details about sources and methods used by the U.S. government to collect intelligence. One document related to a foreign adversary's plans for a missile launch, while another detailed U.S. government plans for covert action and included intelligence blaming an adversary for an attack, court papers say. So, I mean, look, while it's nice for Trump to have finally nailed someone on a charge, and also someone that I do not care what happens to him whatsoever.
Good. He should go to jail. I don't know for this, but yeah.
But yeah, despite that, it is certainly unique that it was a person that he appointed and who served in his administration.
Bravo, sir. Only the best.
Yeah.
But speaking of people getting exactly what they signed up for, Turns out a bunch of people are getting real sick from consuming raw, unpasteurized milk. But I thought that this would make me healthy and strong.
Yeah.
That's what RFK told me.
They were boiling out all of the powerful stuff, all the good stuff.
They said I'd look like Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I do, but I don't feel very good.
All the girls, they're like, I wish you were more like Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Yeah, that hound dog.
Can we take a bath in your jeans?
But hold on. You're telling me I can get sick from drinking the fluids of another animal, especially if it hasn't been properly treated for bacteria and disease?
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't think so. Keep that woke 19th century technological bullshit away from me.
Look at Marie Curie over here.
I'll take the warm, sometimes chunky sauce straight from the teat, like a medieval peasant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nom, 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 nom.
Campylobacteriosis? Pfft, sounds like something that would make me strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want that. No one else has it. I want it.
Usually I don't drink anything that has chemicals that are too long for me to read.
But not now.
But in this case,
Yeah.
I'm going to make an exception for campylobacteriosis.
They said I shouldn't get it, so I said, fuck you, I'm gonna do it anyway. Nobody tells me
Ain't
what
nobody gonna tell me how to live.
I'll perform for the new Ayatollah. I don't give a shit. Fucking Vanilla Ice.
Give me
Anyways,
that campylobacteriosis.
here's Forbes with more on the good raw milk drinking people of Idaho. At least 45 people in Idaho have tested positive for campylobacteriosis linked to raw milk, the state's Department of Health and Welfare said on Wednesday, as authorities investigate 2 different raw milk sources thought to have sickened almost 60 people so far.
Epic.
The release noted most of those sickened reported drinking raw milk from one of 2 different milking operations, one in northern Idaho and one in southern Idaho, which were not immediately identified. An investigation is ongoing, the Department of Health and Welfare said, and authorities are working to identify batches of concern.
I got some batches of concern for you. As for campylobacteriosis, they add that it frequently causes diarrhea, but can also sometimes result in fever, nausea, and vomiting, according to a 2024 study published in the National Library of Medicine. Sounds like a real fun time.
Yeah, it sounds like some woke bullshit.
Sounds
they
like
said that
a small price to pay.
the most common way to get this is by consuming raw chicken. So, and if you get...
Which I do all the time. What do you mean?
Yeah.
I can't do that?
Yeah. That's yes, if you believe that you're getting much more beneficial nutrients from the raw milk, why don't you just have raw chicken?
Yeah, I do. Because I ain't cooking away all the...
'Cause ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live.
nutrients.
Yeah.
All the best parts of the chicken get destroyed in the pan.
I went to someone's house once and they said,
milk the cow wants on
tired of this dry chicken. I didn't even know what they were talking about.
Yeah. I take
There's
my
shit
chicken
all
away.
over the
my
others.
chicken is juicy as hell.
I open the package from the store, and there's always a little bit of extra water. I drink it.
Yeah.
I drink that down.
Yeah.
Mix it with my raw milk.
Yeah.
A little bit of cow, a little bit of bird, and 100% all natural.
That's right, baby.
Disgusting. They also add that the CDC warns against consuming dairy products that have not been subjected to pasteurization, which is done to eliminate diseases like E. coli, listeria, and salmonella. Well, what the fuck would the CDC know? I thought Elon Musk was going to get rid of that shit.
Yeah, why are they still talking?
Pasteurization does not diminish milk's nutritional benefits. Lies! They're lying. They're lying to you, folks.
Keep drinking it, folks.
They're trying to keep all the benefits to themselves.
I want to say something to the good people of Idaho.
Yeah.
Keep drinking that shit.
Yeah.
Everybody in America's heartland.
But that hasn't
Hell
stopped raw milk from growing in
yeah.
popularity in recent
I'm
years, especially
basically
within
taking
the
over.
Make
She
America
keeps sending
Healthy Again movement.
no health apostles at me.
Well, that
And
movement
I have a
seems to be
wall
doing
of
well so
apostles.
far. Yeah. And hey, let's check in on RFK
So
Jr.
all of
and
her
see how
civ is
the
basically
health of
my
our
religion
nation
now.
is doing. Now, here's one of the most recent news articles about him, and RFK Jr. fires leaders of group that sets guidelines for preventative health screenings. Well, yeah, fuck those people.
Her city's about to fall.
Preventative?
Well,
Why
no-
would I want to know what's wrong with me?
Yeah, the only person that needs to know about what's right for me is Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
And me.
and myself. Yeah.
And my Lord and Savior, Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
Jesus will tell me. I'll get a jolt next time I'm praying, and it's going to be like, you need to go to the doctor now.
Yeah.
And you need to ask them to run these specific tests.
I prayed for sugar feet like these.
Whoa! The Lord came to me in a dream, and he said, the prostate is due for a check.
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, that's probably good.
Sure.
He fired the people that force your insurance companies to allow for screenings like mammograms and colonoscopies. So yeah, we're
Titty
making America
crushers.
healthy by never going to the doctors, so you're
What?
never technically unhealthy.
Mammograms? You ever see how they're taken?
Mm-mm.
I'm assuming by that description they just push on titties.
Okay, I got a picture. An illustration of one.
Okay. Oh. Oh, it literally is a crush. Okay.
It crushes the fuck out of the titty to get it as
Damn.
flat as possible.
Fair enough. It's an important thing, I guess.
Until you mysteriously pass away in your 50s from something completely preventable.
Old age.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
I don't want to know about it.
There is
Like
a
old age,
giant
just let it
fucking
take
bug
whatever
right
it is.
here.
But in a bit of good news, here's an update to a story
And
that
I
we...
mean giant. Who let this motherfucker in?
There's a big moth. It's a really big moth.
You done, bro? Great, now it's behind me. Now it's gonna eat me in the night. Ah! It's in front of me now. It fucking jump scared me.
Appeal. I don't want that. This visibility. I don't care about that. I'm getting that one next.
covered recently. Now, as you'll recall, a federal judge put a stop to one of the more absurd Trump actions in recent months, putting his name on top of John F. Kennedy's name at what was, for a couple of months, officially named the Donald J. Trump and the John F. Kennedy Memorial Center for the Performing Arts.
I realized looking at photos of it, like, why they gave it that stupid name. Because, like, if they removed the from John F. Kennedy, they'd have to rearrange. It would have
recenter it and everything.
It would have thrown off the centering, the justification. And because they're so fucking cheap, they're like, well, we don't want to do that. We only want to spend enough on the letters of Donald Trump's name and the word the. So, yeah, you get the Donald J. Trump and the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts.
Memorial Center for the Performing Arts. And I want to reiterate, Memorial Center for the Performing Arts.
Well, you got to always remember Donald Trump is your president.
But Donald Trump is still alive and still an asshole. And luckily, a judge thought that this was insane and ruled that it was illegal for the president to add his name on top of John F. Kennedy's. Now, the center has started making good on the judge's ruling and instructed staff to start scrubbing the Trump name from the building, brochures, and its entire web presence.
Yeah, maybe throw like a fucking exorcism in there while you're at it.
Here's the Washington Post. In a 3-page memo, the center's general counsel told employees they needed to scrub all references to Trump, restoring the venue's title to the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. Employees were directed to immediately change email signatures, letterhead, and other documents, and given until June 12th to modify signs, brochures, ID cards, and the center's website.
I'm also ordering staff to sage every single room.
Whew! This place has got some bad spirits. And it did. He cursed it. No one wanted to play there, and then they just ended up closing it down.
Yeah,
which is what happened.
He did what he always does. He takes a perfectly normal thing that's perfectly fine and fucking ruins it.
Yeah.
By just his own presence. Now, what's funny, though, is that Trump installed loyalists to the board of the Kennedy Center. So, despite employees and their legal representation moving forward with the removal, official statements from the center are still trying to find a way to praise dear leader. We are complying with the court's order while evaluating all legal options to preserve this revitalization and recognize President Trump's leadership. Center spokesperson Roma Daravi said in a statement.
Don't even need to build a
Roma
uranium
Daravi's
mine.
previous experience was working for Donald Trump as White House
No.
Deputy Director of Strategic Communications and as a member of his presidential campaign.
Yeah, so it
I
sounds
guess
like
she,
it would be...
I guess she knows a lot about the arts, too.
Yeah.
Arts of the deal.
And it does sound, it is funny to have like everyone who works there for a good reason because they're passionate about the theater and the arts and even the building and the brand's legal counsel being like, get this shit out of here. And then all the people that Trump installed basically having their hands tied and just being like, we will find a way to praise the greatness of Donald Trump here at whatever you want to call it.
So many federal employees at so many places, whether it's the Kennedy Center or anywhere else, probably saw what Scott Pelley did this week and lived a little bit vicariously through him because for the last year they've wished they could do that same thing.
Yeah. As for the response about this from the White House, they simply cited a social media post in which Trump said the center's board voted unanimously to rename the center after him because they thought it would be good for this dying institution.
Yeah, the cronies that I appointed
thought it would be great to put my name on it.
The people who I gave the job to all thought it would be a great idea. So what's the problem?
Anyways, we don't have a sponsor today. You're the sponsor, but I couldn't resist this bit of trivia, so I'm going to give it to you anyway, free of charge.
Buy our
The
capitalist
join button's
products.
down there if you want it, or a thank. You know that big Freedom 250 concert that was going to take place in Washington, D.C.?
Ice, baby.
But the president
talking
canceled
about.
it after
Go Ninja, go.
after a majority of the artists, except
Everybody dance now!
except for Vanilla Ice, dropped out. Do you want to try and guess the name of one of the people responsible for booking the musical acts for this event? Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, you were right. Jeffrey Epstein was booking the acts for Trump's birthday party.
Oh. Well, that's weird. Mm-hmm. How did he do that? Oh, so it's not that Jeffrey Epstein. Thank God. Mm-hmm. But it is certainly a name that will haunt Trump in various ways for the rest of his life. As it should. I mean, props to Jon Stewart, of all people, for figuring out this connection. Jon Stewart was left perplexed on Monday's edition of The Daily Show after pointing out that many of the acts who've dropped out of concerts planned by the government's Freedom 250 organization were booked by an agent with the name Jeff Epstein. What the fuck? Stewart exclaimed. Jeff Epstein of Universal Attractions is in charge of, forgive me, recruiting talent for a Donald Trump party. That's what you're telling me?
Yeah, the use of the word talent is very
Yeah, I
good,
mean, I
very
do
good.
feel bad for Jeff Epstein. Didn't ask for this.
Yeah, they did reach out. Obviously, no response. But there's another Jeff Epstein that is also, I think he works for another agency, and he just like redirected the people asking to his previous social media posts where he just like him joking like, no, not that Jeffrey Epstein.
Did you see that guy on Instagram? He's like this dude in, I think, Florida, who looks exactly like...
Yeah, he was like running for city council or something stupid
Oh,
like that
no,
too.
I'm thinking of a different...
No, it's that guy, and then he started getting political ambitions.
Yeah, he looks uncannily like Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
And he like started the account because he's like, yeah, people keep like... Because someone else
Fuck
like
off,
filmed
Ma.
him driving like his fancy car on the highway, and they were like, bro, what the fuck? He's alive. And then he started his Instagram account to be like, no, I'm not actually Jeffrey Epstein. I just look like him. And now he's become like weirdly famous, famous for that, and I guess using that to seek higher office.
I could be mistaken, but I believe that's where it ended up. But either way, yes. But speaking of Freedom 250, of course, the big celebration for our
I'm so excited.
Wonderful country.
Booking my tickets to DC tonight.
In just about a week, it's gone from a celebration of our country's birthday to an event that has been completely canceled and then redone from the ground up by none other than Trump himself.
Well, he's got a lot of time, a lot of free time. Yeah, nothing really going on.
So now Freedom 250 is back. But it sounds like it's literally going to be the exact same thing that happened last year when Trump had the military parade on his birthday.
Are they going to lubricate those tanks?
I hope so.
Yeah, so we joked about this on our first episode of this week. We, I guess, conjured it into reality, like we sometimes do, like we did with Frankie Valli, sending him to the hospital.
Oh, yeah, people were upset by that. Sorry. Just,
I famously killed Kobe Bryant by throwing a piece of paper and yelling Kobe like the day before he died. It's happened enough times that we got to be careful about what we joke about. But so Trump finally announced his plans for the replacement of the Great American State Fair, and it's almost identical to last year's failed event. Fuck it, play the squeaky tank clip again.
I turned on my big kitchen light to try and get them off and go that way.
That's what everyone has to look forward to for America's 250th birthday. And it's like the perfect metaphor for this.
Just capture it.
It's old, it's squeaky, it's not doing so hot.
And nobody cares anymore.
And no one fucking cares. Not even the people participating in the parade give a shit. As they shouldn't.
By the way, unrelated to this, we'll get to Trump's tweet about the new show that he's doing, the new event. But I guess he's filling the crowd for the UFC event with people from the military. But he has exact dimensions.
Fat soldiers. I'm going to be measuring each of you when you come in.
Anyways, here's the man himself with his big idea on how to truly celebrate this country on what should be, honestly, like a momentous occasion. Like, I heard growing up so much about 1976 and, things that went on, and it just seems like no one gives a shit because the guy in charge is making it all about him.
I mean, 250's not.
Yeah,
200's a big deal. 250, it's like,
who gives a shit?
Shut up.
What do you mean?
On Wednesday,
it's a
June
quarter
24th
century.
at 7 p.m. in magnificent Washington, D.C. Now,
Isn't
totally
it
beautified
literally
and one of the
cold?
safest cities anywhere in the world.
Sorry,
and
quarter
in
millennium?
celebration of our country's 250-year history, we will be bringing you live the greatest rally ever. It will be special at every level, a rally to end all rally. I fucking hope so.
Semi-quincentennial.
We don't want singers with no talent, but big fees
That's
to
the
put
name.
you to sleep. We've told them all to stay home. Fuck you, Vanilla Ice.
Fuck you in particular.
All we want is you, me, a few speakers, and the greatest music ever played. The same music you have listened to for years. We will have, of course, the fabulous Lee Greenwood introducing me with what has turned out to be one of the greatest hits of all time, God Bless the USA, and the amazing Christopher Macchio, who will sing Nessun Dorma, Hallelujah, Ave Maria, God Bless America, and others. Not since the legendary Luciano Pavarotti has there been such a voice. He should get the guy that does Big John.
Wow.
Big John should perform.
If this was about America and
Big Don, Big Don. The rally will also be featuring the wonderful U.S. Army Band, Pershing's Own, and Armed Forces Choir, and the President's Own United States Marine Band with the Joint Armed Forces Chorus. All of your favorite hits, plus a fine and highly dignified gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump. That's me.
Okay,
sounds like shit.
Yeah, boring. Now let's go through the event that took place in June of last year. Remember, this happened last year. It had a rally featuring a speech by Donald Trump. It had Lee Greenwood playing his patriotic songs. It had all of those military bands and a bunch of military equipment. I'm not sure how much military equipment's going to be there this year, but we would imagine a lot more than necessary. But yeah, it's just... all I can think is that once again, no one is going to show up, and it's going to be an embarrassment, and the only people that are there will be there by necessity.
Yeah. It's also like, last year a military parade in D.C. was kind of novel, but like...
I'm just doing it again.
The National Guard's been there this whole time.
Yeah.
Every day is a
everywhere.
military parade in D.C., which like, I had totally... our friend is in D.C. and sent a picture, and I was like, I had totally forgotten about that. I just like somehow like assumed that had ended, but... it's still going on. And then I was listening to NPR in the car, and they were like in the middle of a story talking about how fucking expensive it is to keep the National Guard just deployed indefinitely in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, that's just another thing. So many things. You forget about some of them.
Hey, at least they got to see the cherry blossoms.
Yeah, it is lovely.
But yeah, Trump's so busy planning his birthday party, it's truly incredible that he gets anything else done.
Well, he no longer has to oversee the Kennedy Center, so
Yeah,
his schedule
it
just
has freed up
opened
a bit, but it's still amazing the amount of like energy, pep that this guy has. He's always getting things done. Oh wait, no, there he goes. He's sleeping during meetings again.
He's meditated. He doesn't sleep at night.
They call them long blinks.
He works 24/7.
Yeah.
He gets in a nap here or there.
Yeah.
But they're not like fully naps.
They're extended blinks. I heard
He's
someone
like
mention.
low power mode.
yes.
Yeah, I think it was Marco. Marco Rubio was like in Congress, and I think it was like Ted Lieu was like, "How many times has Donald Trump fallen asleep in your presence?" He's like, "What do you mean, never?" He's like, "Show the clip." This you, and it was like sitting right next to Marco Rubio, just like nodding off, clearly asleep, and Rubio's like, he wasn't sleeping."
There's one. The one that I showed is him like fully horizontal almost.
Yeah.
Anyways, it's probably better when
Damn.
he's asleep, because when he is asleep,
industrial?
you can't define a ceasefire by saying it's when
Maybe
you just do a
arsenal.
little bit of firing.
Yeah.
How do you define ceasefire? Pretty much the way it is. It's a different part of the world. You know,
I got
I'd
enough
say in
favor that
part
I
of the
can
world, ceasefire is
basically
when
get
you're
whatever we
shooting
want.
in a more moderate manner.
But when he's not sleeping or misunderstanding the war that he started, he's obsessed with the size of his big,
You want the
beautiful
Diplo points?
reflecting pool in Washington, D.C.
What do you want?
The one that he's hired his friends from down in
Are
Florida.
you voting for
to come
yourself
up and
as Diplo
remodel.
points?
And
Yes.
recently, Trump
do you
rambled
want for
on about the
spies?
size of the
I'll put 5.
reflecting pool, which he also called a lake. So in his statements made a couple of days ago during that meeting,
disrupt
where the guy
rocketry.
behind him had a gigantic,
There's
visible
no
Audi
rockets.
belly button. Remember that?
There will be.
Weird. Trump said that
Yeah,
the
but
pool
this
was
is only gonna be
taller
till
than
the
the
next
tallest
Congress.
building in the world.
Okay.
If you sack the building down,
Governor.
the tallest building in the world would not reach the end of it.
The Washington Monument, Lincoln Memorial.
Aerodrome.
is,
Do aerodrome.
2,500 feet long by almost 200 feet wide. It's a massive structure, if you think of it. It's taller than the tallest building in the world.
Because we should get Diplo
If
victory
you
points
sat the building down,
from the Congress
the
too.
tallest building in the world
Unless they
would not
dump
reach
points.
the end of it. It's a very
But
big
we
thing.
have
it hasn't
all the
worked
favor.
properly since it was built in 1922.
What do you mean it hasn't worked properly? It just needs to be filled with water and reflect the sky.
I'm sure that I'm sure that the work needs to be done on the filtration system and all that stuff, but
Holy
not
shit.
a complete overhaul. And
We're
painting
putting
it blue.
koi in there.
I
We're gonna fill it
spent
with koi.
The world's biggest koi pond.
300 and I got 600 back.
And then he just dumps the bucket again, like he did with Shinzo Abe.
Blurp.
Come and get him.
So yeah, I mean, it's one of those bullshit statements that came and went because it was so stupid. Obviously, the
Vietnam
tallest
got
building in
the
the world
fucking
is much
Diplo points.
longer than the reflecting pool. And yeah, so everyone just sort of forgot about it.
It's just one of those
also,
things
it's just
where
like a
it's
stupid thing. Like the I-5 is 20 times
I got
longer
Diplo
than
favor 'cause I won the emergency.
the Great Wall of China.
Who cares? It's not a building.
Yeah.
Stop comparing
And it
buildings
was
to things that aren't
It was
buildings.
such a dumb lie that I had forgotten about it until today, till
Yeah.
Thursday.
But yeah, this week, Donald Trump had some graphics made up that showed just how big the reflecting pool is. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah,
Read it and weep.
You think you're so smart by reading my own words back to me? How about this?
Yeah, the reflecting pool is so big that you could wrap it around the earth like 7 or 8 times.
Yeah. It's like the human intestine.
Yeah.
We don't know where it goes.
We don't know.
But yeah, it is a bizarre
If you
thing.
stood the reflecting pool up, it would reach the moon.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
NASA scientists, they don't want you to know this one simple
It's
trick.
so big. They try to measure it and their
Yeah.
instruments break.
But yes, it is a bizarre thing for Trump to bring up, especially if you didn't even have the context of his previous overstatement. But even when trying to make his point about how big it is, the size isn't comparable to the renovations at all. Because pools and skyscrapers are different types of structures. Anyways, enough of us changing the world to our whims. It's time for us to beg you for likes. See if it's true. Can we change the world through likes?
Please!
Give us a like, hit the button if you want to support the show.
Good doing business with you, Vietnam. How about a cultural alliance? Yeah, she wants that. I forgot that the Mounties can make national parks.
Looks insane.
My advice is to be strong. I don't like it when I see Jewish people, moms and dads, they tell their kids, you can take your yarmulke off. Take it off. If you're nervous to walk on the streets.
I've never seen someone look this purple before. No human should look the color of my suit jacket. I saw Sid Rosenberg looks insane.
My advice is to be strong.
I would not be surprised if that is a direction where this goes into, of trying to just basically sneak into to close conversations and infiltrate activist organizations.
Have you been critical of data centers online? Have you expressed skepticism or anger about the tech industry? Well, if so, the government might be watching you. This week, The Intercept published a big story that revealed that Philadelphia police officers admitted that they were tracking legitimate First Amendment activity of people critical of AI. A law enforcement document obtained by The Intercept showed that police were scanning social media looking for posts opposing AI data centers. So to talk about what's going on and how the government is increasingly monitoring anti-technology and anti-AI speech, I have one of the co-authors of the article, Sam Biddle, here. Hi, Sam. Welcome.
Thanks for having me, Taylor.
So you wrote this great story in The Intercept this week with Matt Sledge, and it's titled Philly Cops Admit That They're Tracking First Amendment Activity Critical of AI. Can you tell me a little bit about what this story says and what you found?
Yeah, so we obtained a memo that was published by the Delaware Valley Intelligence Center, which is a fusion center. It's basically a specialized office within the Philly Police Department that focuses on counter-terror and major crimes and public threats and things like that. The memo was sort of an overview of what the office had sort of determined to be high-risk rhetoric, speech online espousing anti-data center, anti-AI sentiments. These were posts on message boards, posts on Facebook, blog posts, sort of a broad variety of online content.
It seems like as there is more and more anger about AI, we're seeing the government increasingly interested in policing speech and policing speech about technology. When did the government really start tracking online speech in this way?
Well, they've been tracking online speech in this way since there's really been online speech. Fusion centers are a post 9/11 thing. They were spun up after 9/11 as sort of a, how can we avoid this? How can we stop this from happening the next time? There's at least one in every state. And the idea is that they do intelligence analysis and circulate and create a whole lot of documents and circulate them with each other and with the FBI, with the Department of Homeland Security, with with other federal agencies. It's just a ton of paperwork and documents about anything that they perceive to be a threat. But I think that something that has become a primary function of fusion centers in the year 2026 is monitoring online discussions. Data centers, AI, or those are both hot button topics right now. So I think that's why there's a focus at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like I first became familiar with fusion centers back in 2020 when the Black Lives Matter protests were taking off. Obviously the government has been monitoring speech as long as we've had the internet, but it does seem like there was this escalation and this expansion of a lot of infrastructure, which was then maybe expanded, sort of over the following years, but especially in campus protests against, the genocide in Palestine. More recently, it seems like they're targeting AI and sort of speech about technology. So when do you think anti-tech sentiment really got on their radar? Because this seems to be a more recent thing in terms of the speech that they're tracking.
Right. There wasn't anti-data center discourse 5 years ago, right? There was an anti-AI discourse 5 years ago. I mean, if I had to guess, I think that the infrastructure for monitoring speech like this has been around for a long time, and it was created to, find and stop terrorists, right? To monitor someone saying, planning a bombing or an airplane hijacking. That doesn't really happen very much. Terrorism is extremely rare, exceedingly rare. So there isn't really much to find, but you have this apparatus that's set up to find something that's very rare. There isn't much of it to find, so they focus on other things people are talking about. And so I think it's a good question. Was there a precipitating incident? Was it the, Molotov cocktail someone threw at Sam Altman's house, or was it the Tesla protests, or, who knows? I think that is an open question and a really good one. But I do think that the broader issue is that fusion centers will just focus on whatever people are talking about. And, like you said, it was Black Lives Matter years back. That is not really a big topic anymore. Now it's data centers. Now it's anti-AI rhetoric.
Yeah, it seems like they're really focused on any speech that challenges the government's maybe initiatives or government policy, whether those are policies around foreign policy issues, or, the Trump administration, it seems like, has really intertwined itself with the tech industry and almost made AI into this issue of national security. Is that part of how they're kind of able to justify maybe surveilling this kind of speech?
As you point out, this kind of stuff is bipartisan, right? It would happen under every administration. It would have happened under a Harris administration. But I do think you're right that there has been a really big push to integrate the White House with, you see like David Sachs, right, as a White House advisor, or like things like that. I think the U.S. has always been a country that is extremely friendly to business interests, to say the least. But I think it's happening in a way that is so out in the open under the Trump administration. Crypto and AI lobbyists just basically saying, hey, we want this stuff, and then the government delivering it out in the open. So yeah, I think there's probably a factor of the AI industry, data center initiatives being pretty cozy with the government, and this being a priority.
If you're watching this video and you like my work, please support me on Patreon via the link below, or buy a paid subscription to my tech and online culture newsletter at usermag.com. To work with somebody who covers a lot of the topics that I cover and talks about the things that I talk about. These videos I make are entirely funded by you, and I can't continue to make them without your support. So if you get any value out of the videos that I create and you want me to be able to create more, please support me on Patreon or Substack via the links below. On Patreon, I do bonus episodes, monthly Q&A live streams, and post frequent updates about my work. My Substack newsletter gives you a bi-weekly roundup of everything that I'm seeing and reading and paying attention to online. You can also get my newsletter on Patreon. Once again, the links to everything are below in the description. Every dollar of your support makes such a difference.
I want to dig back into kind of what's going on in Philly and this fusion center that you focused on. What sort of
She'll
things
probably
were
try
they
and do
looking
another
into,
emergency
and
against
what
me.
kind of content online were they determining was sort of domestic extremism?
So we don't know what they were looking for. They probably pulled a few examples out of a much broader set of posts that they were monitoring or had, saved for later analysis or investigation. It's a great question. Like, are they just reading every tweet that mentions data centers, or and probably using a tool like data miner or some other sort of sentiment analysis stuff to do like a pretty broad search? I don't know, but what they flagged in the memo is a pretty wide range. Some of it was stuff that I think is pretty common hyperbolic comments like, I want to burn down data centers. I think there's a strong argument to be made that that's not like a credible threat of violence. It's hyperbolic speech, which has pretty strong First Amendment protections. If you say, God, I hate Walmart, I wish a tornado would blow my local Walmart away, or, I wish the Walmart would explode, like that's not like a credible threat that you are planning to perpetrate a active planned violence against that place. So on the other hand, they flagged some discussion of people who were sort of speculating about ways to sabotage data centers. Some of that was maybe more credible. People talking about like, could you bomb a data center? Could you set it on fire? Some of the discussion though, I think was pretty ridiculous. Like they had flagged some discussion, like some suggestion that maybe it would be possible to use an electromagnetic pulse to stop a data center, which would require it's like a science fiction trope. It's like how they kill the big robots in the Matrix, right? Like, I don't think that your average person who's pissed off about AI on Blue Sky is going to build an EMP, They also, the memo raises the possibility of chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons as a potential risk to data centers, which is, again, just nonsense, right? I guess in the sense that anything is possible, that's possible, but there's absolutely no evidence that anyone, even outside of the country, is, contemplating nuking data centers. So to say that people online who hate the things might be somehow wrapped up in that is just nonsensical.
Yeah, that's very silly. I don't know. I found there was this fake account pretending to be an anti-AI activist that was actually being run by one of the most pro-AI super PACs that another independent journalist and I were reporting on. But they were talking about mailing lint to the data center because it would get into the HVAC system and take down the servers. And this is something that people were falling for as if that would really work. It's all very nonsensical. And same thing with the nuclear bomb stuff. It just...
I think that the way that most people are going to thwart data centers is by doing what they're doing now, which is protesting,
not engaging with AI,
communities voting against them, and referendums against them. I think that is the threat. I think only in the war in Iran have you seen actual attacks on data centers using explosives, and that's in the context of a war, not in the context of political activism or demonstrations or anything like that. Another one that really stood out was they expressed some concern over a really kind of boomer Facebook meme, and it was something along the lines of I feel that I have a moral obligation to burn down data centers or something like that. And it's just like text over a picture. And again, to interpret that as a credible threat of violence or somehow indicative of a plan to burn down a data center. First of all, I don't think people
What
who are
is she
actually going
doing
to
with all these
burn down a
cultists?
building post memes about burning down that building.
It's just
But
what the
I don't
AI
know. I'm
likes
not
to
a
do.
cop, but just an example of how it sort of captures the way that people express opposition to anything, which is like sharing a stupid meme, right? But, you know, that's all it might take to come across the radar of a fusion center or other police.
Yeah, then you're on a government watch list or something, which is terrifying. I mean, you mentioned kind of the ways that people are actually thwarting these data centers, and it is a lot of like procedural stuff. It's showing up to the community council meeting or whatever. It's kind of quite boring work, which an increasing number of people are getting engaged in, and that does seem like some sort of threat to the administration. And I'm curious, you know, with this effort to track this like extremism, like, can you talk about why the Trump administration is trying to frame this, I would say really like sort of very like actually public sort of civics-minded group of people as like extremists, and specifically violent extremists? Because it seems like the people that I've, you know, that are actually using the more violent language are more like the existential risk people maybe that are nervous about like AI taking over the world. It's not like these like people that are like, I've looked at the permitting documents for this and I think we can stop the data center through this sort of like niche loophole. Like those people, just I've never seen them sort of make violent rhetoric.
I completely agree that it's probably more likely to find actual like serious thoughts about destroying data centers among like the sort of more fringe effective altruist X-risk people like you point out. Like those are the people who actually think that like Skynet is going to happen. Most people just don't want these things in their neighborhoods or their communities, right? Or they don't want AI taking their jobs. They're not worried about like the Terminator, which I think is how you actually get people to contemplate like real extremism. As far as your question about like motive, there wasn't any evidence that this was something that was being dictated from the federal government down to the fusion centers. But I think that it serves the interests of both the government and industry whenever you conflate normal political advocacy that is unfriendly to the state and to industry with extremism or with terrorism. Like, that's an old tactic going back, you know, a very long time in American history. But you brought up like campus activism, right? Anti-genocide protests and organizing. If you can paint all those kids as terrorist sympathizers, then you might make it easier to discredit legitimate political opposition to Israel or to American aid to Israel or to the war. And I think similarly, if you can sort of, in the popular imagination, convince people that there's overlap between people doing the boring work, like you say, of just like showing up to meetings and raising your hand and voting, or, you know, distributing petitions or whatever. If you can conflate those people with people who are gonna, you know, throw a bomb or a Molotov cocktail.
I'm not
or
really
put
looking,
wind in an
because I'm
HVAC.
just spamming rock bands. I'm not looking at what their upgrades are. Some of them may convert a city that they play in, but missionaries should be cheap enough that you can flip it back. So if it ends up flipping, I'm not doing it purposely.
Yeah. I'll just
System or whatever, like engaging
Oh, you did convert
sabotage,
my capital,
I think
though.
it helps discredit a broader movement. And, you know, like what is motivating that, or whether it just sort of happens on its own, I
figured
think
one of them
is
probably
a
already
good
did.
question. But I think that's sort of the bigger dynamic here, is like paint people who are organizing as extremists, and makes it easier to either criminalize what they're doing or marginalize what they're doing.
I mean, I feel like the companies and their lobbyists have played a role in this as well. I mean, I know you wrote about how these corporate entities have cracked down on speech or claimed that Antifa is like violent. I think you wrote a story about like Meta restricting that language. But it seems like there's this effort also from the companies, like as the government is framing these tech critical activists as like violent and extreme, it also seems like it's giving the companies liberty to frame people that are, you know, resisting systems as well as like violent and extreme.
I mean, it'll be really interesting to see whether Meta, for example, does add something to like community standards or start enforcing along those lines. I mean, obviously they have a huge financial interest to do so, right? Like, because, you know, Meta's in the data center business and the AI business, it would certainly be in their interest to get rid of that speech. I think you've been covering content moderation
I'm
stuff
assuming
probably
the
more than
Mounties
I
don't
ever have, but
disappear
my
when you
impression has
use
been
all
that
your
they sort of
charges?
just A, do whatever they want, and B, do
I don't
whatever they think
think
they can
so.
get away with at any given time.
Surely
and sort of
not.
change the rules accordingly. I'm sure they'd love to get rid of anti-data center content across Instagram and Facebook. I think maybe at the moment, if they started actually censoring that stuff, I think they have to weigh the backlash against what they get out of it. But yeah, no, there's absolutely an alignment of interest between the platforms where this stuff is being posted and the data center construction companies, the AI firms, and the government.
I mean, it seems like this is going to become quite a defining issue in the midterms. You're seeing the Democrats and Republicans both kind of like grapple with how to handle AI, but a lot of Democrats seem to be like feeding like Bernie Sanders has been really outspoken. It seems to be this issue that mobilizes a lot of their voters. And so how do you see this kind of system evolving, and how widespread is this monitoring of online speech about data centers by these fusion centers?
So, I mean, they monitor a ton of speech that is not criminal in any way. And they'll even say that, like, these fusion center memos often have some sort of disclaimer that, like, just because something is mentioned here doesn't mean that it's illegal. There's a difference between like enforcement or a crackdown on the speech and surveillance of that speech. I think both are big problems, and certainly there's a chilling effect from just knowing that what you're saying could wind up in a fusion center memo or worse. That leads people to self-censor. In terms of where it goes from here, police, even at the local level, have the ability to conduct pretty comprehensive social media surveillance, through a tool like I mentioned, like Data Miner. That's relatively inexpensive, pretty accessible. If you have the resources of the FBI or DHS or a fusion center, obviously you have even more at your disposal. I think that one thing that would be maybe more worrying than just searching through tweets and Instagram posts is infiltration of closed groups, like signal groups, places where people are able to organize in private. I mean, I think that that's something that has already become a problem in terms of anti-ICE organizing, which, a lot of that has taken place on Signal. Police have pretty broad latitude to infiltrate anything, right? And there's no way to protect against that other than just being very careful about who you let into a group. I would not be surprised if that is a direction where this goes into, of trying to just basically sneak into closed conversations and infiltrate activist organizations.
Yeah. I mean, I think either way, there's just a lot more awareness and monitoring of speech and concern about backlash to big tech. Like, that seems to be this sort of like growing concern from both the companies and the government.
And I mean, I think that's so much of why Zuckerberg had this complete 180 after Trump was reelected, right? Of like doing a hard pivot to the right and dressing like a Joe Rogan producer, is because, Trump is so transactional. It doesn't take much to get him on your side, right? And I think that if these companies become increasingly concerned about anti-tech sentiment, there's like an alignment of interest between the White House and industry, people who are willing to kiss his ass, and where they have common ground in wanting these things to get built.
Well, Sam, thank you so much for joining me to talk about all of your reporting. It's been great.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right, that's it for the show. If you like my work, please support me on Patreon via the link below, or buy a paid subscription.
She's always begging for clicks. Gross.
Say that our politicians act like school children while they're in parliament.
Hold on.
Tonight's program contains graphic imagery. Viewer discretion is advised.
Tonight on Frontline, Tiananmen Square, June 1989.
People started to scream at us, take pictures, take video, tell the world what's going on. They're killing innocent people.
In the wake of a bloody crackdown on pro-democracy demonstrators, one solitary man defied the awesome power of the Chinese state.
Yeah. This man just went out and he said, stop. And the tank stopped.
But who was he?
In a sense, he stood for the ordinary people.
And what happened to him?
He just melted into the crowd and he was on.
Tonight, veteran filmmaker Anthony Thomas investigates the fate of this heroic figure.
For over a year, we also followed every lead.
And explores the bold gamble of China's leaders to quell the spirit of Tiananmen.
How do you prevent the fire from spreading?
Through their open embrace of capitalism.
It is an amazing miracle what has happened since 1989.
Tough political repression.
If you've ever seen security people manhandle a Chinese citizen, they're really brutal.
And strict censorship of the media.
But not one single image of Tank Man.
Leading U.S. companies like Google, Yahoo, Cisco, and Microsoft have compromised their duties as responsible corporate citizens.
This was not something that we did enthusiastically or not something that we're proud of at all.
Tonight on Frontline, the story behind one of the most powerful images of our time.
What this young man did was in effect change the world.
A search for the meaning and the mystery of the Tank Man.
Funding for Frontline is provided by the Park Foundation, committed to raising public awareness.
Sounds like Pubis.
Frontline is made possible by contributions
look, it is
to
Pubis.
your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Tiananmen Square, Beijing, the largest public space in the world, created on an inhuman scale. The monumental public buildings that line the edges and the vast treeless spaces in between speak of the insignificance of the individual before the might of the state. The atmosphere here is edgy. Even with permits and government minders, our filming is constantly interrupted. Soldiers, policemen, men in plain clothes all demand our papers. The authorities here are afraid of cameras. They know their
Tickets,
power.
please.
They have hundreds of them trained on Tiananmen Square. Their cameras. Cameras in other hands are considered dangerous, and with good reason. This place can be a powder keg. On a June night in 1989, Tiananmen Square was a war zone.
This is actual footage? Crazy.
The People's Liberation Army fought its way into Beijing from 4 directions, with orders to converge on the square. Unarmed citizens and students faced armored personnel carriers, tanks, and soldiers armed with semi-automatic weapons. By 5:30 a.m. on June the 4th, 1989, the Army's mission had been accomplished.
She must have gone into a dark age.
The dawn came.
Yeah, she has.
In Beijing,
Time to
you know
destroy
how
our
misty
loyalty.
it is, smoggy. This wasn't a sunrise. This was like a
She's losing 2
grayness
cities.
gradually
Beautiful.
acquiring some sort of light. And where all this life had been was this quadrangle of tanks facing out. All the students were gone. And I just stood there and I watched.
You turn it up.
T.D. Ullman was staying at this
Dude's just
Beijing
whispering.
hotel, which has a
This is
commanding view of Shangan Avenue, the Avenue of Eternal Peace, that runs directly into Tiananmen Square. On these balconies, Western reporters and photographers had crouched, often under gunfire, to record the events of the night of June 3rd, 4th. Then, at noon on the 5th, when the army seemed in complete control, something remarkable happened on Shangan Avenue, immediately below.
The tanks danced. It was obscene. It was like an obscene dance. They just didn't roll out. They swiveled around. God knows why they did that. And then the moment came which has intrigued you and fascinated and moved the world. You stand there, you're looking down, this tank's coming out. It's got its gun up. And this man just went out and he said, stop.
It's absolutely extraordinary. You could look at him as unusually brave, but he probably wasn't. He was probably just an ordinary person who was so disgusted at what he had seen for the last few days. And he said, right, that's it. I'm going out and I'm going to just stand in front of that column.
The tank did not try to just run him over. It turned to go around him. And then the young man jumps in front of the tank. And then the tank turns the other way and the young man jumps the other side. They did this a couple of times and then... the
Doesn't he
tank
climb
turned
on
off
top
its
of it?
motor. And then it seemed to me that all the tanks turned off their motors because it was really quiet.
Standing in front of a column of tanks. No one around him. He was all on his own with his shopping bag in his hand. He climbed on top of the tank, banged on the lid, said, "Get out of my
Fucking
city.
awesome.
You're not
I
wanted."
fucking love this guy.
We don't know exactly what he said, but it's clear that's what he wanted to say.
And I started to cry because I had seen so much shooting and so many people dying that I was sure this man would get crushed. So I remember thinking, I can't cry because I can't see. I want to watch this.
During this time, I'm thinking, this guy is going to be killed any moment now. And if he is, I just can't miss this. This is something that he's giving his life for.
There you go. I cleared that camp so you can clear it with the
It's my
skirmisher.
responsibility to record it as accurately as possible.
And then after a while, the young man jumps down and the tank turns on the motor and the young man blocks him again. I thought, he's just going to get crushed.
Fascinating.
I realized that the Public Security Bureau had been watching us from the other rooftop by binoculars. So I went in and took the film out of the camera and reloaded it into the plastic film can. And went into the toilet, took off the top of the toilet and put it in the holding tank, put the toilet top back on. And shortly after that, probably 10, 15 minutes afterwards, the Public Security Bureau broke through the door. They got one other roll of film from the shots that I'd taken from the night before, and they were pretty satisfied they'd cleaned up the situation. About a day and a half later, I worked my way back through the back streets to the Beijing hotel, and luckily nobody had flushed the toilet.
So one of the most famous photographs of the 20th century was...
And that was his photo, huh?
Floating in the top of the toilet and possibly could have been literally flushed, yeah.
Images of that extraordinary confrontation became icons of freedom. They have been reproduced on T-shirts and posters ever since. President Bush commended his courage, and leaders the world over hailed him. He became an inspiration to millions, and he changed lives forever.
For all my years conducting investigation of human rights abuses, I never forgot this young man who stood in front of tanks. It's not only me never forgot, the world did not forget him.
I spent, years in the labor camp. I confronted the regime also in the labor camp. That image actually played a key role to me.
He wanted to change China. But what he did was help to change the Soviet Union. I went to a number of countries in Eastern Europe before the Berlin Wall came down, and I was complimenting their courage. They said, if that kid in China stood in front of those tanks, we can do what we're doing. What this young man did was in effect change the world.
Within minutes of his incredible act of defiance, Tankman was hustled away, by whom we do not know, and vanished. And still we have no idea of his fate or
3
who
cities,
he was.
really?
But to some it appears he was not a student.
Every
more
single
likely
fucking
an
city you've done it
ordinary
in,
working man.
you've
didn't look at all
turned to
like
your
a
religion.
He looked like someone on his way to work or...
Go do it in other cities.
just knocked off and
I
was
don't
on
know
his
which
way
one is
home,
doing it.
the shopping on the way home.
You know that you can check them,
for
right?
the ordinary people.
Yeah, but I have like 100.
The protests that climaxed with
I'll help
the
you nail it
Tankman's
down.
lonely act
It's
of
one of the ones in
defiance
my
had
territory.
begun 5 years earlier with a mass
Yeah, that's where
student
they all are.
demonstration, and in most Western media continued to be treated as a student phenomenon. But there's much more to this story.
I got Inquisitors out
Students
anyway.
had touched a nerve, and soon everyone seemed to be out there protesting against hardship, government corruption, and 40 years of repression. In Tiananmen Square and on the streets of Beijing, in cities right across China, there were tens of millions of tank men. Whole swathes of the country were in open revolt.
I almost questioned
In
the
Beijing,
tens of
1
millions
in
number,
10 of
and
the
I'm like, oh,
population
it's
is
China.
joining in. And that
It
includes
probably
all the
was.
old people, all the little children. So it was massive.
Jesus fucking Christ.
There were people in heavy earth
CIA
equipment.
All of them
honey
paid.
Bucket collectors in a tank truck came in. There were the pilots. There were hotel workers.
It was just a carnival.
All paid by the CIA.
Protest. All the groups
Are they waving
with their own banners,
a hammer and
saying,
sickle flag?
We are the Beijing journalists. We demand
CIA.
press freedom. We demand the right to tell the truth.
You had doctors and nurses and scientists and army people demonstrating. The Chinese Navy was demonstrating. And I thought, this is extraordinary, because who's left? It's just the top leaders who aren't out there.
People thought that the old regime was somehow about to fall. And indeed, it was hard to imagine how it could be otherwise at that moment.
For the very first time, press and television were reporting freely and truthfully. The virus of freedom quickly spread.
You could feel something uncontrollable building. And of course, from there, it moved outward across the country.
Uprisings occurred all over China, in at least 400 cities. We know this from the Chinese press and from their own military museum, all the way from Mongolia in the northwest down to the southeast near Hong Kong.
And from these cities, hundreds of thousands of supporters converged on the capital. The students had started the protest, hoping to cleanse the party of graft and corruption and encourage free speech. They sought reform, not revolution. After all, they were, by and large, the children of the elite. But as the movement spread outwards to the middle classes and then to the workers and peasants, attitudes hardened.
The move from student uprising to a worker uprising is what really scared the Chinese government. They felt that they could deal with the students. After all, students had been involved in uprising for many, many years. But where it became dangerous to the stability and to the survival of the Communist Party was when ordinary workers became involved.
After all, the Chinese Communist Party had originally used the workers' movement to gain power for itself. Now those in government were terrified that we'd take it back from them.
In fact, the government was paralyzed by infighting between those who advocated peaceful negotiation and hardliners who demanded a crackdown. On May the 19th, Zhao Ziyan, the reformist general secretary of the Communist Party, suddenly appeared in Tiananmen Square to appeal for compromise. It would be his last public appearance. That night, before an audience of party faithful, hardline Premier Li Peng showed the way forward. We must end the situation immediately. Otherwise, the future of the People's Republic will be in grave danger. He completed his address with a declaration of martial law. Troops would occupy the city and put an end to the protests in Tiananmen Square. Never before in the 40-year history of communist rule had China put its citizens and its army in this situation.
It was a massive display of force, 300,000 troops by most counts, countless tanks, APCs, the lot, all converging on the city from every quarter.
Beijing's response came as a complete surprise, both to the army and to the government.
The people just flooded out, and physically, with their sheer numbers, simply blocked the road.
Flood tactics, flooding them with people so they couldn't move. Army at that point wasn't willing to run over people and shoot people, to their credit.
The scene that greeted my eyes was just unbelievable. I could see for about a mile in the distance. Endless serried ranks of transport trucks, completely surrounded by tens of thousands of people. Young women, middle-aged housewives, elderly retired workers said, "You're not coming in. Sorry, this is our city." there's no chaos. Leave us alone.
So there are 3 or 4 major military convoys in the suburbs of Beijing that can't go forward to Tiananmen Square. They also can't withdraw. They had them fixed there and imposed on them a 24, 48-hour street seminar to explain to them why they shouldn't be doing what they're doing.
And I witnessed a mother with an infant talk face to face with the soldiers in the truck, telling him it was a very peaceful city, and what we did was to just ask for more freedom for the people.
So you had these wonderfully touching moments of the people appealing to the army to join them and feeding them and giving them water and saying, you know, it could be your son, it could be your daughter.
The citizens were also quite clever. They brought their children and asked them to say to the soldiers, "How are you, Uncle Soldier?" The soldiers were touched and they said, "We won't kill our people."
And these sort of doe-eyed, puzzled soldiers who were mostly country people, weren't experienced with big city life, you know, wondering what was going on here and not wanting to hurt anybody.
4 days after the attempted entry, the army withdrew to bases outside the city. Beijing was euphoric.
So that ended very well and was a great triumph. But it also was an enormous humiliation for the leadership. They had been thwarted, and they had lost face, and they weren't going to let it happen again.
The party elders feared that the whole edifice of communism
fucking
would collapse,
boo-hoo,
like it was collapsing in the Soviet Union and in other parts of Eastern Europe. They needed to make a stand, and a bloody stand, to show their population, and in fact to cow their population back into submission.
Over the next 10 days, Supreme Leader Deng Xiaoping hatched a new plan. Troops armed with semi-automatic weapons and backed by tanks were drawn from military districts across China.
On the night of June 3rd, a huge invasion force coming in again from all directions, but mostly from the west, this time with live ammunition. This time, strict orders: the square must be cleared by dawn on June 4th.
The instructions to the troops said, we don't want bloodshed, avoid bloodshed. But the other instruction to the troop, which was ironclad, was the square has to be cleared by 6 a.m. No bloodshed on the one hand, have to clear the square on the other. Here's your tanks, here's your ammunition. And so I think the soldiers were caught in a dilemma.
To block the army's advance, the citizens barricaded all the main road bridges and intersections with buses, trucks, heavy earth-moving equipment, anything they could lay their hands on. Mushidi Bridge. In 1989, all traffic entering the city from the west had to cross here. The nearby exit ramp didn't exist. But the apartments were here, homes to senior government bureaucrats who would have a ringside view of a massacre that began in the early evening of June the 3rd. As the crowds manning the barricades on Mushidi Bridge hurled rocks and abuse at the advancing army.
Armored personnel carriers came, and they began to ram the buses. Somebody threw some type of gasoline-soaked rug into the buses, and the buses illuminated with fire. Then, sometime after 9:30, you had more soldiers out there, and live fire began.
The first rounds of fire catch everybody by surprise. The people in the streets don't expect this to happen.
They shot, randomly toward all the sorts of direction. 2 people 1 meter in front of me were shot down.
Angry citizens were everywhere. People just couldn't understand why this country and its army, the People's Army, would slaughter its own people, the Beijing citizens.
People still pour into the streets. This is the amazing thing. People were just so angry, so furious at what was happening in their city that they were not going to step back and let the army do what it was doing.
A young friend standing next to me shouted, "Overthrow fascism!" Then the soldiers started shooting at us. We immediately threw ourselves to the ground.
The group of people I was with, they were Chinese people, began to run. I basically hit the dirt and snuggled up against a curb while this shooting was happening. I could see people behind me falling.
Troops began to fire in all different directions. Many people, children, women, ordinary people, were shot standing on their balconies looking down at this spectacle.
They just raked the buildings with their gunfire, and they were shooting people. People were being killed in their own kitchens.
That's funny.
Everybody
She keeps trying to use cultists on my city, but I recover in one turn.
What was amazing was that the army used battlefield
Cultists
weapons.
are worthless.
These bullets
The
are the
city's
size of a
already
man's
actually
thumb.
losing loyalty.
And they're encased with this copper, sort of soft outer coating that when it's fired, it unfurls and it twists. They're like dum-dums, I guess. They twist, so when they go through the victim, they tear up the victim inside.
It's the kind of ammunition an army wants in the field because it creates.
God, please tell me they're
much
talking about
damage and incapacitates the other side because of.
They're talking about
the
copper
medical
jacketed
burden
rounds.
of dealing with this kind of
okay,
casualty.
interesting.
It's not the sort of thing that should be used in an urban setting.
What
it sounded like.
Right in front of us, this tall young
Because
man.
dum-dums are hollow points.
Are they?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're encased with this
To its own people, the Beijing citizens.
People still.
Hey, can you
pour
do
into
me a
the streets.
favor?
This is the amazing thing.
No.
People were just so.
Can you build
angry,
a dam?
So furious at what was happening in their
Right
city
here?
that they were not going to step back and let the army do what it was doing.
A young friend standing next to me shouted, "Overthrow fascism!" Then the soldiers started shooting at us. We
I
immediately
put the
threw
tack
ourselves to the
between our
ground.
cities.
The group of people I was
Look
with, they were
down
Chinese people,
to the left.
began to run. I
Kingston?
basically hit the dirt and
To the
snuggled
right.
up against a curb.
Hold on.
While this shooting was happening. I could
See the tack on that
people
city?
behind me falling.
Troops
Should
began
be-
to fire in all different directions.
Should be there. Hold on.
Many people, children, women,
see
ordinary
it now?
people, were shot standing on their balconies looking down at this spectacle.
They just raked the buildings with their gunfire.
Can you put a dam there?
And they were shooting people. People were
Where?
being killed on their.
The tack
their
is
own
on the
kitchens.
screen. I can see it on the screen.
Everybody was frightened by
Oh.
this overwhelming use of force.
What was amazing was that the army used
'Cause
battlefield
that would be great.
weapons. These bullets are the size of a man's thumb, and they're encased with this copper, sort of soft outer coating that when it's fired, it unfurls and it twists. They're like dum-dums, I guess. They twist, so when they go through the victim, they tear up the victim inside.
It's the kind of ammunition an army wants in the field because it creates much damage and incapacitates the other side because of the medical burden of dealing with this kind of casualty. It's not the sort of thing that should be used in an urban setting.
Right in front of us, this tall young man, about 20 years old, suddenly fell down. He'd been shot in the chest. Blood was pouring out. We were absolutely shocked. We didn't know how to stop the bleeding. Someone found a bicycle to carry him to the hospital.
You had doctors outside involved in mouth-to-mouth resuscitation with red faces from, stained from blood.
We saw more than 30 bodies lying on the ground in front of the hospital.
Been there, man.
All the doctors were in a state of shock, completely lost.
I visited 3 hospitals very close to the Mushidi area, and we were in total shock because of the large numbers of people wounded being brought to these facilities, most of them being brought on bicycle-pulled carts, and all around us we could hear gunfire.
We went into the hospital through the back entrance where the staff goes. There was a smell. My friend said, "Do you smell that?" And I said, "I smell something sweet." And she said, "That's death. That's what you're smelling."
People started to scream at us, "Pai dian shi, pai dian shi." Take pictures, take video. Tell the world what's going on. They're killing innocent people.
Shangan Avenue cuts right across the city and was the main
And who
route of
funded
the
this?
Army's advance
Oh,
from
that's
the
right.
east
This
and
is
the west.
U.S. state-funded
On the night of June
propaganda.
3rd, it was barricaded and defended at every
Yeah,
major
as I said,
intersection.
none of this actually happened. This is all the CIA. It's all the AI. I'm sure the Jews
From
were
Mushidi,
involved too.
all along Chang'an Avenue, it was like a war zone. The debris of battle, the smoke was everywhere.
Every time a blockade was knocked down, going east from Mushidi, another one would be set up at the next major intersection. So the army had to plow its way through a series of blockades. Sometimes it's breaking through buses and trucks that have been strewn across the street. In other cases, it's breaking through human barriers, and they have to be shot.
Basically, it was a one-sided pitched battle all the way from the western suburbs till they finally, several hours later, about 1:30 a.m., began to arrive at Tiananmen Square, which was ground zero. This was the crunch time. We knew the troops had orders to clear the square by dawn. That was the deadline.
We heard this roar of male yelling and saw on the steps of the Museum of Revolutionary History, and then across the way on the steps of the Great Hall of the People, thousands of soldiers. You saw the glint of their weaponry. It was clear to everyone from that point on we were absolutely trapped. You had the military coming in from the west with their tanks. We knew there were tanks coming from the south up Tiananmen Gate, and now on both sides of the square, you had hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers.
And then the firing started. Even at this late stage, many couldn't believe the army was using live ammunition, and they stood their ground.
And you just hear this thunderous sound of gunfire. All the gunfire kept going. You could see tracer bullets through the sky. There was a battle going on, and there were all these civilians, and they were the targets.
One man was shot down. Someone ran up and dragged that man. I didn't. I just kept running. On my left side, someone was hit in the neck. Everyone was running.
There was a lot of shooting, a lot of young people running towards the military, being shot, falling, and then running away.
People were running to the square, and they were running from the square. And people were racing to the square on bikes, racing out of the square on bikes. The ambulances started to go in.
There was a lot of smoke. The lights were on the square, and there was this continual announcement of, under the martial law regulations, no one should be on the street. If you stay on the street, you will be responsible for what happens to you. This sort of continual base beat of that evening was that these announcements.
About 4:15 in the morning, suddenly all the lights in the square went out. Pitch dark. This was very frightening.
And then I heard these horrible crushing sounds, like when tanks run over things, crushing splinter sounds.
After about 10 minutes, the lights came on again, but not the normal lights in the square. They stayed off. Instead, they put on the special display lights that lit up the Great Hall of the People. It was like this Götterdämmerung effect of the huge, vast, cavernous Great Hall of the People lit up by floodlights. Smoke rising all around, and at that point we could see just a river of troops flowing out of the Great Hall of the People onto the steps and deploying in front of the monument to the people's heroes.
The students had made their last stand at the monument. They had witnessed the shooting and killing as the armies swept through the square towards them, and many expected the same treatment themselves. But they were wrong. The soldiers held their fire, and the students were offered amnesty if they vacated the square at once.
Should we stay or should we go was put to a voice vote among the students there. It was clear to me that the stay votes were much, much, much stronger. But Feng Congde, who was a student leader at the time, said, the goes have it.
From my point of view, the important thing was to avoid more injury and death. So I made the decision to lead the students out of the square. 3,000 to 5,000 students and citizens left the square by the southeast corner.
All the students held hands and started singing the Internationale, and soothed each other with the belief that one day we would be back.
I'll never forget those faces, the young people's faces. They were walking out with their heads held high. They'd finessed their retreat from the square so well. They'd performed so bravely. And finally they'd made the right decision. There would have been no point staying there. Everyone would have been killed. Reports in the week after June 4th stated that troops had assaulted the monument and massacred all the students on the monument. Thousands of students had been shot down in cold blood.
Good,
That
it's
didn't
finally
happen.
fucking
If
dead.
it had happened, I wouldn't be here today. Simple as that.
What?
The theatre
Your
of the
fucking
massacre
rock
was
band.
by and large elsewhere. It was the rest of the city, and that was where the Beijing citizens fought and died.
Get your fucking
Later
filthy
that
Sesame
morning,
Street out of my fucking
amazing
seat.
things started to happen. People astonishingly started holding hands, walking up the avenue, trying to re-enter the square in the face of these tanks.
These people were frantic. They were nuts, out of their minds. And the reason they were out of their minds is that these were the parents of students who had been in the square that night. These parents were running back and forth, and they were saying, "We want to go into the square, looking for our children." And an officer came out with a loud hailer, and he said, "I'm going to count to 5, and then we're going to fire."
Then all the people would realize that the guns were pointed at them, and they'd go running past the hotel. And then the soldiers would fire in their backs. I felt like I was watching some terrible opera.
And a lot of people went down. 30, 40, 50 people are knocked down. Everybody else ran away. I'm lying in the grass thinking, this is the worst thing ever. This is hell.
But the odd thing was then after a little while, like 40 minutes, an hour, people would gather their nerve again and crawl back to the corner and start screaming at the soldiers. And then the commander would eventually give another signal, and the soldiers would raise their rifles again. And the people go, "Oh my God," and they'd run away and they'd shoot more in the backs. And this went on more than half a dozen times in the day. It was, to me, unbelievable.
There then suddenly appeared right there an ambulance, and they rush in amongst all the people who were on the ground, and the soldiers open fire again and mow them down.
The soldiers
Wow.
shot everybody. Doctors, nurses, rescuers. Everybody was being shot at.
This was seen by numbers of journalists who will never forget it. This was a real massacre. This was the targeting and the shooting down of totally nonviolent innocent civilians.
The tactics of overwhelming force that were used had a point. They were meant to shock, terrify, and awe. And they did. Terror works.
No one knows for certain how many people died. The Chinese Red Cross initially reported 2,600 people.
Terror were meant to be.
This was a journal
Shot at.
down amongst, right there, an ambulance. And they rush in amongst all the people who were on the ground. And the soldiers open fire again and mow them down.
The soldiers shot everybody. Doctors, nurses.
They killed the ambulance driver?
You see?
Everybody
Like,
was being shot. Doctors, nurses.
Crazy.
The soldiers open fire again and mow them down.
The soldiers shot
What a
everybody.
shot.
Doctors, nurses, rescuers. Everybody was being shot at.
This was seen by numbers of journalists who will never forget it. This was a real massacre. This was the targeting and the shooting down of totally nonviolent innocent civilians.
The tactics of overwhelming force that were used had a point. They were meant to shock, terrify, and awe. And they did. Terror works.
No one knows for certain how many people died. The Chinese Red Cross initially reported 2,600 and immediately retracted under intense government pressure. The official figure is 241 dead, including 23 officers and soldiers and 7,000 wounded. All we can be sure of is that by the third day, June the 5th, the army was in complete control. Beijing seemed utterly vanquished until an unknown young man made his astounding gesture of defiance.
The symbolism of what he did was overwhelmingly clear. He spoke for the Beijing people. Before June 4th, you had millions of people all over China in the cities, up in the streets, peacefully demanding more rights, freedom, democracy, press freedom, end to corruption.
Look at all these
After
fucking
June
cultists.
4th, what did you have?
Cultist
You had
move
one
is
man,
fucking hilarious.
one sacrificial figure almost, who took it on himself to speak for everyone else who had been silenced by that time.
But what happened to that young man? The only clue comes in the last few seconds when he was hustled away by 4 men. Their identity is key, but those who witnessed that moment had very different impressions.
We don't know who those people were. And, you know, maybe they saved him. Things like that happened all over Beijing in those days. People were wounded. People would pick them up and take them to the streets. People would take people into their homes.
I feel very strongly that it was Public Security Bureau people that got him. They were on the rooftops with binoculars and walkie-talkies, and they were controlling the outer areas of the square as you would control any military operation, the high ground. It seemed like they had snatch teams of people they were conducting down below. Even if it wasn't PSB, I seriously doubt he could have gotten past the net of security.
Well, if it was the PSB who took him to one side, what would have been his fate?
Well,
Execution.
I felt pretty strongly that that he was executed.
What did I say?
We saw a lot of public executions put on Chinese TV shortly after that. And it was for people that had done far less offenses than embarrass the government in such a way.
In the aftermath of the Beijing massacre, tens of thousands all across the country were arrested. Unknown numbers were executed, some are still in prison today. China television portrayed these people as counter-revolutionaries hooligans and agents of foreign powers. But they
Wow.
never produced the young protesters.
Wonder where
who
that
had become the
narrative
most
has
powerful
seeped
symbol of
into.
resistance to the regime. Could that possibly be a cause for hope?
Did you know what I saw the other day? Pause
They
it.
would have, at that stage, displayed.
I saw people posting, and I see this all the time, right? I see that people posting, like, some Chinese-funded news outlet will post an infographic being like, China executes pedophile, China executes child rapist. How much of China's execution data do you think is transparent? John, just yell out. He's not listening. So, I looked it up. China's prison and execution data is considered a state secret. So, when I hear people cheering on state executions because it says on the infographic that they were child rapists, the gut feeling makes me want to go, good. Right? And then I think, if their information is not disclosed, and we know for a fact that most state information coming from the CCP, if it's in English language, is most likely propaganda, how do we know that these people that they executed, one, were even child rapists, or two, that's even what they were charged with? I haven't seen the charge sheet. I haven't seen the case. I haven't seen the identities of these people. All I've seen is that China's executed 3 people. Okay? And then I also come to the question of, okay, we know how tyrannical countries operate. What's to say that China, the country who executes more people than any country on earth, only beaten by Iran in a per capita sense, are we going to believe that this is, and like Iran makes up charges to execute dissidents? China is an ally. China is notoriously tyrannical. What's to say that these executions aren't just said, hey, these people were child rapists, so we killed them? America does this right now, except obviously they're not making up charges to execute people, but they're making shit up and charging people with domestic terrorism by using the Antifa label. They're using the trans label to determine anybody who they see as trans as a danger towards children. Wow, what a similar rhetoric. Hey, isn't that so interesting? Now, do you trust data coming out of the Chinese government about executions? Would you trust them that these people were actually child rapists? You'd probably want more information, right? Rather than just taking a random fucking infographic off the internet? I feel like that's some basic media literacy shit.
I probably wouldn't engage with it, to be honest.
Sure. But this is, it's information warfare designed for a specific audience. And right when the Epstein file thing is so big, when so many people are being like, well, you're not prosecuting these people. We've seen China's rhetoric come out where they're like, oh, but we're not on the Epstein files. It's like, oh, well, what Chinese leader is on the Epstein files? I'm like, can we engage in a little bit of critical thinking, please? Like, it always comes back to this. Like, you're so proficient at realizing what is American propaganda, but the second that it comes from a non-English speaking country, falls for it. It's frustrating, to say the least. It's just fucking crazy.
Him. I think that the people who took the tank man away were concerned people. If you've ever
Interesting.
seen security people manhandle a Chinese citizen, they're really brutal. They twist your arm, they make you bend over, they punch you a few times, they kick you.
You know what,
to
lady?
me,
You make a
I
good
think
point.
He was helped to the side of the road. He wasn't being arrested.
Now that raises the intriguing possibility that he's still alive.
I think that he is. The fact that we have not heard from him since that amazing incident
Pretty optimistic.
tells me he's still alive, he's still there, he has not been caught, and he's certainly not telling anybody that he's
Is she
now.
implying that the state would parade him around?
If Tank Man has survived, where is he now? Since the day he made his heroic stand, his country has changed beyond recognition. Old economic dogmas were cast aside. To attract foreign capital, China's leaders created special economic zones and removed many restrictions on foreign ownership and investment. The results were dramatic. 15 years ago, this entire skyline didn't exist, just paddy fields. China's rise is the story of the 21st century, and it is rooted in the events of 1989.
This was Deng Xiaoping's great moment of genius. After the massacre of 1989, he in effect said, we will not stop economic reform. We
What a
will,
name.
in effect, halt
Orville
political
Shell.
What he basically said to people was, folks, you're in a room. There are two doors.
A room?
One door says politics, one door says economics. You open the economic door, you're on your own, you can go the full distance, do basically whatever you want, get wealthy, help your family, have a bright future, move forward into a glorious future. You open the
it's funny.
political door,
Amanatore didn't
right
even get
into
the
one obstruction after
hermitage.
another.
It was somebody else.
And you're going to run into the state.
There was a point to that. This was meant to buy the Communist Party a new lease on life. On the one hand, intimidate opposition for a generation. On the other hand, give the people bread and circuses. And the deal is there must be no challenge to one-party rule. That's the terms of today's China. That's the deal.
And for those who rose against the regime in 1989, principally city people, the deal has paid off. After decades of austerity, they have access to everything money can buy. No dream seems unattainable here, no expense too daunting. And the speed of the change is breathtaking. The high-speed train from Shanghai Airport to the city uses a technology developed in Germany, but considered far too expensive to be practical. But it stands as an important symbol of China's aspirations, no matter if the train is often empty. Underpinning these visionary projects is an economy hurtling forward at a staggering rate of 9% a year as China draws in hundreds of billions of dollars of foreign investment. Whole production lines have been moved out of the United States and Europe and set up here, turning China into a factory for the world.
Is this a good thing, though?
Thousands of the most familiar Western brands, toys, textiles, electronic goods are now made in China. We do the research and marketing, they actually make the stuff. China has overtaken the United States as the world's largest consumer of coal, steel, meat, and grain. Within the past 5 years, its oil demand has doubled. It is the world's second largest car market, and in a decade, could be the world's largest.
Honk honk. It is an amazing miracle what has happened since 1989. And anyone such as myself standing there during those weeks couldn't have imagined in their wildest imagination that come 2006, China would be where it is today, and the party would still be enthroned.
Never in the course of human history has a larger number of people gained more wealth in such a short time. Since 1989, China has seen the emergence of a new middle class estimated at over 200 million people.
And the improvements have been extraordinary, been massive. And so I think a lot of people have been willing to accept this deal with the devil, to say, all right, things went very badly in 1989, but in a sense we have been rewarded by not asking the government to return to that event and account for the way in which it conducted itself.
That social contract, if you will, up to this point has worked quite
social
well for the Communist
contract.
Party and for
Bro's putting
the elite
social
and now the new middle
contract
class
theory
of
in
China.
this.
But what about the ordinary men and women on the factory floor? Those whose labor keeps this economy on the fast track? If Tank Man were really a worker, where would he be in this new China? Maybe here, if he's lucky. In one of the huge joint ventures with Western corporations, enticed into the China market by generous tax concessions, a disciplined workforce, and a potential market of 1.3 billion consumers. The average pay here is equivalent to $600 a month, meager by Western standards, serious money for an ordinary worker in China. Others are less fortunate. When the old state-owned industries were brought to their knees, 30 million people lost their jobs and had to find their place in the new competitive market economy. This state-owned steelworks was saved. It had to.
Bless you for being a
was the only
stream that
real
is just
employer
showing
in
a
a
very
one-industry
real
town.
reality.
Hey, look, man, this is what we want to do.
Under new management,
Yeah, we don't shy away
output
from
has
stuff.
increased fivefold. But 40,000 workers have lost their jobs. The company school, the company hospital, the company nursery, all closed down. If Tank Man had worked for a state-owned industry, where might he be now?
Tell your friends.
Seizing his opportunities in the new China, or struggling to survive?
More like, when do we start to cooperate?
And would he
Yeah.
be gay?
We are
really
several
seem to be
generations off
two
shared
Chinas
reality. This is true.
China
It's only
A
getting
and
further
China
away.
B.
It's like trying to win a cultural victory when your partner starts a war.
China A is big cities where businessmen and foreign governments go. Beijing, Guangzhou, Shanghai, Shenzhen, modern and confronting a lot of the problems that developed countries are facing. Problems of urbanization, too many cars, the rise of criminalization, the education, health system, the judicial system. These are problems.
This
for
chinchilla is just
developed, rich,
fucking
or
mounching
getting richer
down on
countries.
cardboard.
And then you have China B, the undeveloped or developing
You know what,
China,
Nubia?
which is the vast
I
majority
don't want you
of
having
the
that
country.
one. That's mine.
This China is still very poor, not getting better because all the economic growth is concentrated in the cities. They face problems that are really problems from developing countries. Very low education, not enough water, not enough economic resources, not enough infrastructure. It's a profoundly unequal system, and it's a system whose contradictions we see every day are playing out more and more.
We are in Anhui province, 300 miles and several centuries from Shanghai. It's a dizzying descent from the skyscrapers and freeways, the glittering boutiques and futuristic train, to this.
Nubia fucking went to war with me.
And yet there have been changes here.
I was wondering what the
Real
fuck was
changes
happening.
for the better. Under the old collective system,
All right.
peasants were virtually
Yeah.
slaves of the state. Now they own, or rather lease, their plots and are free to sell their produce on the open market. As a result of these reforms, rural incomes doubled within a decade. But the trouble is that what the state gave with one hand, it has taken away with the other.
Unique modern era unit.
Education and
Let's see how
healthcare,
it goes
which
against
are
the
the
tanks.
two main
Not well.
benchmark for the advancement and the progress of a society.
I just
at
checked
large,
how the
have
Mountie did
totally
against
collapsed in the past
the,
20 years. Education used to be free and
tank.
accessible for
Not
every
well.
child.
They're
in China.
worthless.
But now there's not one kid in China that doesn't have to pay to go to school. And not only the school fees, but the book fees, the heating fees, an array of fees.
Children of farmers in rural areas just can't go to school now because they can't afford it. You have to pay, and they can't afford to pay health care. Something like less than a penny in American money per year in the rural areas is spent on health care. It's virtually gone. It's just not there. So if you get sick, you depend on local herbal remedies and folklore or die.
It really begs the question, what is in the mind of the Chinese leaders? Is it to make China a rich and powerful country on the international scene, or is it to try to bring into the 21st century the entire Chinese population?
There are almost 1 billion people in China B, including at least 750 million peasant farmers and their families. What's so striking here is not just the sense of timelessness, but the absence of young adults.
Where's my
Zhang Mei has 3 sons who have all left to work in the industrial areas.
Winnipeg.
She sees them once a year if she's lucky. This little boy is a grandson. Chin Tang also has 3 sons and a daughter working hundreds of miles away.
You just can't make a living from farming here. You have to go away and find work.
In recent surveys, the #1 reason migrants give for leaving their homes and families is to pay for the education of their children.
Fair
In
enough.
March 2006, the government promised to work to remedy the situation by injecting a further $5 billion into the
what do I wanna
rural
do
economy
here?
over the next 12 months. That's almost $7 a head. Probably not enough to turn back the human tide.
Aqueduct. 18.
Everywhere you look in China, peasants on the move. Flow and counterflow of hundreds of millions of people willing to accept working conditions and wages that give this economy its competitive edge.
And yet, just look
It
at
is
this
the
viewer
largest
count.
migration
Yeah,
in history
we're
and
used
the
to it.
basis of China's industrial strength.
Yeah.
Nobody wants real shit.
Hey, that's the problem. They would rather watch fucking Asmongold and his dog shit cockroach takes. Talking about how women are undesirable while he obviously looks like he smells like a human garbage dump.
In less than 10 years.
He is a human garbage.
The trend now is for specialization, 1 city per product. So China has a sock city, a toothbrush city, an underwear city, and here in Sanxinchang, a bedding city, making comforters,
Look at
pillows,
that
and
shit.
sheets for the world.
See, 1 cart.
Crazy.
The Sanxinchang employers are beneficiaries of the post-Tiananmen deal. Some at the top end have exploited party connections. Others have risen from the humblest backgrounds and now own a backstreet workshop or 2. What they all share in the bedding business is a preference for young female workers.
Factory employers like to hire young people because they are more energetic, they are fresh, they can work faster. That's why when they recruit workers, they look at their health. It is very important to make sure that they are strong and fit. You don't want to hire sickly workers.
That's me, the sickly worker.
Do not even have 1 day off. That means 7 days a week. 13
They should do
hours a
some
day.
sort of protest to get days off
For
like we
migrants
did.
working these hours, about $120 a month.
They work them like this for maybe 5, 6, or 7 years. And then either they get sick, they get tired, and they leave on their own, or the factory management will fire them if they are not up to the speed.
Life for most
You
of
need a
these
global
workers is
movement.
confined to the factory floor and a dormitory in a migrant's hostel.
Well, yeah,
Sanxiang is
old
encircled
news,
with
sure, but like this is
Some of them
one
squalid,
of the
others
like
indescribable.
peak information narratives that China loves to push. So many people will deny that this even happened because they
We were allowed
look
to
at
film
Tank
at the
Man
modern Jiangsu
and they're
Davao
like, oh, well, he didn't die. Nobody got run over at Tiananmen Square. But it's like all the violence, all the deaths happened between 10 p.m. the night before and 6 a.m. the morning of that event.
3 of the brightest were taken off
And
the
nobody wants to
factory
talk about
floor
that.
and were ready and waiting for
But you bring it up and then it's CIA. Yeah, you can't win with these
Is
fucking
from
people.
Anhui province, where we had just come from. Chiju spoke glowingly of her job at this new modern factory, but were these her real feelings? Impossible to know, with all interviews monitored by government minders.
We're paid regularly. We never have to work after 9 p.m. and the food is much better than anywhere I've worked before.
In spite of the heavy presence in the wings, the girls gradually opened up and gave us a glimpse into their real lives.
家里面嘛，总归反正兄弟姐妹比人家多一点嘛。
Jinli is from Jiangxi province, 500 miles to the south.
自己嘛可以做一点事情。
I'm working here to help my family. Where I come from, all we have is farming.
Hong Yan is the veteran of the group at 22.
过年的时候，后来我对换厂到大岛来了。初中毕业，然后家里就是生活所迫嘛。
I send all the money I earn back home to pay the school fees for my brother and sister.
现在嘛手里钱不太多，然后
I'm so excited to waste
But
all
what I
the
earn is still
cultists.
not enough.
有可能嘛以后出国打工挣点钱回来做生意，因为现在做生意嘛。
Maybe I'd earn more in another country.
And then Chiju opened up.
我想要报你们说，暂时嘛我就。
I just wish the pay here was better, that the factory would be developed and improved.
这在这边算是。
But at least it's better than the last place I worked in.
我们主要就是奔着以前。
When they were busy, we had to work on right through the night. Some of my friends just couldn't keep going and fell asleep, right there in front of the machines.
And then they cut their toes off.
没有做人的基本的 The problems that workers face in China
I'm
are not
gonna
just
eat
low
your
pay or long
toes.
hours. 讨价还价的余地。Workers have no basic rights. They don't even have the right to negotiate with management.
Now exiled, Han Dongfan broadcasts a regular phone-in program to mainland China.
We got this.
Yeah, I'm
We
not
got
Today,
this.
he's talking to workers who make sofas for a European company.
I need to wait for
When the
my
workers recently protested a 20% wage cut,
my next
their leaders
space
were beaten
project
up.
anyway.
Now some of
Which
them are
is
suffering
next turn.
severe health problems. We think it's a glue sprayed in the production process.
The Chinese authorities have tried to jam these broadcasts. Han is considered an enemy of the state. In 1989, he was elected to lead an independent trades union that set up headquarters in Tiananmen Square. When his face appeared on the TV wanted lists broadcast across China, he says he simply walked into a police station and said, "Here I am, and I've done nothing wrong." Brutalized, kept in solitary, and then forced to share a tiny cell with prisoners suffering from
Get the
infectious
fuck outta
diseases, Han nearly died.
Workers in China are cheated,
Fake.
deceived, not fully informed, and they have no rights.
CIA.
All workers are facing the same situation. whether they are working in privately owned companies, foreign companies, or reformed state-owned industries. No statutory pension.
We gotta change
no
it so we're not
compensation
Team
for
1
injury,
because it's
no
so
sick
hard
pay.
to see the grey against the grey.
And because of the long hours, accidents can happen at any time. Loss of fingers, even limbs.
Yeah.
Another issue is the condition in which they work.
Billionaires have
handling
so much
toxic
control.
materials,
I mean,
breathing in
literally,
toxic dust without any
billionaires
protection.
existing makes money worth less because,
These
like,
are
their
the people
wealth
are losers in
is a
China's
digital
economic
number
growth.
which is added to real money, which
And the
is
population of them are
devalues
vast,
the
and they
currency
don't
for
have a
everybody
voice.
else who can
They
only
don't
make
have anywhere to address them.
$1,000
They
a
don't have
month or whatever
social
it is.
mechanism to
Fucking
sort of
ridiculous.
advocate on their behalf. They don't have a government ever listen to them at all.
And it's like so easy to explain
Migrant
to people
workers
as well.
arriving at the site of the main stadium for the 2008 Beijing Olympics. It's highly unlikely, though, that any of them will be around to watch the games.
Oof.
Migrant workers are subject to strict residency laws, necessary prevention, in the government's view, against mass migration and the creation of urban slums.
Wow, they sure sound very
To
conservative.
remain here legally, migrants must live without their dependents in single-sex hostels. When the job is done, they must find another or move on.
Sex hostels?
This system explains how China has been able to concentrate so much
Exploitation?
wealth and development in the cities, all these glittering buildings that you see everywhere, all this prosperity, order and cleanliness, because it has denied the very people who built this any enjoyment of the benefits of the cities. So they will come.
Oh yeah,
contribute
that's an
their work,
exclusive China thing where
get
people who
paid
built up
very
the labor
menial,
don't get
very
to profit
minimal
from it.
wages.
I agree, we
But
do need to
then
move beyond
they
money.
will have to leave or try to lie low in the city because they're not entitled to residency.
Although there is no evidence of abuse on the Olympic sites, for construction workers elsewhere in China, it's a very different story.
They go to a site and they work and work. And they're not paid at all. They are given food because you need to eat before you can work. You know, it's hard labor, but they're not paid. The arrangement is that you'll be paid at the end of the year.
Anita Chan has been researching working conditions inside China for 15 years.
Oh, these are the migrants,
And
like
if at the end
North
of
Koreans?
the year, either
any
the
migrant, I
boss,
believe.
the construction company,
I imagine that they are
or
mostly
the gang
North Korean.
boss default on you, that means you're not paid. And that is so common.
I wonder if they'll mention it.
There have been cases of construction workers
That's what
trying
they're
to commit
talking about
suicide,
now.
No, like where
trying
they
to
come
draw
from.
attention by going up to some construction sites and threatening to throw themselves down. A lot of these construction workers are working for the state sector, building government buildings. And in the end, it's the workers who are at the end, at the bottom of the, of the heap, and so they're not paid.
China's paradox now is that, a larger quotient of people than at any time in the last 50 years have moved forward and are economically better off. But there's a huge number which have really stagnated.
What you see in China is this pool of resentments, this growing pool of resentments from the Chinese underclass that is progressively spreading over China.
There's a huge amount of tension. It's like a land of 1,000 earthquake faults. And one of these faults is between the rich and the poor, between peasants and the party, between corrupt officials and the people.
Time is running out. The level of unrest in China is rising.
It's so funny because this is old as fuck. Any day it's gonna happen. The people are gonna rise up. China's gonna be gone.
Ministry declared the number of demonstrations was 74,000 nationwide, but a year before was 50,000, and this number is increasing.
The figure for 2005 has risen further to 87,000 incidents. All over China, the pressure is building. Here, peasants defending their land from takeover by a power company are beaten, stabbed, and shot by hired thugs.
Still happens.
One incident in June of last year that happened to be recorded by a villager who was able to smuggle his tape out of the country. One incident in June 1989 that happened to take place under the very noses of Western cameramen.
I mean, look, this is PBS, right?
The challenge of powerful images
There
in
are
authoritarian state
outlets
is
who will
enormous.
talk about this.
How do you stop one person's example becoming an inspiration
But the general
to
corporate
others?
press, no.
How do you prevent the
They
fire
might
from spreading?
touch on it. They'll do the surface level thing. They'll do the news story. They'll be like, oh, something happened, alleged, blah, 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 blah.
The University of Beijing,
or, you know,
and the most
if it's
prestigious
Israel,
in all of China.
IDF soldiers die in
1989,
Lebanon
Beidou was
instead
the
of
nerve center of the student movement that
IDF
would
invade
inspire a
Lebanon,
popular
soldiers fall when they do it, you know? Like, naming what's
Today's
actually happening.
undergraduates enjoy all the
They don't
benefits
do
that
that.
have flowed into China A. Largely the children of the elite, they enjoy freedom of travel and a lifestyle
not
many
play the
Western
full thing for you?
undergraduates might envy.
What are we doing here?
But what do they know of their recent history? I'm going to try a
That was weird.
experiment. Show this picture around and tell me what that picture says to you.
Hell yeah.
Pass them around. They were baffled. After a long silence, one of them whispered,
Looks like some military ceremony.
the boy whispered back, 89. But the girl made no connection. Does it have any meaning at all?
从这张图上呢，
Well, I can see 4 vehicles.
这个像4个装备，然后
I'm not sure about the context.
不太清楚这是一个什么样的场合。
It might be a
Imagine
parade or
this
something.
with like, because like this would be like, imagine like,
I've been
you know, like my kids not knowing
Mm.
what 9/11 was, you know?
Yeah. Kind of.
Like the fact that like China just has people who have no idea this happened.
It is pretty nuts. I have a lot of food.
really don't know. I'm just
靠我
guessing.
们自己的想象，就是这个不是很清楚。
我看不出来。
I really can't tell anything from this picture.
对，因为这个
There's no
太少了
context.
信息量。
可以问这是艺术创作
Is this a piece of artwork? Did you make this up?
Whatever they might have heard about 1989, it was clear that they had never seen the Tank Man picture.
I think it's terribly tragic that Beijing university students who were at the forefront of the May 89 democracy movement, several generations of students later have no conception of what happened, don't even know that this incident of the man in front of the tanks ever happened.
Tragic indeed, but not surprising. The image was shown once in 1989 on China television, rebranded as an example of the army's restraint.
稍有常识的人都会看出，如果我们的铁骑继续前进，这个螳臂挡车的歹徒难道能够阻挡得了吗？摄像机拍下的这个画面，同西方某些国家的宣传恰恰相反，正好说明了我们的军队保持了最大限度的克制。
But the picture was quickly withdrawn and never shown again. No one under 20 in China is likely to have seen it.
One way the Chinese government has managed to control the dialogue and the discussion of the past is by controlling the media and publishing, and that it's done quite effectively. And it's no accident that this is an area that they are least willing to relent and to compromise in, as these other rather amazing reforms go forward in the country.
Any regime attempting to combine economic freedom with rigid one-party rule is faced with a challenge.
What is your Mountie just killing all the cultists?
Absolutely.
Free market
That's all
economy
they can do.
What do you get for killing them?
Anything that
Nothing.
contradicts the party line
Just satisfaction.
and undermines its authority. Press censorship is one thing, but China already has
Oh, she's got an
111
archaeologist in
million
your
internet
territories.
users, monitored by at least 30,000
I'ma kill him.
internet police. For more sophisticated controls, China relies on Western technology. When we in the West search for images of Tiananmen Square on Google, photos of tank
Why?
man pop
Because
up
we're
in
being
motherfucker.
silenced.
Move through the selection of 18
That's why we have no
pages,
viewers.
And Tank Man appears again and again.
They're silencing us. They're
Okay.
after us.
Do you actually want to know?
When people in China make the same
So-
entry on their Google
Pause it
search
for a second.
engine, they get just 3
So,
pages.
on Twitch, don't know. I have no idea how to use Twitch, to be honest. We use a third party that multi-streams, so we don't really know how to streamline the Twitch thing. But on YouTube, we basically went through Houthi propaganda to essentially go through it with people or whoever wants to watch the video to demystify it, to make people aware that it's not this spooky, like, kill the Jews thing. Like, it's... We were going through it, and we were going through their propaganda, and we got hit because we were watching terrorist propaganda. But this is what the news does. And then it made John do this, like, education course, which told us that we're not allowed to watch terrorist propaganda unless we specifically are doing it in a way that talks about it in a describing it and demystifying it and basically taking away its punch, which is what we were fucking doing. And then because YouTube is nothing but fucking robots, I finally got through to somebody, and they basically told me, go fuck yourself. They had no process of actually getting a human being to go through it and watch the fucking video to then realize what we were doing was exactly what the education course told us to do. As a result, we've seen 0 growth on our YouTube channel in a single year. So, you know, when we say that we're getting silenced, facetious, but also kind of true. Because it's literally ridiculous that we can't, as a small channel, do things that the literal fucking corporate press can do daily and make money from it. Isn't that insane? Fuck YouTube. Did I miss anything? I think that's pretty much.
Featuring maps, architecture, cooking hints, and smiling tourists posing in the square. But not one single image of the tank man.
All the major IT companies in the West have not only embraced the Chinese market, they have bent over backwards to please the Chinese government. They have proposed to tailor their information system to fit the political censorship needs. Yahoo have very early on signed a self-censorship pledge. Google and others have followed.
These companies are absolutely capable either of caving into the Chinese or worse, in the case of Yahoo and Cisco, just to take those two, of providing them with the technology to identify people and messages that the Chinese don't like. And we already know that at least one person,
my left contact is fucking with me so hard. I've literally switched my left and right contact, so the right one's still fine. Now the left one fucked, even though that was the one that was fine in my right.
Government instructions on how their media should cover the 60th anniversary of the Beijing massacre.
Yahoo supplied all the necessary information
get me that
to the
fucking
Chinese
Venetian
government,
arsenal.
including the
I
time
want
the
to
email
make
was sent, the IP
some
address,
shit.
and the corresponding PC he used. Shi Tao was arrested and put in jail for 10 years.
In February 2006, representatives of Yahoo, Google, Cisco, and Microsoft appeared before a congressional committee accused of being accomplices of oppression.
Leading U.S. companies like Google, Yahoo, Cisco, and Microsoft have compromised both the integrity of their product and their duties as responsible corporate citizens.
We have determined that we can do the most for our users and do more to expand access to information if we accept the censorship restrictions required by Chinese law. Our decision to create a presence, any presence, inside of China was a difficult one. Self-censorship, like that which we are now required to perform in China, is something that conflicts deeply with our core principles.
If this Congress wanted to learn how to censor, we go to you. That the company that should symbolize the greatest freedom of information in the history of man.
Oh my God.
This was not something that we did
A
enthusiastically.
betrayal
or
emergency?
not
What does that
something
mean?
That we're proud of at all.
No
John,
one
what
had
does that
tougher
mean?
questions to answer than Yahoo.
Women and men are going to the gulag and being tortured as a direct result of information handed over to Chinese officials.
I have so much.
When Yahoo was asked to explain its actions, Yahoo said that it must adhere to local laws in all countries where it operates.
The Shi Tao case. The facts of the Shi Tao case are distressing to our company, our employees, and our leadership. When Yahoo China in Beijing was required to provide information about a user who we later learned was Shi Tao, we had no information about the identity of the user or the nature of the investigation. At the time the demand was made for information in this case, Yahoo China was legally obligated to comply with the requirements
Link
of
the
Chinese
video?
law
Which one?
My response to that is, if the secret police a half-century ago asked where
we
Anne
tried
Frank
kick.
was
Kick
hiding,
is kind of useless.
would
They're
the
just
correct
like
answer be to hand over the information in order to comply with local laws?
dopamine junkies.
It is
mixed
that
with
aspect,
crackheads.
Direct cooperation between Western corporations and
So,
the Chinese police
yeah.
that is of greatest
Also, it's
concern.
like mostly gambling, and we only get
China
bots from it.
have a national program, so-called Golden Share program. It means try to upgrade and modernize the police control system.
Posing as a provider of surveillance technology and database management, exiled dissident Harry Wu contacted local police authorities across China. He says that time after time he was told he was too late. They already had the latest technology from the American corporation Cisco.
Cisco signed a contract with the provincial security department one after the other one. In their proposal, they say very clear.
What's the frontline
you make your work
title for this?
more effective.
It's on YouTube.
Patrol car to patrol car connection.
Send the link on to
Patrol
Twitch
car to
chat.
police station connection. Include the voice identification, the image identification, the fingerprints identification. They're training Chinese police to control the country, control the people.
Cisco declined an interview, but issued a written statement. Cisco sells identical products worldwide. It is the customer, not Cisco, who determines how the specific capabilities will be used. But Harry Wu wonders whether Cisco is violating the law.
The Americans have the law since 1989. Not allowed to sell any products to China about the detective or crime control.
The law forbids the sale of any crime control or detection instruments or equipment to China. Cisco says that this means equipment such as shotguns, police helmets, and handcuffs. Networking products are not covered by this legislation. Under pressure from Harry
What a
Warren Congress,
convenient
the
loophole.
administration and the State Department are now re-examining the rules under which technology companies should operate in China. But the technology is already there. It has helped make Tankman disappear, and if another should emerge, that technology could facilitate a swift arrest. But in 1989, this lone defiance was an enigma, and the world's press wanted a name for the hero. After 3 weeks of speculation, news broke. He was named in an English Sunday newspaper as Wang Wei-lin, the 19-year-old son of a Beijing factory worker. Journalist Alfred Lee claimed that friends of the young man said they'd spotted him shaven-headed and paraded on state television. Following his world exclusive, Alfred Lee was congratulated by British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, and the name he gave the Tankman has been used by journalists and commentators ever since.
I published the name Wang Wei-lin after speaking to 3 excellent contacts that I had in Beijing. These contacts were very close to what was happening in Tiananmen Square at the time. I knew that once his name had come into the public domain, the Chinese authorities wouldn't be able to do anything to him. They couldn't execute him. It would have brought outrage from the world.
Experienced China journalists are deeply skeptical about the story and the name Wang Wei-lin.
I didn't believe it because, you know, it's great to have a scoop, but if no one can follow it, if no one can match it, then it doesn't exist. None of the resident correspondents in Beijing, many of whom are fluent in Chinese and have many sources, many connections, all kinds of information, no one could match it. I also took into account that the journalist who reported the story was not a resident foreign correspondent in Beijing.
5 days after Alfred Lee's story broke, the London Evening Standard cited American intelligence reports confirming that 19-year-old Wang Wei-lin was dead. The article was attributed to the Standard's Beijing correspondent, John Passmore.
Do you recall that article?
Not at all, and now you tell me that it was American intelligence sources. I know it couldn't have been me writing it because I didn't have any American intelligence sources. I had British diplomats who helped me, but not Americans.
So you don't have any evidence that he was executed?
No, I never knew who he was or what happened to him.
I mean, is that usual? Because it's your name there. Is it usual that reports are attributed to a journalist but actually wasn't written by him?
Oh, absolutely. It looks so much better if you've got a man out in Beijing and he's written this report. But the report may have come from anywhere. Sometimes it's done out there, sometimes it's done in the office. But I don't remember it, I'm afraid. Well, I remember cobbling a lot of stuff, but not this one.
Do you think that's a comment both on China and on journalism? When access is forbidden,
how bizarre.
We fill the gaps.
Oh, yes. Yes, you must have something to fill the gap. The Chinese have a saying, they call it news from the footpath. And it was the rumor mill. And, of course, Beijing was absolutely full of rumors. As for generations, I suppose, Chinese people had had their news from their next-door neighbor because the government said it wasn't going to give them any. And, yes, this sort of thing would have gone around the city like wildfire.
Hey,
the honest answer,
who joined
as
us?
The Tankman is concerned,
Genghis Khan.
We don't really
Welcome.
know who he was or what he was. And I think because of China,
Capture.
Probably not.
Okay, game on.
They followed the paper trail of the reports.
Our task is to
appeared in
capture
the
her
Western
capital.
Press, naming him as Wang Wei-lin. The reports that he'd been executed. I looked into these and I just concluded at the end of that investigation that we actually had no idea what this man was called, what his real name was, and we had even less idea of what had happened to him. He'd simply disappeared.
There's been only one crack in the wall of silence. In 1990, Jiang Zemin, the man who would soon be president of China, was asked point blank by Barbara Walters.
What happened to the young man?
I think this young man will be not killed by the tank.
No, but did you arrest him? We heard he was arrested and executed.
Well,
I can't confirm whether this young man you mentioned was arrested or not.
You do not know what happened to him?
But I think never killed.
You think he was never
I
killed?
think never killed.
Never killed.
This was the last official statement ever made on the subject.
Every year at the anniversary, I got phone calls, I have interviews requests, I have journalists, I have teachers, I have students asking my organization, where is him? Who is him? How is him now?
Who am I? What am I?
I don't have an answer.
For over a year, we also followed every lead, speaking to anyone who claimed to know the young man's name or his fate. Until, like those who had followed the trail before us, we came to understand that it is the mystery that gives the tank man his enduring power.
He didn't need to have a name. He spoke for the masses, the many who'd been silenced on June 4th. He was all of them. He didn't need a name. He still doesn't need a name, because the point he made, everyone got it, everyone heard it. It will endure long after this regime has become history.
Our journey in search of Tank Man brought us face to face with that other great mystery, China itself. Can the leadership's great gamble of economic reform and political repression succeed? Or will the spirit of Tank Man inevitably rise again?
The power of that story is not getting weaker because of the time, because we don't know who he is. It's actually getting stronger. That ultimate spirit of a freedom will last longer than the strength of tanks and machine guns. In the long frame of history, it's the human freedom, courage, dignity will stay and prevail. That picture will testify that forever.
There's more of this report on Frontline's website.
Hell yeah.
Including a roundtable with experts on China's efforts to curb the freedoms of the internet.
I'm not going to attack
growling and dog noises.
But in Taiwan, the connection between the parliament and schools is a bit more explicit.
The building in Taipei's Zhongzhen district was Taipei's second girls' high school in the Japanese colonial era.
Many of the parliament's offices and committee rooms are former classrooms.
After 60 years in a former girls' school in Taipei, many think a change of scene is needed.
But I don't think that any high school in the world
Don't you loot my damn
experiences as much violence between its students
Swear
as
to
the
God.
Taiwanese parliament. Taiwan's parliament is famous for its brawls. From what I can tell, the violence is of two different types. One is kind of theatrical. It happens in the parliamentary chamber itself, where the governing party and opposition physically fight over who will sit in the speaker's chair and direct proceedings.
The Kuomintang party occupied the parliament in protest against what they call government tyranny, forcing members of the ruling Democratic Progressive Party to climb over furniture stacked in front of the entrances.
It doesn't actually stop legislation from passing. It's more about making it very obvious how much you oppose it. But there's another type of violence that happens in the committee rooms, which of course were former classrooms. On the 5th of May 1993, there were 2 such incidents. One involved a lawmaker jumping over a table and taking a big swing at one of his opponents, who he thought had said something rude about his mother. Then, that afternoon, there was a heated discussion about spending on Veterans Affairs. Suddenly, a nationalist KMT legislator called Han Guoyu thought he heard opposition MP Chen Shui-bian call Taiwanese veterans pigs.
Formaldehyde face!
Han went up to the table Chen was sitting at and flipped it. And then moments later, when Chen went and sat at a different table, Han walked up behind him with his hands in his pockets. Then he pulled his left hand out and slapped Chen as hard as he could right in the face. Chen was completely unprepared to be sucker punched out of nowhere in the middle of a parliamentary committee meeting. He was taken to hospital with swelling in his jaw and a concussion. Now, this particular series of events is extraordinary for a lot of reasons, but mostly because of what ended up happening to the 2 people involved, Han Guoyu and Chen Shui-bian. Since that slap, Han and Chen have become 2 of the most prominent people in Taiwanese politics, representing the 2 major parties, the KMT and the DPP. One of them became president of Taiwan. The other is the Speaker of the House. One was shot.
His old neck.
And went to prison. The other has been called the Taiwanese Trump.
Beautiful, luxuriant hair.
So today, we're following the extraordinary journey of these 2 men through Taiwanese democracy. Because it turns out that punch was just the beginning. I'm Matt Bevan.
How am I getting...
And this is If You're Listening.
27.
So we've got 2 stories to tell in this episode. The perspective of the puncher and the punchy. So let's start with the puncher.
Crashed.
Chen Shui-bian.
Crashed
a member
so
of
hard.
the Democratic Progressive Party, or the DPP. On the 19th of March 2004, Chen was back in the hospital. This time, it wasn't because of being punched in the head. It was because he had been shot.
Details are still sketchy, Mark. What we do know is that President Chen Shui-bian has been taken to hospital with a stomach wound. There are reports of that it's a deep wound, blood pouring out.
Now, you may have heard the word president there, and that's because in the time between getting punched and getting shot, Chen had had quite a bit of political success. So let me just get you up to speed on his career.
He's the classic underdog of Asian politics, a dissident who was jailed for his beliefs, with a wife who was paralysed in what some claim was a politically motivated attack.
She was run over 3 times by a man in a tractor in 1985. Safe to say these guys...
She deserved it.
Adversity. But that's just how things went at the time for people who prominently opposed the Kuomintang, or the KMT, the nationalist party which controlled Taiwan under a military dictatorship from the 1940s right up until the 1990s. We covered that in our last episode. Chen Shui-bian was a member of the DPP, the chief opposition party to the KMT. When Taiwan became democratic in the 1990s, Chen was one of the most prominent figures in the DPP.
In 1994, he became mayor of Taipei. In 2000, to the KMT's horror, he was elected president.
The main beef between KMT and the DPP was that the 2 parties fundamentally disagreed on the future of Taiwan. Historically, the KMT's position was that Taiwan would one day take back the mainland, whereas the DPP saw Taiwan as an independent sovereign state, its own country, essentially. But while Chen and the DPP believed Taiwan should be independent, they didn't actually declare independence, even when they controlled the entire government.
The people of Taiwan live in a fragile state of de facto independence.
neither able to declare their independence nor willing to succumb to China's communist regime.
Why the fragile limbo? Why the de facto independence without actually declaring it? Well, the mainland's enormous military exercises simulating an invasion of Taiwan had a little bit to do with it.
The Chinese military has stepped up its rhetoric since Chen came to power, making clear it will attack if it feels Taiwan is moving toward a formal declaration of independence.
Chen was elected in 2000, but his popularity soon began to slip. And by the time the next election campaign came around in 2004, he was trailing badly in the polls. That's because rising tension with the mainland and poor economic performance were making voters consider reverting back to KMT control. His party knew that to shift the dial, they would need to redirect the narrative towards concerns about a mainland invasion and the KMT's dark past. So, on the 28th of February, the anniversary of the 1947 massacre of Taiwanese people by KMT troops, the DPP organised a massive rally, and I mean truly massive. Around 2 million people joined hands to form a 500-kilometre long human chain from the northern to the southern end of Taiwan, as a symbol of resistance against authoritarianism of all kinds. Chen's poll numbers began to turn. But as the election campaign reached the final stages, it became increasingly ugly for both parties.
Newspaper ads compared the president to Hitler and urged voters to get rid of the dictator. His wife was accused of insider trading. His opponent's wife was forced to deny that her husband beats her.
And then, the day before the election...
During a campaign stop in the south of the island, he was either shot or hit by some sort of firecracker. The reports are still mixed. There's still great confusion.
Firecracker?
Chen had been standing next to his vice presidential candidate in the back of an open-topped car during a rally when both he and the vice president felt a hot, searing pain. Him across his stomach and her across her knee.
He was rushed to hospital for emergency treatment.
Is it another JFK bullet?
Releasing graphic photos of his wounds.
Initially, they thought that it was firecrackers, but it wasn't.
2 bullets were fired. Police say they do not know who fired them or why.
Fortunately, their wounds were superficial, and both were able to return to campaigning that same day.
I can be knocked down, but the determination of 23 million Taiwanese people to pursue democracy will not be knocked down.
The following day, Chen was declared the winner of the election.
13 million people cast ballots, but the winning margin was just 30,000 votes.
I urge China to respect the decision of the Taiwanese people. We love democracy and we love peace.
Now, ideally the story would end there with the love and the peace. But if democracy was that easy, I'd be out of a job. Truth is, democracy is very messy. It relies as much on the behaviour of the losing party as it does on the result of the election. We all remember what happened in 2020 in the United States when Donald Trump refused to accept that he had lost Joe Biden. Well, what happened in Taiwan 16 years earlier was surprisingly similar. Chen's nationalist KMT opponent started to raise suspicion that the election eve assassination attempt was not all that it seemed.
It is not a fair election. The shooting has never been clearly explained.
In Taiwan, there's as much debate and suspicion about the attempted assassination of Chen as there is about the actual assassination of John F. Kennedy in the US. Supporters of Chen thought it was a plot by the mainland. His opponents said it was an attempt by Chen to gain a sympathy vote, or
it was a pretext to cover up election fraud.
Conspiracy theories and speculation
They
were
really are
rife.
American.
Back to the president's wound, the width, the depth, the what looks to be cauterization of the wound. To the best of my knowledge, no bullet can do that to a wound.
Who are you?
Now, how could a bullet go straight and then turn around 90 degrees and hit somebody's belly,
See,
then
bending
hit
bullet.
another person's knee?
I think he lied, and he
Wanted.
staged the shooting incident.
It was
He had to
Angelina
cover
Jolie.
up his lie one after another, and it was just like Watergate. The whole thing was most likely faked.
By the time the police traced the bullets to the place they'd been purchased, The man who'd bought them was dead in an apparent suicide, and his suicide notes had been burned by his family. Nationalist KMT leaders never accepted that it was the work of a lone gunman.
We simply believe that the presidency is illegitimate. One half believe he's a crook, the other half believe he's a president.
But the extraordinary thing about this incident is that while in the US in 2020 the democracy kind of began crumbling after the disputed election, in Taiwan it didn't. Nobody stormed the girls' high school / parliament building. The army didn't intervene. The nationalist KMT politicians just went back to work. Disgruntled, certainly, but knowing that Chen wouldn't be able to run again in 4 years. The attitude was, we'll get him next time, not grab your torch and pitchforks and your Viking helmet. There was no need for violence outside the capital in Taipei.
I believe it's a red armband.
And as for allegations of the system being rigged in favour of Chen Shui-bian...
Khakis, maybe.
Well, remember that thing about his wife being accused of corruption?
For months now, Taiwan has been rocked by a corruption scandal as complex and bizarre as any soap opera.
The president's wife said there was nothing wrong with her use of government expense accounts. But
the prosecutor disagreed, laying charges against the First Lady and 2 senior presidential aides. He also warned that Chen could be charged when he loses presidential immunity.
And the KMT, which was patiently waiting to get them next time, definitely got their wish. Not only did they win the 2008 election, but 14 months later, Chen and his wife had been convicted of corruption and sentenced to prison time. The system worked as designed, and being the former president wasn't enough to make Chen immune. So that's the story of the guy who received the punch. But what about Han Kuo-yu from the nationalist KMT, the guy who did the punching? Well, to find out what happened to him, we need to go to the southern tip of Taiwan.
The port of Kaohsiung.
If Taipei was Taiwan's political and financial capital, Kaohsiung was its industrial and trade capital.
Taiwan's biggest and one of the top 3 container ports in the world.
Kaohsiung was a stronghold for the Democratic Progressive Party, Chen's party. The DPP dominated local politics there.
DPP figures have occupied the mayor's seat in Kaohsiung for 2 decades.
But like many industrial cities in developed countries in the 21st century, Kaohsiung began to fall on hard times. Young people struggled to find good jobs and began moving to Taipei for better opportunities. By the mid-2010s, there was an increasing feeling of stagnation, and people started looking for someone to stir things up a bit. Noted head puncher Han Kuo-yu put his hand up to be that someone.
Han Kuo-yu has been chosen to run for mayor of the city after a party primary conducted by poll.
After the nationalist KMT nominated him for mayor, Han told the voters of Kaohsiung it was time for a change.
Kaohsiung doesn't owe the DPP anything at all. After 20 years, the DPP has been in power in Kaohsiung, I can sum it up in just 4 words: outdated and hard up.
Han Kuo-yu had been out of parliament for more than a decade at this point, running a fruit and vegetable wholesale market. He called himself the bald guy who sells vegetables to give himself a relatable normal guy vibe. But when it came to his actual campaign to boost the economy of the port city, it was anything but normal. He promised that if elected, he would build a love Ferris wheel. Think like the London Eye, but each pod is a private motel room. It's for people interested in joining the 10th of a mile high club, if you know what I mean. He also promised that he had secured a deal to get Taiwan's first Disneyland resort opened in Kaohsiung, and that he would bring Arnold Schwarzenegger, Formula One racing, horse racing, and casinos to the city. How did he propose to pay for all this? Well, by drilling for oil in the Taiwan Strait off the coast of Kaohsiung, of course.
One scholar believes that Han rose to stardom on the strength of personal charisma and a nimble digital campaign. Others say he gained momentum with his promises to stimulate Kaohsiung's economy.
And it worked.
Han struck a chord with the people of Kaohsiung and redrew the political map, but Han faces a hard road ahead as he works to make good on his promise to revitalize Kaohsiung.
Han's victory in Kaohsiung was seismic. Not quite as unexpected as Donald Trump's victory in 2016, but in the same ballpark. A populist promising things he had no real possibility of delivering, succeeding in a campaign he had been given no chance of winning. Needless to say, Arnold Schwarzenegger had no knowledge of the fact that he'd agreed to visit a Taiwanese port city.
I don't do requests.
Disney didn't know they were building a new resort there either, but it didn't seem to matter. While much of Taiwan's media mocked him as a clown, some media outlets began to promote him relentlessly. On the day he was elected, a TV station called CTI TV reported that an auspicious cloud had been seen over Kaohsiung in the shape of a phoenix. CTI also claimed that 800,000 people attended his victory rally, which would be like nearly half the population of Kaohsiung. The real number was probably less than 10% of that. But a guy with that much support and such auspicious meteorology must be onto something. So the KMT decided to try and take Han's vibe national.
The KMT's chairman is scheduled to sit down with Kaohsiung Mayor Han next Tuesday. The KMT is considering tailoring its candidate selection process to favour Han.
Polling for the upcoming presidential election showed Han leading the incumbent DPP president Tsai Ing-wen 52-34. He had been positioning himself not only as a populist, but as a man who could stabilise economic relations with mainland China.
President Tsai's main opponent, a city mayor named Han Kuo-yu, sees better ties with China as a way to kickstart Taiwan's economy.
In early 2019, he travelled to the mainland for meetings.
During his time across the strait, Han had met Chinese officials. Han had touted his trip as a trade mission.
While the DPP carried on about the threat of China and toyed with declaring independence in Taiwan, Han wanted to show that he could build a working relationship with Beijing and keep the status quo. While the majority of Taiwanese people wanted to maintain Taiwan's de facto independence, polls indicated that more and more people were interested in working towards reunification with the mainland in the long term. But all that changed when Chinese President Xi Jinping pulled the rug out from under Han and made him fall flat on his face. It wasn't due to anything that happened in Taiwan or even on the mainland. It was due to something that happened in Hong Kong.
A wild brawl has erupted in Hong Kong's parliament over plans to allow suspected criminals to be sent to mainland China for trial.
Hong Kong, which did not have a tradition of parliamentary brawls, started emulating Taiwan.
Several people were injured, including a pro-democracy MP who attempted to crowd surf but fell to the floor and was taken to hospital.
At issue was a law that would allow people to be detained in Hong Kong and extradited to mainland China for trial. The fear was that this would be used to crack down on free speech in Hong Kong.
And this law is like a legal kidnapping, and I don't trust other legal system.
The tension wasn't only visible in Parliament, it was on the streets of Hong Kong too.
Proud and passionate, these Hong Kongers are marching in solidarity for one cause: to preserve their freedoms and rule of law.
Hong Kong had been under Chinese control for more than 20 years, but had retained democratic freedoms under the One Country, Two Systems agreement. This agreement was seen as a blueprint for what it might be like for Taiwan to unify with the mainland.
While China maintains the threat of military force, it hopes Taiwanese can be persuaded to accept the same One Country, Two Systems deal that Hong Kong has.
Now, Beijing was unilaterally altering the deal,
effectively ending the One Country, Two Systems arrangement.
In Taiwan, this amendment caused a sudden, dramatic shift in public opinion.
The unrest in Hong Kong makes us focus on our democracy, on protecting our independence.
And the Taiwanese people are seeing all this phenomena that the Chinese are getting tighter control of Hong Kong.
In April, Han Kuo-yu was 18 points ahead of President Tsai. By late June, they were neck and neck, and by October, he was 18 points behind her.
President Tsai has cast herself as the defender of this island's democracy, and she's played off the recent unrest in Hong Kong, saying she's best placed to resist China's pressure.
Han's outrageous claims and penchant for promising things he had no ability to deliver meant that left-wing media started referring to him as Taiwanese Trump.
That's beautiful.
But he really lent into it and started calling the polls fake and encouraging his supporters to lie if they were called by pollsters.
Let's make it so that these fraudulent polling organizations are unable to discern the true answers.
He also started making racist comments about Filipinos and migrant workers and rekindled conspiracy theories about the 2004 attempted assassination of
when
Chen,
he's all
the
neck.
guy he punched in the face. In the end, the election result wasn't
I don't
close
understand.
at all.
Tsai Ing-wen
Did
made
you
it
already
clear
win?
her thumping victory was a message to Beijing.
Culture?
Taiwanese
Boring.
people won't give in to China's efforts to isolate and marginalise them.
As if losing the presidential election wasn't enough of an insult for Han Kuo-yu, his support back in Kaohsiung, where he was still the mayor, collapsed.
It was clear that
Did
the
we
passion
win-
that
did we
Kaohsiung
play a
residents
single
had for
game
the
in a single
KMT's
stream?
failed presidential candidate has all but faded.
In fact, Han tanked the election
two.
so
Almost.
badly that voters
Almost.
also
Damn.
petitioned to sack him from his
How many
mayoral
turns?
office. And they were successful.
The KMT's Han Kuo-yu has
Insane.
become the first mayor in Taiwan's history to
you
be
didn't win,
recalled.
97% of
win.
voters decided they wanted him gone. It was the first time a Taiwanese mayor had been sacked by voters before their term was even finished.
science as well.
But he wasn't gone for long. The KMT parachuted him back into the national parliament 4 years later in 2024 and appointed
How
him Speaker of the
fast
House.
were your projects?
In this role, he's helped reshape Taiwan's
Well, I
national
slowed him
policies
down
towards being
to
more friendly with
expect
China,
him to come
including a cut to defence spending.
I had a
Han now works
Last
out of
save
the room
was
that was once the
turn-
principal's office
the
at
last
Taipei's
save
number 2
from
girls' high
last
school,
stream was
trying to
turn
physically fight off
121.
opposition politicians who occasionally try to occupy his
that
podium.
turn was 184.
There is still no consensus among Taiwanese people about what they want their country to
both
be
powering through
in
that one.
the distant future. Some want to be unified with the mainland. Others want independence. But there is
Canada's
a strong consensus about what they want in the short term. It's the same thing they've wanted.
All right, I'm hungry. I'm tired. I think I'm going
No, that's
blind
fair.
in my left eye.
We're at 7 hours anyway.
Mm-hmm.
More than enough.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, sir.